The Epic series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.
Good morning and a good day wherever you are in the world, and welcome to stage number 1 of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. We break new ground, familiar ground in a way, because it's 19 years that this iconic mountain bike stage race last visited the town of Montagu on the edge of the Klein Karoo. Different terrain, different trails, but the same challenge awaits all these riders as they prepare for the first of the marathon stages in the 2026 edition of the Absa Cape Epic. Year 22, and the innovations continue here with the Absa Cape Epic. The last time they finished in this town was in 2007, and it was a point-to-point race in those days. Well, now it has all changed, and the race village is buzzing with activity, excitement, and anticipation ahead of this day, as I am and as my colleague Benno Willett is. What a day we've got in store today, Benno.
Yes, super excited for today. Yesterday the prologue was fast, furious, and now today we're going into the marathon stages. We have a lot of kilometers to cover today, completely different terrain to what we saw yesterday. It's going to be rough, tough, and super hot out there. So I'm looking forward for a very exciting stage.
We're in the heart of the town of Montagu, which is wonderful, and they have really made a huge effort over the last year to prepare not just the town but the trails in this area, and they will be on show to the world today, the trails that have been prepared for these riders. So this is how it looks after the prologue. Drama there was in the prologue, but in the end of it all, it is Matt Beers and Tristan Norkiev, Toyota Specialized Buco, who took the win by the narrowest of margins, 6.3 seconds over the prologue winners of a year ago, Simone Avedetto and Luca Braido, with David Valero Serrano and Mark Stutzman, the other team on the podium. A great ride by the Climatizia Orbea team. Matisse Azzaro and Yuri Zanotti in his second Absa Cape Epic. Azzaro making his debut, well, in 4th place, 25 seconds off the pace. And inside a minute for the leaders, Luca Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze, a team many eyes are focused on, that team Canyon. And then De Cosmo and Doragoni had an excellent day for Tuparo Kenda FSA2, just 70 seconds off the pace. In the women's elite race, it is Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. First-time combination here and a first-time race for Keller, as the XEC World Champion teams up with a rider who's finished second here for the last 5 years. And they're in the leaders' orange zebra stripe jerseys going into stage number 1. Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt, 56.8 seconds down the marathon world champion and her new partner, the Italian Servalt. Rosa von Doorn and Vera Lorsa, 2 minutes and 9 seconds, but they are riding into familiar territory. Two out-and-out marathon races of the very highest caliber. They'll be looking forward to today's stage. Margot Moschetti and Claudia Peretti 2:47 down, over 3 minutes down for the two Haleys, Preen and Smith of Kim Champ Honeycomb, and the Samantha Sanders Bianca Hoare combination of Sani to see Efficient Infinity. They'll be wearing the Absa African red jerseys today.
I expect a lot of tactics today already. You never know. Yeah, from yesterday, the gaps are so small. The women's race is wide open still. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see where the teams that are a little bit behind are going to try and make up the time today. There's a lot of climbing. Most of the climbing is on the first half of the stage today. So depending on how the legs are feeling, how they recovered from yesterday, some of them will try and get a gap right away from the start, and the others will probably play a little bit of cat and mouse along the stage and then try to get away on the last climb. For the man, that is 70 k's into a 90 k stage, and for the woman, it comes up at like 45 k's of a 66 kilometer stage today.
Yeah, we'll unpack the changes made to the Absa Cape Epic around the elite women's race. And for the first time in the 22-year history of this race, the elite women will be setting off from a remote start, some 24 kilometers into the stage, and they will do a stage of 66 kilometers. The men will do 90 kilometers, and it'll ensure that they have a time parity, basically the same time on the bike as the men, and it's in keeping with international standards and norms around races of this caliber. Every single major international race has the same setup.
Yeah, exactly. It gives them more time to recover. The race time will be very similar between the elite man and woman. The prologue yesterday was the exact same distance for everyone, and also the last grand finale will be the same. But now, this is now the first time in the history of the Cape Epic that we have two different starts.
Well, look at the beautiful Langeberg Mountains that surround Montagu to the south-southeast, and the gateway, of course, through Kochmanskloof. If you enter from the Cape Town side of the town, you'll go through the beautiful Kochmanskloof Pass, and this is Montagu High School and this wonderful village of Montagu, one of the villages of the year a couple of years ago, and the community have been beside themselves with excitement and energy and efficiency in putting this stage together. And we've got not just 1 day but 2 days here, two big marathon stages for the riders to get into the heart of this Absa Cape Epic. So the prologue, 20 kilometers, and it's one of the shorter prologues we've had. But I get the sense, Benno, that a number of the teams, particularly in the elite race, perhaps underestimated the challenges there, particularly with regard to the weather.
No, definitely. I think when you see the profile, you kind of like know what you get yourself into it, and sometimes you underestimate how hard it actually can be. 20 kilometers is almost like a crit race sometimes, or like a short track. You kind of like, how hard can it be? 20 minutes or 40 minutes in the stage yesterday. But then if you're not 110% committed, you're gonna lose time, and that's what happened to a couple of riders yesterday. And then also the heat. The heat was just on a different level. The riders went off at the hottest time of the day. The elite riders, elite women and the elite men, they were the last to go off. And yeah,
Yeah, so let's fill you in. We're actually starting half an hour earlier today with regard to the potential for extreme heat later in the day to mitigate the risk of riders, particularly at the back end of the field, suffering in that intense heat at the Karoo. The decision was made to bring the start forward by half an hour, hence our 6:30 start, which is in 50 seconds time as the elite men line up there at the start line. And, well, they're all in there. Avendetto and Brido, how different it might have been yesterday. They seem to have been held up on that last single track heading towards the finish, and perhaps lost precious seconds and the potential to take the leaders' yellow jerseys, which wear on the shoulders of Tristan Nokia. What a day for Tristan Nokia, the young South African, in that leader's jersey, alongside a three-time Absa Cape Epic winner in Matt Beers. And they are just 15 seconds away from the start of stage one.
Stand by for the firing of the gun. And I'll count down the final 5 seconds for the mayor. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's a goal.
One of the earliest starts we've had on the Absa Cape Epic is underway here on stage 1 of the 22nd Absa Cape Epic as the elite men charge away from Montagu and head into the first big marathon stage. 90 kilometers, 2,150 meters of climbing, and just 6 seconds separates the GBT yellow jerseys on the shoulders of Toyota Specialized in Buko, Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia, and Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto of Willia Vittoria, and all the rest, 44 elite teams chasing them down, looking for glory on this first marathon stage.
Yeah, the start looks completely different than 19 years ago, I would say. In the beginning, you did not see any of the riders like warming up on rollers and getting out the start as quick as they do now. There's no meter to be lost. They're all going to go off the gun, fully prepared, fully warmed up. The speed is high from when the gun goes. Back in the day, you eased off a little bit, like you kind of like started racing outside of town. Those times are gone. Now it's from the gun to the finish, and you try to position yourself right away at the front. The farther back you are in this bunch, the more dust you're gonna have to handle. The overtaking we saw yesterday, how crucial it is to be in a good position, and you don't want to be caught up in some of the traffic or some of the crashes that can happen early on.
So just a reminder, our elite women will start from 10 to 8 this morning out at the Arbriskloof water point, and they will ride 66 kilometers. All the other riders in the field will ride the full distance today, and that is all the amateurs and the category leaders, and we're looking at them now. The Grand Master men, the UAG Epic, as well, at least Aubert Fox Factory, Ibon Zugasti and Ernesto Mendoza. 50 over Birger Bester and Hendrik Bester. And alongside them in the Toyota mixed, it is, well, perhaps one of the most high-profile teams here. Jenny Risvets and Simon Andreasen, husband and wife team, and they won the prologue yesterday by quite a comfortable margin. In the amateur men's race, the open amateur race, a phenomenal performance by ASAP Cycling's Jean-Pierre, JP Duplessis, and Cronje Bierkes. This young pairing started started before the elites, and they lead by 2:47, and they finished 19th overall in the prologue yesterday. Away they go, all the categories, and the A-batch riders here. Some very, very strong riders here. Expect some extraordinary performances in this batch. The NTT Master leaders, Uwe Hochenwarter and Karl Markt from Austria, Willia Chaoyang. They're ahead of Pavel Gonda and Tobias Luthi, the Czech-Swiss pair, by 55 seconds. Nico Bell and Javi Kombrink only 59 seconds back, so very tight race in the NTT Masters and the GIC Grand Masters. As I said, the leaders, well, it's going to be tight racing there, 150 between them as well, as they charge away through the streets of the village of Montagu and out onto these wonderful trails that have been curated, prepared, and some very, very new trails as well. Rejuvenation of the trail network in Montagu through Montagu Trails, through the passion and the dedication and commitment of myself and Sale and Chris Birkin and the entire team here. And my word, they've done a great job. So this is your elite men off the tar and into the trails straight away onto the farms around Montagu. A little bit of an interesting scenario here. Matt Beers stuck quite far back, and Tristan Nokia up for the 5th rider there. Glorious weather, glorious morning as these riders start out and explore new terrain and new trails and different surface. Klein Karoo, quite raw and rough. They'll find the terrain quite unforgiving, as it would be in the Absa Cape Epic, because that's the nature of the sport. But yeah, that's what it is, Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, definitely think that some of the teams changed their setup and the tires from yesterday to today. Yesterday, everything was pretty smooth, all ridden in, so you can get away with lighter tires, maybe not as puncture resistant as the tires they chose today, especially on the back. Most of the teams will have some tire inserts in there as well. It's all about staying safe, and with the sharp rocks that we have here in Montagu, you don't want to risk anything. So the bike is maybe a little bit heavier than it was yesterday, but it all is part of setting up the team, the bike, the best way possible.
Felix Steely just rolling up on the outside, and we're talking about bike setup. He's on that B32, the big wheel bike, and he's got Mark Pritson alongside him. Lachlan Morton and Esperance, you see them there in the very distinctive EF Education kit. Had a great day yesterday. They finished in 9th place yesterday, and will be feeling very bullish about going into the marathon stage. As they head now out onto these trails, La Pierre and La Domaine, Jacques and Melanie Morea's farm, a stone fruit farm. 45 permanent staff and plenty of seasonal workers who have been working hard over the last while because it's been seasoned here, and they'll flow through them. One of the many, many landowners who will be and have been incredibly welcoming to the riders here. Right, let's hear from some of these main protagonists. Max Kleur has been busy. He was busy on the start line ahead of the race start.
It's quite loaded in the middle. Any ideas on where do you think things are going to happen and how it's going to play out today?
No, I think today, yeah, first stage all together, so it's a bit complicated to make, yeah, to think how the race can go. So we will try to be careful, stay on the front, and don't lose any time.
You've been gone for a whole year, and I see the social media yesterday. The South African public loves you guys, and it looks like you might have found a second home.
Yeah, we're super happy. We also really appreciate the fans here.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Sam, hot yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's an understatement. Yeah, it was boiling, especially on that last climb. I think everyone was quite cooked and saw a few dead bodies around there when I got into the finish. So yeah, I think it was a hard day for everyone.
How was the transfer and the recovery last night?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, our camper van, the old aircon, broke, so she's a bit toasty on the way here. But no, sleep was good. Just yeah, excited to get into the racing today and then see where everyone's sitting on the long stages.
Today's going to give us a good indicator of that. You've had a look at the profile. Looks like it's loaded towards the middle, but there's that little bump towards the end where things could shake up a bit.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's definitely, I think, 20 Ks in, we'll definitely get to see who the strong boys are here. But yeah, it's a good opener. I think it's a good first stage to see, a good reflection of where everyone's legs are at. But of course, you know, it's very, very early days, so just safe and steady, and then we'll see what opportunities are there in the second half of the stage.
Good luck to you and Luca.
Thank you very much, guys.
From GC, it is Team EF Education first, Lachlan Morton and Andrew Lesperance. In 8th position,
Matt Beers, some last minute thoughts on today's stage?
Yeah, obviously haven't raced out here ever really. I've ridden a little bit, so yeah, I mean it's rugged as you can see by the surroundings, and it's going to be a cool stage, and yeah, maybe a tight finish.
Good luck in the yellow today.
The thoughts of some of the main protagonists here: Sam Gaze, Simone Avendetto, and the last man, of course, Matt Beers, the race leaders in those Chivita yellow zebra-striped jerseys. Well, Sam Gaze's air conditioning broke in the camper van. Well, he's going to need that out there today. It's going to be very, very hot. Mind you, the elite starting half an hour earlier. They finish half an hour earlier. They should be in. What do you reckon, Benno, today? 90 kilometers?
Around the 10 o'clock mark, I would say. It was 3.5 hours on the schedule here. Yeah, somewhere there, depending a little bit on how hard they push right away from the beginning, and we could see that the pace is high. So I estimate 10, 15, the latest, they will roll through.
Yeah, these guys, as Benno was illustrating a little bit earlier, there's no tempo riding and gentleman's agreement, let's just roll into the day and warm up. It is from the gun they go. In the old days, they'd look around and the main protagonists would eventually give the nod, and then someone would go off and let them go, and everyone sit back, rather like a road race. Now that's full. It's all full gas from the off.
Almost like a neutral start, but now, now I keep it flat out from the gun.
In the red there, Ollie Munich and Cam Roach head off in the open race. Now, Ollie and Cam, in fact, Ollie Munich rode in 2007, and of those who finished in the top 10 riding from Barrydale into Montagu in that year, Ollie Munich is the only rider who's still racing at this sort of level here now. So he's got great endurance, great longevity, and of course great spirit, and a wonderful partner in Cam Roach as they head out there. Incidentally, that stage from Barrydale into the finish here at Montagu was won by Bart Brenchens and Rudy van Hoots. And, well, we know Bart is still here racing in the age group categories, but yeah, he's still going strong. And we'll see him a little bit later on, Bart. What a sight it is, Montagu. And they'll be charging around these trails, some 90 kilometers. As I said, the Montagu community have banded around the Absa Cape Epic like a few other villages we've seen in the recent times. Self-on Sale was the instigator during the COVID pandemic, in fact. She was given permission by local government and municipality to access a few areas around the side of town here, just outside town, as you see there, and decided to get some trails built. And a man, in fact, who's leading the Great Grandmasters, second Great Grandmasters, Corey Miller, came out and built some trails. And so it started, the whole process. Oh, well, we talked about the aggressive start. Look at this fan across here, just perhaps here. Like, okay, guys, it's a bit too early to start racing. Let's just ease into it. Don't be fooled. This is a head-on shot. You do not get the perspective of how hard these guys are actually going. They are going hard. Timotizia Obea was prominent there, Stutzman and Serrano, and Honeycomb 226s as well.
Well, that's exactly why you want to be at the front. Like, you have a big, wide open road. Everyone is trying to get next to each other or to the front because you want to avoid this kind of scenario.
Exactly that, yeah. Squeeze into the trail, fanned out across, some having to slow and stop. And this is what happens. It stretches out and little gaps appear. And if you're not around your partner, a little bit of panic can set in. Got to be calm. It's a long, long stage, 90 kilometers, a long way to go. So do not panic. Do not get unduly stressed by it. Oh, look, there's a little bit of a gap there. Yellow jerseys nicely positioned right near the front of the race where they want to be as they head through the orchards, alongside the orchards of another of these wonderful farms. And already you get a perspective of the different terrain here. Scrubland, succulent bush, and Klein Karoo. That's a look at where they are. So they are, as you can see with our little ticker, elite men heading towards Doringlaagte, which is a wonderful campsite and resort. The Creel family will welcome them through there. They actually have a start and finish of a race there called the Hills Challenge in November. And then Koers's roller coaster will be the first Toyota Tough section, or the Toyota Tough section for today. And this is all virgin territory for the riders here. Some might have done a little bit of riding here, but for an Absa Cape Epic field, this is all new ground.
Yeah, some of the riders came out earlier this month or the month before, just to get a glimpse of what the terrain is like, what the climbs are like, the mountains and everything. So the more you know ahead of time, the easier it will be to kind of like adjust to the new terrain. As a rider, so you know what to ride, but also for the mechanics and the support team behind, because you also have huge amount of support teams going out there. We have now feed zones as well, where some of the supporters need to be with the nutrition, especially on a day like today. It's super important. You don't want to miss a bottle. They're going to get ice socks to keep the core temperature down. So we currently just see the race that the athletes are doing, but there's the same race in the staff teams as well. You kind of like, you send off your riders, you get back into the car, you have everything ready, and you aim for the first water point, water feed zone, and you want to make sure that you don't miss your athletes there.
So this is a look at that profile for the men's race, 90 kilometers, and well, you get an idea where the 2,150 meters of climbing comes from. A lot of shark's teeth there.
Yeah, there's lots of up and down, steep climbs as well. The beginning is still a little open, some 4x4 tracks that they're going to go through, and then the single track comes more towards the middle and the end. Positioning is key today. Definitely what we saw earlier, if that happens too many times, you have to put so much effort in it to get to the front again. And that's also where you can lose sight of your partner, because if you're right there at the front, the field is big. You don't always see your partner right next to you, but your legs are feeling good. You're right there at the front. No one is telling you that your partner is actually struggling farther back. You have to make sure that you stay within those 2 minutes.
This is the women's route today. The only thing is they just come forward to basically about where the first water point is, and they do 66 kilometers. No other deviations from it, so the rest of the route is the same. 66, 1,800 meters of climbing. Ironically, the women will do a shorter total distance over the entire week, but they will do more meters of climbing per kilometer than the men. So don't think that they are not being challenged. This is a seriously, seriously tough challenge for every single rider here. So very, very tough heat for all of these riders. This is the next batch about to set off, and well, unfortunately this happens. Not many people didn't finish yesterday, but on the left-hand side there, Neo Energy's Alexander Lawrence parking his bike there, just chatting. He is partnerless today, although his partner's probably somewhere in here, but Hanru Geldenhuis is his partner, and yesterday I didn't think Hanru got through the prologue, unfortunately. They're relaxed, they are, and we can see the Grandmaster women leaders in there as well. And the Grandmaster women's leaders, Martha Kukumura and Jenny Ronigan, they're the defending champions. So they've started off well in the defense of their title ahead of Hannele Steyn and Lisa Tsepek. Well, Hannele Steyn, the last lioness, one of two, who doing their 22nd Absa Cape Epic. Paul K sends them on their way, and it's racing time for the next batch off the start line. Now keep coming off the start line until 8:20. The excitement and the adrenaline from the prologue for all these amateurs, many newbies in this race. They have newbie on their numbers, so that's not an expression we use. And there are many of them here. That excitement now has abated a little bit. The reality of what this race is all about will confront them right now.
Yeah, I think you have to have a lot of respect for the newbies in there, because they're the ones that did not or don't know yet what they signed up for. But there's a lot of experienced people around them. Thanks to the media team that we have out there, also lots of coverage that you can go through to prepare yourself the best way possible. I mean, with 21 years of racing epic, there's so much footage out there, and you kind of when you watch it, get an understanding of what you get yourself into it. But then once you have that number, once you signed up for it, and once you're here at the stage, it gives you the true kind of feeling of what it is, riding down those downhills. I mean, here the vision is zero. This is so dangerous. One of the rocks that maybe moved from the side into the line can throw you off.
Yeah, and you could get that perspective as well by the way they're going down there. It's not absolutely full gas. They are very, very conscious of the dangers here, as you would be with these riders. So, yep, they are going to get to know the terrain here. It's raw and rough, and a throwback in many ways to days of yore and those early days of the Absa Cape Epic on this rough and tough stage number one, the first of the marathon stages here in the 2026 edition of the Absa Cape Epic, which is a dynamic race because they've got two big marathon stages. Now there's trouble here. Oh, that's exactly what you were talking about.
No, unfortunately, this is what can happen. Like you don't see exactly where you're going. You get pushed off the main line, and you can see how small the clear path actually is. And then if you want to overtake because you want to make up some time because you feel better on the downhills, whatever it is, you get off that main line where it is nice and clean, and you're just gonna hit the rock on the side. This does not look good at all. It doesn't look like it's gonna be easy to fix. And again, the partner is maybe at the front and riding his race, and then and only late they're finding out. Oh, here we go. They found each other. That's already a good thing. Now they can look at it and hopefully get the tire back on the rim.
That is 7C Pedregal, Luis Meyer and Keron Fonseca. So they have a major problem, the Colombian and the Puerto Ricans. So they are going to have to find a way to resolve that in some way or another, Ben. As a Sonia and a man who looks after teams, that's your worst nightmare, I'm sure, when you see that with your team.
Yeah, especially here because you can't help them. You know, they have to make it to the next tech zone. The tech zone is another 10 Ks away. So they have to make a plan and get that tire back onto the rim. They should have the spares width that they need, depending a little bit of if the rim survived or not. But most likely, if they get the tire back on, air in it, hopefully they can get at least to the next tech zone.
Lovely close-up visuals of our leading men here as they get to grips with stage one. Matt Beers. There's Wout Alleman, the Belgian champion, his partner, the Czech champion, Martin Stosek. Had a tough day yesterday, did Stosek. He's got plenty of time to redeem himself today, no question about that. You saw Mark Pritson on the front. There's a South African marathon champion. And alongside him, David Serrano, who's arrived here in really, really good shape. So I think the Clementizia Albert team have plenty to prove today and plenty of firepower to make it hard for every single team in this race. What a visual, what a beautiful sight of the Langeberg Mountains as they traverse these hills and valleys.
Yeah, beautiful pictures we get from the media team. And I mean, there's 2 helicopters up in the air. There's more than 20 motorbikes within the race that give us the footage that we currently see. It's also the media team that we have at this event. It's outstanding. Like they start early in the morning, make sure that the route is clear. The route team is making sure that the arrows are all in position. The amount of work that goes into this race, to a stage like this, most of it you don't even get to see. And all for those riders to make sure that there's no confusion of where to go and being able to fully focus on their own performance.
Victoria nicely positioned there. Mark Pritson's partner, Felix Stili, is not in that frame. He's a few riders back. Still not in vision now. So he's got to be mindful of that as Mark Pritson to nurse your partner through it. And so there, Matisse Zaro and Yuri Zanotti there, Gaze and Luke Schwartzbauer. Now in the red Absa African jerseys, the South African pair of Wesselboot and Johan van Sail. They have those on loan because obviously the leading African team is Beers and Norkier, but the leaders jersey, Chivita yellow zebra stripe leaders jersey, takes precedence over the special jersey, the Absa African jersey. So that's why it's on loan to the second place team in that category. Point again, positioning key, narrowing down to the single track.
Exactly. And then also, if you have more teams within the race, you can also risk a little bit more at the front because you know your backup team is going to be right there behind you if you have a mechanical. Teams that don't have support, they have to be much more careful.
Steely and Pritson are separated by probably a dozen, maybe 15 riders on this trail. And this is another area of concern for when you're riding into single track like that, and suddenly you are quite widely separated, and your colleague, your man who's further back, Steely, has to do a lot of work to get up there. So, yeah, all the nuance, the strategy and tactics surrounding mountain bike stage race in sharp focus here on stage one. That's what it's about. Yellow jersey, 6 seconds is the margin there. So that is going to be a fascinating battle. Vendetto and Brido will feel they may have been compromised a little yesterday. In fact, I don't think there's any doubt as they were heading down the last single track on that prologue that Martin Stosek of the Buff PH team was struggling and did sort of hold them up, not on purpose, but that's the nature of racing, and cost them seconds and possibly the hold on that yellow, a chance to wear that yellow jersey. Oh, here is trouble, and this is real trouble. Hans Becking and his partner are in a spot of bother taste Reiter. And here again, the terrain is taking a toll.
No, definitely. Like, you have to be so careful, like we mentioned earlier. Luckily, again, they have the spares with. It looks like they have a drivetrain issue. The chain came off. Maybe bad shifting or misshifting, and it can happen. You come down from a downhill, and then there's a 90-degree corner, and then straight back up again. It's so quick, and still early stage, but they are moving. You have to be on the pedal, on the gas all the time, and small mistakes can lead to something like this, and it costs you not just the time. Now they're also going to be in the no man's land because you tried to make up to the front. The front is moving, and now it's only 2 riders down to do the chase. So this is, the last thing you want.
And it's stretching out now, that's for sure, on this single track. Look at that, all the way back up to the top of that hill there. So this is the danger of, firstly, getting a mechanical like that, and secondly, getting separated from your partner, as Pritzen and Steele are just a little bit at the moment. But I tell you what, Stutzman and Serrano are going very well at the sharp end, and you get riders who just looking back as well all the time, just making sure their partners are safe and sound coming down there. Lachlan Morton, Andrew Lesperance together there, and the Insect Science pair coming through as well, going nicely, the South African pair.
Yeah, what's 10 seconds at the top when the group is still together can be at least like 30 to 40 seconds at the bottom of a single track like this, because it stretches out so quickly. So again, the positioning, being right at the front, the vision, like I said earlier as well, like there's so much dust when you ride in a row like this, and with that, the chance to make mistakes is super high.
Look at these trails, beautiful trails. Chris Birkin is the man who's driven that together with Cameron Tata. They moved to Montagu in 2022, so it's all a new thing for them. But my word, they've grasped the nettle and run with it. Fantastic to see.
Now, the speed is insane. Like, if you look at this is at least like 45 k's an hour, the way they ride along here, if not even more. Like, this is flat out.
And we are looking through the lens of a camera that's equipped to deal with those sort of issues. These riders dealing with the dust. Now, our Exaro special jersey wearers and leaders, and this is why we're here, because we've got more drama and more trouble out on the trail for the team of Luis Meyer and Kieran Solis. That's the team that we saw with the broken wheel.
Yeah, they're still, it looks like they're back on the bike. Oh, he's actually riding on the rim. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see.
Wow.
This is going to hold up for like probably another 5 k's at least to the next tech zone, and they're on carbon rims. So the chance that this thing is going to break in the next downhill is very high, and then from there onwards, you pretty much have to, you have to walk. There's not much more you can do.
All right, it's flowing past them here, and as I said, they are in the elite men's race, and their day is now turning into a day of survival and mental strength, and well, how that's holding up now, it's extraordinary.
Yeah, if he makes it to the tech zone with this rim, huge shout out to the manufacturer as well, because this is not what the wheel is designed for, definitely not. And you can see it's struggling a lot. It's getting more and more loose. And with that, you also need to be careful that you don't damage the frame itself, because if that's the case, then your race is very much over, because you cannot change the bike within the tech zone, but you can change all the components on the bike.
Well, he's the Costa Rican national champion, and he is now finding out about how harsh the African terrain is, as he has to pedal his way to at least 24 k's, which is where the first water point is. We've still got a way to go, and what a day they've got on their hands. Meanwhile, batches flying past the mixed masters, grandmaster teams coming past them. And this, in fact, right at the back of the field, the grandmasters, back of that little section, ticking over the kilometers. These are highly prepared, highly dedicated mountain bikers, giving their absolute all here to try and get through the stage. So these trails all cutting through this rough, little sharp pedals and rocks. Yes, it's cleared a little bit, but not by much.
No. And rocks can always move with the amount of riders. Like, again, like the clean line you have on those downhills is maybe 20, 25 centimeters of width. That's kind of like your safe line. As soon as you're like a little bit off, as soon as you come into the corner too hot and you're off that line, the chance to cut a tire or misshift, it's always there. So you have to be so focused from the very beginning.
Riding alongside these, along the trails, there's a mixed and masters and grandmaster teams heading up the climbs here. Yeah, look at these trails, and I cannot emphasize enough how much work has gone into these trails. They've built something like 90 kilometers in the last 18 months. The total number of trails there, 300 kilometers of trail in the Montagu Trail network, and it's really wonderful to see the revival of mountain biking here. It was a hotbed about 15, 20 years ago. They used to have plenty of races out here, and it went dormant, but it's been resuscitated by that Montagu's Trails Committee, myself and Sal, Chris Birkin, and the whole team have done an incredible job to allow this race to happen. In fact, the man sitting in the helicopter now with his camera on his shoulder was a big driver at Mark Leroux, who is a resident here in Montagu of late, and he was the contact, and slowly but surely the blocks were put in place to bring Hendrico Berger, the route director, out to the Montagu area and to start exploring the options of bringing the race here. And that happened in 2024 when Hendrico first visited here, and in May last year they got that letter to say, letter of intent, we're coming to Montagu. What excitement for them.
Yeah, it's a beautiful area. It's now with the mountain bike trails that are available and accessible for everyone. But it's also like the door into the Karoo. Lots of campings around. I've been here with my family before. Lots of the fruits, the dry fruits, the fruits are coming from this area as well. Beautiful, stunning views. Lots of hiking, lots of mountain biking now. And it's only 2.5 hours away from Cape Town as well. So no, it's a stunning area, and the people are so friendly as well.
Absolutely wonderful place to come and spend a weekend and try and enjoy, or absolutely enjoy, the delights of this part of the world as they swing past these farms. Like Luther Pietenel, he is a resident who moved from Mpumalanga in 2008. Bought his bakkie, his pickup, full of trees, and he's planted a wonderful aloe and pelargonium garden. 64 different varieties of indigenous trees. Just one of the many landowners here. Heading towards Abrikoos Kloof, which is where the women will start from at 24 kilometers as well. Henry Beelan and Lorenzo Trinchieri here. Getting distanced a little. Road crossing marshal, just ensuring local marshals getting out here to make sure the children can get to school safely and catch a glimpse of this Absa Cape Epic as it streams past. But they're off to school.
I'm sure the teacher can excuse them if they tell them that they were just cheering on the riders here.
Yeah, I mean, and the Absa Cape Epic obviously has visited so many parts of this beautiful province of the Western Cape regularly. Towns and villages, Grapau and Greyton they've been to, and Stellenbosch, pile and the like, so there's a familiarity with the race. But coming out here, there's a whole generation who have no idea what it's about, so they're getting exposed to it today, as you're being exposed to the quite glorious sights, profile, and the silhouettes of the mountains heading out into the Karoo.
Yeah, and that's not fog that you see there in the bottom. This is all the dust that the riders and everyone on the trails is putting up in the air. Beautiful, beautiful morning, and still not too hot just yet, but we started off with just over 20 degrees already this morning. Didn't cool down too much overnight, and those temperatures will rise very quickly.
Yeah, if you look at that clock, they're 7:05. These riders would still have another half an hour waiting to start in ordinary circumstances, but the start moved forward today to mitigate against the riders getting the brunt of what is expected to be some very high temperatures later on today in this part of the country. So these riders will be, on one hand, just a little bit if they have to get up a little bit early, but I don't think that'll bother them at all, because they had a good rest yesterday, shortish day yesterday, transferred to Montagu, could have had a good evening's rest, and then up nice and early. The nerves would have been jangling anyway, and get riding nice and early.
Yeah, I think that half an hour in the morning doesn't make too much of a difference to start for the riders themselves, but it will make a huge difference towards the end of the race when you're like out there in the sun baking. And therefore, again, a big shout out to the organization. They do have the riders' safety in mind all the time. They were looking into what the weather is going to be like, how long they're going to be out there as well, and with that they made this decision. And
I think consultation with the head medic Darren Green and Shannon Bellstar as the race director. You know, first race as the race director. What a journey, and wonderful to have Shannon as our race director at the Absa Cape Epic here, bringing youth and innovation and lovely energy to the event, and quick thinking, because these decisions have to be made and made quickly in order to prevent any issues occurring out on the trails.
Yeah, she and Enrico, the two of them, they have everyone's best interest in mind, and it's so many you kind of like have to please as well, right? You have all the riders and the media and the townships and the VIPs and so many people. And the job of those two is incredibly important, and they just do it. They finish it with excellence.
So the race village at Montagu High School, the primary school, is where the accommodation is. So it's not far. It's only about a 3-minute walk down the road. So this will be where the riders leave and arrive back to. Here's another batch. Roll off the start line and begin their journey. What a thing it is. This Absa Cape Epic has evolved over the years. Those early years, as I said, 2005 and 2007 were the last time Mount Montagu was used, and that was when it was a point-to-point race from Neisner to Stellenbosch, and long transfer days, 105 kilometers they rode from Barrydale, which is not that far away up the road here, but they found a way to take 105 kilometers to get here, and this is a 90-kilometer day of 2,150 meters of climbing. How the sport has evolved. Let's now go down to the start and hear from some of the riders further back in the field and their thoughts ahead of the stage one, the first marathon stage.
So here we go, stage one, Montagu. How did everything go yesterday? You come across safely. How beautiful is it here?
Very, very beautiful. Yes.
Are you excited about riding today? Friends, tell us a bit about the relationship here in the partnership.
We are friends, and we also coach a team, and we are very excited to be here. My stomach is throbbing, and yeah.
You both from Israel?
Yeah, we are from Israel, and we know each other from riding actually, and we're good friends, and we're gonna fight today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
A very good morning to the Whites, all the way from KwaZulu-Natal, Belito side. How's it going? You got a bit of a weapon here. Are you hurting him yet?
Das ist definitely my secret weapon. I am full on nerves. Don't know, I'm taking each day at a day. So I just need to survive every day. But yeah, it's my secret weapon and hopefully we're just going to have fun and survive it. That's our goal.
So the last time I saw you, you were leading a band of brothers in the desert, Joel Stradsky. We saw Jeff there. Yesterday, you must have had some demons coming at you in that heat.
Yeah, that's for sure. Thankfully, we got off nice and early yesterday, which was amazing because it looked like it got properly hot out there. So yeah, it was definitely brought back some memories of the desert. Thankfully, a lot shorter, but no, it was good fun.
Who's hammer? Who's the nail?
I think I'm going to be the nail. But yeah, we excited. It's Joe's first, so super excited to be here and to hopefully get safely through.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Team Camp Champ, nice to see you on the start line this morning. Gentlemen, the gees has been lekker.
Awesome, man. It's always amazing. It's like a reunion every time we come back to the Cape Epic, so it's awesome, yeah.
Tell us a bit about yesterday, the transfer coming through to Montagu, the recovery, all good?
No, it's amazing. We love this area, eh? And it's nice to be with this legend here, so he'll get me through my first epic.
Exciting days racing yesterday. I know you got a lot of athletes racing. Just so good to see the South Africans hoying it.
No, it's awesome, man. It's amazing. It's great for Tristan and Matt to take the first win. And then our ladies team doing a good one, fifth. It's a long week, so let's see what happens. It's amazing to support a great bunch of athletes.
Personal goals for you two this week. Obviously, the finish line's where you want to be, but are you going to warm yourselves up into the next couple of days?
For sure, yeah. We're going to take it easy with the heat and etc. My aim is I'm on Mobesi, and his aim is to finish the epic on a high.
And actually be able to enjoy some of the views and not be able to just look down the whole day. That's my aim.
Looking forward to celebrating with you both on Sunday, guys. Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm here with Duma and Ayanda from South Africa. They are from Grabo. How was the first day? Your first epic? How was the prologue?
Yeah, the prologue wasn't that tough. It was just a warm-up for us, but we don't know about this day.
Still got lots in the legs. How are you looking forward to this week?
Today we're just planning to finish. And this year is not for us. This year is our first year, so it's not for racing. We'll just cruise today, just to finish. Yeah.
Dumna, it's also your first epic. How was the preparation going into this race?
The preparation, it wasn't good, but at least I tried. I trained on the last days.
And your preparation, have you been able to ride together a lot in preparation?
Yes, as I'm doing guiding, so I was riding almost 6 days a week, and riding more hours. So yeah, I was getting actually more in riding, and also was doing the trail running also. So yeah.
I see Peregrine on your shirt. They're making great coffee. Is that your secret to having fast legs in the morning?
I don't know how to say that. I'm speechless.
Anything for you to say about the coffee at Peregrine?
Yes. It's actually a great start for the morning, yeah, to keep you smiling for the whole day.
Great, thank you. Good luck. Good luck to you guys. Good morning, Letsega. You're an absolute icon of this race already. How are you feeling? It's how many epics is it?
Number 6.
Number 6. You're very experienced. What is your advice to the amateurs out there how to approach this race?
Well, from my understanding, the terrain will be rough, so make sure that you are taking care of your bike. Rubber side down, and it will be hot. So hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. It's important to continue drinking and eating right through the day.
Thanks so much, Remo Filwe. How is it for you to race this? What is your message that you want to send out to the world?
That we can. As females, we are just as capable. And yeah, we're here to have fun.
Thanks so much. Good luck, ladies. Good luck. Viv and Barbara from the Trails Angels, another brilliant women's team with very strong legs, I can see. How are you looking forward to this week?
I'm so excited, nervous because I'm a newbie, but it's very cool to be a newbie being older. So
amazing. Are you mothers? Are your children watching at home?
Yes, I'm a mom, so hopefully they are watching.
Hopefully everything is going well at home. Who's looking after you this week?
Who's looking after? We're looking after each other.
We're in the tent.
Yeah, we're in the tent. And Nikki's here if we need anything, so it's cool.
Nikki, who's doing the Trails Angels, brilliant. Good luck to you and enjoy and take in the scenes.
Oh, wonderful. The insights from and the emotions, the feelings from the amateur riders further back in the field. Everyone has a story of why they're here and what they are, what their goals are and their ambitions, the great support network, the commitment, the sacrifices they've made to get to the start line here. And you can sense that excitement as they want to deliver on all those commitments and their sacrifices they've made to make it count. Now we are back on these magical trails. Look at these, Ben. It looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks beautiful. But now also you can see the sun is out, the temperature will raise, and it's already spread out quite a bit. And we had a couple of mechanicals already so far. The front is moving, and you can see the gaps are, yeah, they're opening up. If you get a dead wheel here, it's going to be hard to kind of like make up time again. And the speed is just incredibly high, and I'm surprised that they go off that hard. And it's still 80, 70 k's at least. They're not even at the first tech zone point just yet.
Mark Pritson has been nowhere other than right on the front of this race for the entire, 45 minutes so far. Prepared to cut the path ahead and be the pathfinder, which is his want. In fact, he's not dissimilar to Matt Beers in that sense, Mark Pritson, and he likes to be a pathfinder. And Willie Vittoria there, the Gaze Schwarzbauer team are nicely positioned. Then Tristan Norkier, Serrano, Zaro, and his partner there as well. So it's early days, and it's demanding terrain. They're having to really keep focused, keep sharp, as we've seen, and you've alluded to plenty of mechanicals already. So riders keenly aware of the dangers that lie around every corner here.
Yeah, you see the big players, they're all within sights. They always look out, they always have a good understanding of where the partners are as well.
Heading towards Kurs's roller coaster, the Toyota Tough section coming up, and that comes before the first water point. So they will just be mindful of that on that ridge line. Beautiful, absolutely amazing. Huge credit to the trail builders here and those who've come out and explored these paths to give the riders this experience. They have a very growing, increasing Montagu Trails membership, and in fact what they did leading into the Absa Cape Epic for 4 months leading into it, they gave a sort of discounted 4-month pass. You could purchase a 4-month pass and come and ride here. It's Loert Goosen of Toyota Specialized in Buko, but and they found that not that many people took them up on that, so they were a little bit disappointed. Maybe, you know, not even double figures. But what they did find was that people came and rode out here ahead of the Absa Cape Epic, and instead of buying the 4-month pass, bought an annual pass.
No, that's
because
amazing.
They said, we're going to come back. The riding is so nice out here. We're prepared to get an annual pass, even though we live in Cape Town or Hermanus or wherever they were. They were prepared to buy an annual pass and commit to coming back and racing here. So that's what the fruits of putting the effort into creating a trail network like this that is so engaging and so enjoyable that riders want to come back and ride it again.
Yeah, and you want to support the people, the teams that are out here making those trails as much as you can. Even if you just come here like a couple of times throughout the year, it does help. At the end of the day, they also have to finance it a little bit with the income here, and just like being able to ride all those farms, like for the owners to open up their gates to let the mountain bikers come through. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many of them. The Van Deventer family at Aubrey's Kloof and Bobby Arnsveld, and Dennis Fiet at Aubrey Kloof's private pods, and the Monteview Nature Farm, Bertus Engelbrecht. And the Stemmet family at Stemmet Kwekerij. There's so many farmers, landowners and families who have allowed this to happen. And this network of trails, a long line of riders making no real chance here. No chance to overtake, no attacking going on here. Just let's get through here. Those opportunities will arrive later on in the stage. The big climbs are still to come. This is just the curtain raise, if you like, to the drama that is likely to unfold. We've had drama already with mechanicals, Hunspecking and Toysereta having to fix a chain, and that sight of Kieran Solis, the Costa Rican champion, and Luis Meyer, who are way back now in the field with a shattered wheel at the back, and so having to ride on the rim back all the way to the tech zone. 69 kilometers into the 90-kilometer day. I think, you know, we talk about how quick it'll be, but if you look at that the trail network, it's not fast riding.
No.
So it's going to be demanding physically, upper body, demanding mentally in terms of getting through the day. The heat won't be so much of a factor for these elite men now. That'll be a factor later on for those in the field. But yeah, it's going to be a demanding day, as every day stage one of the Absa Cape Epic has been from day one. The first day is something of a sort of shock to the system in many cases, so we've got to be mindful of that.
Yeah, definitely the prologue yesterday was just like a glimpse of what every single stage is going to be like. Fast, furious, like we mentioned, but now today you also see like how they recovered from yesterday, how they prepared themselves for the stage today. And then it's not just the physical, it's also the mental part, because like you mentioned, you have to be so focused all the time. And yesterday was only 40 minutes. Now today we're talking about three and a half hours of fully being focused about what's going on within the race, in front of you, where's your partner, looking after your bike. So it all comes together, and it's only stage one.
We're nudging towards 52 minutes of racing in the elite men's race at the moment, and still no shots fired in anger in terms of riders attacking, but just keeping the powder dry, because they know that the demands of this stage are enormous, and they need to just keep something in reserve for when the business end gets here. So the general classification, just to remind you of how it looks in the men's race at the moment. Reminder that the women's race will be setting off at 7:50 from the 24-kilometer mark, and they'll be doing 66 kilometers today. But the men's race, Toyota Specialized in Buko, winning that prologue yesterday, Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier, in 44 minutes and 37 seconds. Some 6.3 seconds ahead of Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto of Willia Vittoria. Climatizia Orbea, David Valara Serrano, and Mark Stutzman at 12.8 seconds off the lead. 25 seconds back, Origin Willia, Matisse Zara and Yuri Zanotti. Canyon, Luca Schwartzbauer and Sam Gaze, 58 seconds back. And the Bike Busters of Andrew Bealey, beg your pardon, the next place team, the two Topado teams, Topado Kent FSA 2 and 1, the Cosmo Dorigoni and South and Rabensteiner. And then Poro and Martinez were in 8th place, Communitizia Orbea 2. EF Education, Lachlan Morton and Andre Lesperance in 9th place. And the second South African team, Lachlan Morton and at least Bessel Boerter and Johan van Sail in 10th place for Insect Science Safari Essence. So this is the first of those water points, and expectation and anticipation for those there, and for us to see. This might be an opportunity once they leave here to start winding it up. Sun just onto the top of the mountains of the Langeberg. Beautiful sight.
Yeah, we're also going to get the first time splits here from this water point. As you can see, all the staff members, everyone made it out there. That's where they're going to change bottles. Some of them, they started just with one bottle because it's still early and you don't want to carry too much weight during the race. And now with having 4 options to kind of like take bottles from your team members or staff members, also that plays a bit of a role. Some of them you could see with the hydro bags, mainly because taking the bottle out is not the danger, but trying to get it back in and making sure you're not losing it on those rough terrain, on the single tracks and so on. That's always a bit of a danger. And we saw that even if you just miss your bottle, you lose a drop, a gel, whatever it is, the consequence can be quite dramatic because you're going to run out of fuel. And the hydration, nutrition is super important.
As you wait the riders coming into this water point, and this will be the start point for the women's race in a while. We'll take you away from Montagu briefly, but not for too long, because you don't want to miss this drama and the beauty of this beautiful part of the world.
20 seconds to go. Stand by for the gun. You are now in the hands of the star.
Michael riding alone.
Good morning. We've got two riders from Hong Kong, all the way. Your first Cape Epic?
No, I'm the first time. He is the first one.
I'm the first one. I'm the first one from Cape Epic, and I'm newbie, and it's very exciting for me because I joined Epic series last year. I joined the 4 Island Epic, and I feel it's very excited. It's very fantastic. So this year, he invited me to join the Cape Epic, and so I'm here now.
Thank you so much. Just a short message to the people at home?
I will finish it.
Yeah. Finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good luck today. Good morning. We've got somebody from Ireland here. Tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day. Any special outfit planned for tomorrow?
Well, I have my green kit tomorrow, my Tier Connell kit, our club kit, and my partner's going to wear that as well. He's from Dunloy, and he's Dunloy Cycling Club, but we're going to wear my kit tomorrow as our part of St. Patrick's Day. And look out for us tomorrow. We'll be wearing our tricolour badges and a whole lot. So happy St. Patrick's Day for tomorrow for everyone out there. And listen, this is just amazing. Cape Epic is just unbelievable, and we're just having such a great time. And I just want to thank all the organisers. It's just incredible. So from me, Jared Kern, and Justin, who's disappeared right now, but we're having such a brilliant time. And thank you to everyone. And once again, happy St. Patrick's Day. Good luck.
Thank you so much. A special message to you people at home, your loved ones at home.
Yes, thanks for all the support, all the club members, everyone that's come into the shop, everyone's wishing us well, and it's just been fantastic and just loving it. Like, we're just having the best time. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much. Good luck today.
Absolutely wonderful. Amateur riders ahead of their start there, just enjoying it, and they've only done one prologue day. Now we're on the route of the elite men, just over an hour racing, and Benno, I think the truce is over, such that it was.
Yeah, no, definitely. You see the teams still right together there. They made it through the water point. That's where they got the nutrition. None of them had any mechanical issues. They did not stop. They didn't waste time. But also, just before and after, that's when you have the dual track, like more wider open roads. That's when the back markers are the ones that got dropped a little bit or distance come back to the bigger group. The speed within the tech zone and feed zone is coming down a little bit. And now you can see there's a big bunch riding together again.
Yeah, the Canyon team up there for the first time. We've seen Mark Britson just a little bit further back in second wheel there, but Willie Vittoria there, the yellow jerseys, paying close attention to proceedings. Nokia and Beers. Remember, just 6 seconds between them and Willie Vittoria today. So there's going to be some intense racing there for them to retain that yellow jersey.
Yeah, and also you can see they have two teams within the race. They can also not sacrifice one of the team in the early beginning of the race to kind of like keep the pace high, and then the main team, the second team or the first team, whatever you want to call it, is kind of like just going with. But it seems like, yeah, Sam Gaze and Luca is in this group as well.
Bringing the pace on the front there, one each from the Canyon combination and one from Willie Vittoria, setting the pace here, and it's a good pace, that is for sure, as they find the dual track out on the Klein Karoo as they head deeper into the hills. Britson there, and well, Felix Steele, his partner, was a little bit off the pace of Britson early on, but not to worry because he's in this group. And that's the key. Of course, there's the two-team partnership or two-team race penalties if you are more than 2 minutes apart through a time check. And you do cop a time penalty, which is not what any team wants, but it can happen.
Yeah, easily, like we saw earlier. Like, it's so easy to lose sight of your partner, especially when it's dusty, when it spreads out. Some of the bottlenecks, it splits everything apart, and then only on sections like this is where you can kind of like quickly look back, see where your partner is. Communication, again, super important. Ariane mentioned yesterday that they used more sounds than words when it comes to communication within this race, because it's just too loud, too many things, helicopters, motorbikes, and then just the people around you. You don't want to share your kind of like tactics either. So you use sounds to find your partner, to kind of like communicate between the two riders.
All together for the time being, but those early trails and mechanicals spread out the field tremendously. So those caught at the back will be expending just a little bit more energy than they needed to or wanted to early in the stage to try and link back up with this group. But it's slowly but surely starting to thin out as they head out towards the first big climb, and that is approaching very, very shortly. And sitting on the front here, Brido now is Pritzen has taken over. Schwarzbauer and Gaze just behind them. And the ever-present Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia in the yellow jerseys. Pritzen has been ultra positive today. A South African marathon champion and a highly credentialed all-round racer. He's heading away to the United States this year to take part in the Lifetime Grand Prix series on the gravel. Running Matt Beers, who's been had such a success there. All eyes on the trail in front of them here. Real focus from these riders. And every now and again, that will happen, unfortunately. That's the nature of riding in the wild terrain here and the remoteness of this trail. Look at this, absolutely spectacular bush. They're riding through the trails, and it's all been connected to create 90 kilometers today and another big marathon stage in these parts tomorrow. So that's how much trail they've got here. Some 300 kilometers now, a network of trails. Not all single track, of course, but this dual track is rough and ready, that's for sure. And a few gravel roads and the big Oberg Pass to deal with tomorrow as well. That'll be a decisive area. Gege and Lucas Baum are there and thereabouts as well for the speed company in that group. Didn't have the best of prologues yesterday, but it's not their strong suit. And that was another fascinating thing about the prologue yesterday. Short and sharp, 20 kilometers. So it does suit certain teams more than others. And the marathon specialists, the likes of Singer KTM, Seerwald and Jakob Hartmann, found themselves a minute and 50 back. They won't be too concerned by that at this stage.
No, definitely not. Yesterday the gaps were quite close together. I think the top teams, they were all within less than 2 minutes. That is nothing when it comes to like a 90-kilometer stage. So many more stages. Losing a little bit in the prologue doesn't mean too much. Of course, the ego sometimes is scratched the most, but it doesn't matter too much for the rest of the time. Of course, the dynamic is changing a little bit. Once you're in the lead in the yellow jersey, you're kind of like going from hunting to protecting more than anything else. And you know that if you have good legs, you're going to go. If not, you just need to stay with the ones that are in second or third place. But also, again, it's early stage. What we saw yesterday, I don't think has to mean too much for a stage like today.
Yeah, just to expand on that a little, Singer KTM, Seerwald and Hartmann in 12th place, 151 down. Franz Klaas and Kevin Paneisen 152 down in 13th. Marco Beatrice and Travis Stedman, Toyota Specialized Buko 2. Different role to play here, 2 minutes and 7 seconds down. Wouter Alleman and Martin Storsek, 2:10 down. Tough day yesterday for Martin Storsek. Alleman arrived here with high expectations, and there's no reason to say that he won't deliver on that. Storsek has got time to ride himself in. He was the one suffering a little bit yesterday. Nicola Tafarel, his second Absa Cape Epic alongside Eskil Evanson Lee, the Norwegian, in 17th place, 2:29 down in the field. Hans Becking, Teisereiter, we saw them with a mechanical earlier today of Double Dutch. Becking, not quite the racing force he has been in the past here at the Epic, but still he's a competitive racer, and 3 minutes and 8 seconds down. Jaden Turlo Luutgers and 3:12 down, closing out the top 20 in this elite men's batch at the moment. Well, Julia Vittoria, they've got riders on the right-hand side here, Luca Brido, and then two riders back behind Luca Schwarzbauer is Simone Avendetto. Good tempo. Now, we've heard from her earlier today, been very active at the start line, but it's wonderful to have her back in the studio with us. Ariane Luthi, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you all had a good sleep.
Just a couple of hours, but we're fine.
Exactly, I was thinking so. It was a long year yesterday.
Yeah, so it's the excitement and this sort of energy around a race like this, where there's a new trail, new adventure for all the riders. Not even you, with all your experience in this race, has ridden a stage out here.
No, actually not. Yeah, I've finished 10 Cape Epics and I've actually never put my wheels on Montagu ground. I've been coming out here and I just managed to ride a few kilometers, very short. Unfortunately, I would have liked to do more, but it's very nice, beautiful nature. Very much.
Well, there's a long line of riders here, and at the back of this is Felix. And at the front of it is Mark. And beg your pardon, sorry to interrupt you there, Ariane, but we've got a little bit of a technical issue. We'll get you back on cue very shortly. But Mark Pritson doing a pacing job on the front end. Felix, his teammate, at the back, and he doesn't want to get too distant. Yeah, you won't get too far off the face, but Pritson has to be aware. In fact, he's just glancing over his shoulder now to keep an eye on where his partner. And there's a mechanical. Now that's an issue. We've seen a couple already, and now time is leaking away. It'll be, and is that down? Schwarzbahn and Gaze, it is. Canyon in trouble.
Yes.
It is. So they're having to prepare what might be a broken chain, not quite sure, but we'll get a closer look now. We've got a camera on the ground there. They are up and on their way. So Lucas Schwarzbauer had the issue, and they're back up and riding. Drama for the Canyon team. They were right up at the sharp end of this little group here.
Yeah, they were right second or third position earlier. It looked like a dropped chain. Coming around the corner, chain came off. Luckily, they got it back on. It looks like it wasn't too much, didn't lose too much time, but now all of a sudden you go from the front of this pack all the way to the back of it. Yeah, and of course you have to get back onto this.
And look how hard they're working on this trail. It's rough, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, you can not see the ground really, but it's definitely rocky, and you can see them wobbling up sideways a little bit and trying to keep their balance, keep the traction on the tires. Yeah, and it's very much a single track really, even though it's a wide road, but there's not that many lines that are actually nice and rideable.
Long drag up. This is the first of the sort of really telling climbs that they are heading up here. So this is going to be a tester. They're strung out now. And this is where the Canyon team, Gaze and Schwarzbauer, are now at the tail end of this group, not where they want to be. And not seconds ago, they were at the front of this group. That's how quickly things can change in a race like this.
Yeah, if they haven't had their coffee, they're definitely awake now.
Yeah.
It's quite difficult to pass riders at this stage as well. So it requires quite an effort, which they obviously didn't plan to spend already this early in the race.
Long line of riders. Mark Pritson continues to be the pathfinder here. So Willie Vittoria well represented at the front here. Their two teammates, Brido and Avendetto.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know whether they actually do work together a little bit, or if there's some sort of agreement between the teams to work for each other, or if it's just each for their own.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how that we were talking about having a teams in the couple of teams in the race, and obviously maybe tactics come into it at some stage, but also, of course, support for The mechanical, this is a rough road, isn't it? Wow, this is what we were expecting in Montagu, and they're getting it here in spades.
Yeah, it's wild terrain. See, I mean, on the left, these rocks, you don't want to ride there. So it's really actually a single track, even though the road is wide, and you really got to find your traction. You don't want to fall out of balance. You really don't want to overlap a wheel with the rider in front of you, because if this guy loses a bit of balance, you may be thrown off your bike, and you need to walk, and that just throws you off so much. But look at how much it's string out already. Now it's already an early decider of the stage here.
Kloof is doing the job here as they climb this spine of the mountain here. Very, very steep, rider off on the right-hand side. Exactly what you were illustrating there, Ariane.
Yeah, it's steep. It's getting steeper. This climb started quite gradually, and it's getting steeper towards the top. Obviously, also as your legs already start feeling that effort. Yeah, and it's tricky. Yeah? If you're not in the right line here, and to get off the bike, it throws you out the rhythm. And getting back to that balance on the bike, it's not that easy. But they're going again, and look at how the gaps open up already.
Yep. Yeah, look at them little gaps starting to open up there.
The South African champion is making an early selection here. Is his teammate with him? That's the other question.
Yeah, that's the key, and he hasn't been with him for much of this day, so he's got to be very, very wary of that. But the selection is going to be made here, you feel, in this race.
And here we see just how rocky this is. With the e-bike, it's still possible to somehow do, but definitely not comfortable either.
The combination of Shortspower and Gaze on the fight back after their mechanical drop chain a little bit earlier. Shortspower, the man, and then there's Gaze out of the saddle, pedaling up this loose and rough climb. Steep it is, but they're making their way through the field a bit here.
Yeah, here's a chance to overtake a bit. Luckily, there's just two tracks that are rideable next to each other. And here goes Wout Alleman out of the saddle, trying to get ahead of the other team, but very much Matt and Tristan on the wheel, obviously not losing sight of the lead here. But this is an early selection, and definitely already quite something for this stage.
Yeah, Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek on his wheel there. Storsek, the Czech champion in the Czech champions colours, and Alleman in the Belgian champions colours. But the notable factor here is that there's one rider from the Honeycomb 226's team, and that's Mark Pritson on the front in the all-white, the South African champion. His partner is not in that image there, so that's the one thing that could be of concern to that team. But Alleman is starting to make it nice and hard here, that's for sure.
Yes, they want to get back some time, as it seems. They really want to be in the front here and not lose any more to the gap that they got to themselves yesterday. So they want to make sure they are in the front here and gaining time on the others.
And also probably get into the single track on the other side first, because some of the other teams may be a little bit quicker on the downhills. If you are at the front, you decide to speed because it's not possible to overtake. And again, you have to try to get time back where you can, and as much as you can.
We see now Mark Pritson looking back, looking for his partner. It's probably the time that he realizes that his partner is not on his wheel or not in this group, a little bit dropped. So definitely important to look out for the partner. That's what makes this not that easy. It's not a race where, not on the like on the road, where you know where your teammates can position themselves much more easily than in this race. And also, you're not just racing for yourself, you really need to look out for your partner. And Mark Pritson has just realized probably that his partner is not quite there. Also, a Villiers rider I saw, I couldn't quite identify who that wasn't in the top selection. So also there, I just saw him chasing very hard to get on the tail of this front group here.
It might have been it's one of Azaro or Zanotti, I fancy, who's there, because the blue helmets of the Prado Avendetto combination are there. Alaman looking over his shoulder. Everyone's having a look over their shoulders to make sure. But I think Alaman knows his partner's there. They're looking at how much damage they've done behind them. They need to make time up after a tough prologue yesterday. But you feel that Pritzen now is starting to get a little bit concerned.
Yeah, he's taking some pressure off these pedals, looking back, see where Felix is in the bunch. And now they actually can look a little bit back, and he realizes, like, oh, wow, there's already quite a gap between him and the next group. So now is the time to probably pull to the side and actually go fetch the partner.
Yeah, and, you know, he's got to be mindful. There could be a time mat up the road there, and he doesn't know where his partner is. 2-minute gap, and then you're in trouble. Aubrey's Kloof cabins, how cool is this? This is absolutely Aubrey Kloof cabins. Beautiful, beautiful. The remote accommodation out here. Well, that would be a place to watch the race from, wouldn't it?
Yes.
We should have had our box there.
That's where we are. Not quite. Down the descent on the other side, into the dust and the harsh terrain of the Klein Karoo, playing a role here in a dynamic, wonderful stage one here in Montagu. First marathon stage of the Absa Cape Epic is delivering in spades here. Really high drama, great excitement as we've seen the mechanical issues, and we've seen teams, combinations being separated a little bit here on that climb, and the urgency to get riders back together again. And we've seen the yellow jerseys, solid and consistent, keeping their position in that lead group, which is key. This is our elite women's race. They're underway. Unfortunately, we didn't get them rolling away, but now they are, and they're on the route. And in those leaders' orange jerseys with the Uzwe backpacks, wearing the hydration packs, Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill. And with them, the world marathon champion, Kate Courtney, Greta Sevold.
Yeah, there we go. The women, it seems like the top two teams from yesterday are also here leading the pack. At this stage, it's a bit hard to make out who else we've got there. It's early in the stage. The women are obviously also aware that it's a long race, so we don't see everybody storming away right away from the front. You do want to pace yourself in this race.
And they're going very early into that climb that we've just seen the men doing. So that's going to be coming right up front for them. So key to be obviously warmed up and ready. Serrano on the front now. We saw him earlier. Clementizia Orbea driving the pace up there. Mark Stutzman, his partner, is there. The Swiss champion. I think one of those red jerseys belongs to him. The others, the South African pair, in the Wessel Botha and Johan van Zyl in those red jerseys. They are on loan, the Absa African jersey for that pair. I'll look at Beers and Nokia, making sure they get themselves positioned at the key area here.
Yeah, that's a good train to pull and be pulled with David Valero. Lots of power in those legs of this man.
Also two teams. They've got a handy second team in Samuel Poro and Luis Martinez. So Poro hugely experienced at this race. So they're a threat as well.
Yeah, Samuele Poro, one of the strongest climbers in the world, so many times on a World Championships podium. An exceptional rider from Italy who really does love the climbs.
Oh, trouble here. Yellow jersey in trouble. That's Tristan Nokia and Matt Beers have had to stop trailside and effect some repairs. They're looking back down the trail. There's trouble for the race leaders. High drama now. Stage one is taking a toll on this race. What is the issue here?
Yeah, you could see as soon as you leave the main line, and Serrano was definitely on the main line, the risk of puncturing is right there. And it looks like it is a little puncture, small sidewall cut. Hopefully they're able to fix it quickly, but you see a lot of teams are going by, and everyone at the front will take this as an advantage now.
Wow, this is a key moment on this stage one now. Beers off his bike. It's going to take longer than they expected as we get a closer look here. They're going to put the CO2 cartridge in and bomb it. And we've got our e-biker. In fact, Jason Boole is our e-biker today. Stefan Sam not with us. He's close in attendance there.
Staying calm and collected. You basically want to be like a surgeon with the scalpel, fixing those problems. You want to make sure that you fix this problem properly and not having to change, to stop again. We see the other team stopping for them. Marco Hubert, who was meant to partner up with Tristan before this race, he stopped to offer his help, but he was sent on by Tristan. It seems that they will be able to fix it. He's just putting in a plug. So these tires, these wheels are tubeless, meaning there's no inner tube inside. There's just sealant inside. And basically the easiest way to fix things is by putting a plug in. This is kind of like a worm that you put into the tire, and the sealant is then doing the job of sealing the rest of it if all works well. So they're putting it sideways to put that sealant, to gather the sealant there by the hole. You can see them shaking it towards where the hole is so that the sealant can do its job. They're not riding with inner tubes because South African terrain, there's a lot of thorns along the way. We see teams passing.
Turlo and Hurston are coming in to assist them. Yeah,
we
this is
see
Jaden Turlo and
another team maybe offering them the wheel.
Yes.
Let's see if they're actually going to change it. This is a lot of time that's passing here. That's very stressful. That's not an ideal start for the yellow jersey here.
This is absolutely drama here. As a swap of wheels now on Jaden Turlo's bike. He is riding with Loert Goosen. And this is that team dynamic we were alluding to just minutes ago, coming to play here for the race leaders, Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia. The high drama unfolding here in the Absa Cape Epic. And time is leaking away here, absolutely leaking away for these two. Real drama for the race leaders.
I'm very surprised that the first team didn't change the wheel, that they let them go, because that's also like almost a minute between. But by that stage, they probably thought that it's going to be a fix quick. But again, like every time you have to work on the tire, it is dangerous. The plug can come out, more air leaking. That means that you have to stop again. Hopefully they also grabbed some CO2s from the second team, because they probably used one or two already of their own, meaning that you never want to be without it either, because this can happen at any stage once over again.
Well, how's that going to influence the front end of the race here? Because all these riders will know they had the yellow jerseys, the distinctive. They're not here, they're not with us, and they are going to turn up the heat here. Chance for one of these teams to take that leader's jersey.
Yeah, and this is the difference to a Tour de France, for example, where one would potentially wait if something like that happens to the leader. This is not road racing, this is mountain biking, this is part of the game. This is not usual that the front pack would wait for the leaders, because it can happen to any team at any time. This is part of mountain biking, and that's obviously now, that gives these teams wings, because they see the leader's jersey in front of them up for grabs.
And this select group now, select over that big climb and the drama of now. Beers and Tristan Nokia to chase back and chase back. We don't have a definitive, precise time that they lost there, but 2.5, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was going towards 4 minutes,
4 minutes
actually.
even, yeah.
And now, you know, it's so important to take your experience. And Matt Beers, you know, who's done so many epics, obviously Tristan Nokia as well, but not to panic now. Now you cannot panic. You need to be patient. You can't make this minutes up in the next few kilometers. You really need to stay calm. You need to still ride within yourself. Otherwise, this epic will be very, very difficult. And you see how loose it is. It's not a difficult track, but it's so loose. Anything can be in the road at any moment. And that's what makes it really hard, actually. It's not a World Cup course, of course. It's not big jumps or rock gardens here. But because it's unseen terrain for them. They haven't practiced this course. They haven't seen these rocks. They don't know where there's a hole in the road that can catch their wheel. That makes it difficult here.
Also the overtaking, like if they're stronger, they again, every time they want to overtake them, they leave the main line, the clean line. And the risk of puncturing again is again right there. And you can see also the other teams, they fight for position, they want to get back to the front, but Matt is doing an incredible job here, pulling at the front, trying to get seconds, meters back.
This is going to challenge the combination, the new combination, Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier, like they didn't want to be challenged at this stage of the race, but they're finding out all about it here.
The Epic Series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities. The Absa Cape Epic is considered the world's premier mountain bike stage race. Often referred to as the Tour de France of mountain biking, this 8-day event takes riders across the rugged, unpredictable and stunning landscapes of South Africa's Western Cape. Now in its 22nd edition, the race draws world, European and national champions, as well as ambitious amateurs, who form teams of 2 to cover over 700 kilometers and climb nearly 1,600 meters. Almost 1,500 riders from 58 countries will take on this wild and wonderful adventure. This year's route showcases South Africa's wilderness, beginning with the manicured single tracks at Merendal Wine Estate during the prologue. The race then moves into the expansive wilds of Montagu, continues over the rugged passes and trails near Greyton, and finishes with the perfection of the Stellenbosch network for the grand finale. Today is the prologue, and it's a short, sharp loop out of the Merendal Wine Estate headquarters. This location is synonymous with the Absa Cape Epic, having been a host many times before. The course is just 20 kilometers with 650 meters of climbing, but there is a sting in the tail with the infamous Stairway to Heaven climb and the Dorsberg ascent and descent. It's a race against the clock, and the time is added to the team's overall standings. Seconds can be gained and lost on each corner, and the winners will be rewarded with the accolade of wearing the Zebra Leaders jerseys going into Stage 1 tomorrow. Team Buff BH Efficient Infinity with Rosa van Doorn and Vera Lossa come into this event bubbling with excitement and not very well prepared. Van Doorn has done just one Cape Epic last year and placed 6th. Lossa has done 5 and achieved a win in 2023. As marathon riders, this short course is not their daily bread and butter, but they have the bit between their teeth. Van Doorn pushes a little too hard and almost pays the price. They maintain composure and cross the line in just over 53.5 minutes, taking third place on today's hot, dusty prologue. Current world marathon champion Kate Courtney has entered the Absa Cape Epic once in 2018. She took the win with Danish legend Anneke Langveld. Courtney's new partner is the 4-day Tankwa Trek winner, Italian Greta Seerwald. They are riding for the She Sends Foundation team. The two riders slot into a formidable partnership. They flow well together and put down consistently good split times. They continue the pace down the loose Dorsberg descent and cross the line in 52 minutes and 21 seconds to take second place. Local favourite Candice Lill has entered into a new partnership with Swiss athlete Alessandra Keller, the 2025 World Short Course Champion, to form the team at Thomas Maxim Sabi. Lill consistently places among the top 10 at World Cup, but the thorn in her side is the Absa Cape Epic. He has finished second a record 5 times. This collaboration may just be the golden ticket. Both athletes frequently compete against one another in the cross-country circuit and share a great friendship. Working together is an invaluable asset in one of the most demanding races on the planet. Their history will pay dividends, and the prologue gives them their first opportunity to stamp their mark on the race. They have the fastest splits of the day and take the win, almost 1 minute ahead of second place. The women's podium sees Buff PhD Efficient Infinity in third. Second goes to the last-minute pairing, She Sends Foundation, and the win is taken by Thomas Maxim Sabi. Cross-country duo Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller will wear the orange leaders jerseys for tomorrow's stage 1. Fresh from their victory in the Andalusia bike race in Spain, the Climatizia outfit of David Valera Serrano and Mark Stutzman are on the start line for this year's Absa Cape Epic. The Spanish-Swiss combo are a force to be reckoned with. Valera Serrano is the bronze medalist from the Tokyo Olympics, and Stutzman is a former Swiss marathon champion and winner of the Swiss and Andorra Epic. They set a blistering pace early in the start order and crossed the line in 44 minutes and 50 seconds to take third. Last year's surprise runners-up, Luca Braido and Simone Alvedetto from Team Willia Vittoria, are cross-country specialists, but came in last year and turned the race on its head, missing out on the title by just 1.5 minutes. The prologue course is the perfect place for these dynamic riders to go all in, and they don't disappoint. Every inch of the Mirandal course, they push hard and catch the team in front. Martin Stolsek is struggling to find the pace on this short course and slows down Willia Vittoria. They finally pass, but the damage is done. Crossing the line in 44 minutes and 43 seconds, they take second place. The all-South African team of Matt Leers and Tristan Norkier line up as one of the pre-race favourites ahead of a wide-open field. Leers, the champion in 21, 23 and 24, is partnered with fellow South African Norkier, podium finish in 2025. Beers takes to the front for the rolling initial stages. This is where the Beers Express excels. He drags Norkier along and they stay ahead in the split times. By the time they reach the Stairway to Heaven climb, Norkier takes the lead and returns the favour. The two put down a fantastic ride and finish the course in 44 minutes and 37 seconds, taking the win by just over 6 seconds ahead of second place. The prologue shows how unpredictable and competitive this untamed race is. Clementizia Aubert finishes in third, Willia Vittoria in second, and the win goes to local heroes Toyota Specialized in Buko. The all-South African pair, Matthew Beers and Tristan Norkier, will be sporting the yellow leaders jerseys for stage 1 tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Montagu. It is stage 1, the first marathon stage of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic, and Montagu is bathed in excitement and energy ahead of the 90-kilometer stage around this beautiful town into the Klein Karoo, uncharted territory for all these riders, because the last time the race entered Montagu was in 2007 when it was a point-to-point race, and the race finished on stage 5 here and started on stage 6 in and out of town. And today and on stage 2 they are doing 2 big loops of this rough, harsh terrain that defines this part of the world as a mountain bike mecca. The race has evolved dramatically over the years, and this is what the Absa Cape Epic in 2026 is all about. The prologue is done in Mirandal. We're out at Montagu, 2.5-hour drive away and into the Karoo. Harsh terrain, succulents, different vegetation, and the barrier of the Langeberg Mountains separates them from stage 3, a long transfer, 146 kilometers from Montagu to Greyton as they skirt around through Bonnievale and then along the Refuson Mountains to Greyton, where they'll do a full stage, stage number 4, before the Queen stage will take them from Greyton to the heart of mountain biking in this country, Stellenbosch. And that will be a defining stage for sure. Stages 6 and 7 will enjoy the mecca of mountain biking, the trail network around Stellenbosch to its full. And that will conclude the race. For the women, the elite women's race for the first time, it is a shorter distance, 545 kilometers, but 13,250 meters of climbing represents a formidable challenge. Stage 1, 90 kilometers for all but the elite women today, and this is the challenge that awaits them. It is harsh terrain, raw, rough trails, rocks strewn all around the trail, and protection of equipment and each other in your team is going to be vital today as they come to grips with what this Absa Cape Epic is all about. After the 20-kilometer prologue introduced them to the event, this is the harsh reality of what defines this race and what makes it so special. Stage 1 at the Absa Cape Epic is always one that challenges every single rider in the field. Something of a shock treatment for some of the amateurs, but those elite men and women are up and ready and racing for this field. So 90 kilometers, 2,150 meters of climbing, and on the difficulty scale, it's 4.5 chain rings, which suggests that this is one of the toughest, being 5 the maximum, and that's what awaits them. Of course, this roller coaster, wonderful weaving single track built high on a ridgeline. And then the first of the big climbs up Arduous Kloof, the old name, original Dutch name for apricots, which grow in proliferation in these parts. And then lots of shark's teeth as they head all the way down to the slog, which tells you that today is going to be one of those days. The elite women will start their 66-kilometer race at the first water point and head straight into the Arduous Kloof climb, which is rough and demanding. It could create a few separations. Signal Hill and Stemmet Quickeray, and then that slog all the way back through Die Berge and Cape Dry, 66 kilometers for the women's route. As you can see, they will start at Arduous Kloof, 24 kilometers into the stage, which is what the format will be for the women's race right the way through to stage number 6, stage 7, and the prologue. With this, they'll race the same distance as the men. They have done in the prologue as well. This all to ensure that the women ride the same similar time on the route as the men. Time parity is what it's all about. It falls in line with international standards, but a little bit more background as to why and how this is going to work. Have a look at this.
Didn't know or realize what the epic was going to become, but we knew it was going to be hard. Women deserved and belonged to be on that start line.
The women's race didn't grow because someone made space for it. It grew because women kept arriving prepared and ready to race.
What people don't always see is the work between the highlights, the hours after the stage, the mornings when your legs don't agree with the plan.
Cape Epic is definitely a race of how you can manage every situation. Whether it's managing a situation that's gone badly or making the best out of a good situation, or where to spend energy or when not to spend energy.
It's going to be my first ever epic, and I'm actually preparing in the African heat to be ready for this year's epic, and it's going to be exciting.
The course isn't just terrain, it's Africa, so it is 8 days of consequences.
If you have a good day on the back, that doesn't mean that tomorrow is another good day. You have to take it day by day and try to keep consistent as much as possible.
The probability of having a bad day or a bad moment over those 8 days is highly likely. You need to be able to let it go and move on from it immediately.
If you're wondering whether this changes the challenge, spend 1 day in the bunch, then imagine doing it for a whole week.
What has always set the Absa Cape Epic apart is courage. The courage to evolve, to improve, to lead rather than follow. And years ago, when the Epic became the first event in the world To offer equal prize money for men and women, it sent a very powerful message. Women's racing matters.
And although we are super excited to see how far we can push ourselves and our limits, we also know that the people hold a lot of challenges.
It's the untamed. Anything can happen out there. The only thing you really can control is your team and how well you manage the unexpected.
After doing 21 Absa Cape Epics and preparing for my 22nd one, I can tell you it gives you nothing for free. You have to earn every pedal stroke. I will never lose respect for the route, the terrain, and in the weather that South Africa can throw at you.
Since 2004, what spelled a lot of the success of this race is that I can brace chain.
So that's a little background as to the women's race in 2026. This is earlier today, at half an hour earlier start today for the entire field because of the potential for extreme heat later on in the day, and to mitigate the effects of that heat on the back of the field predominantly. A decision was taken by the race organization in conjunction with the medical officer to start at half an hour earlier, and it is hoped that that will play into the hands of those back in the field and ensure that they get home without any serious effects due to what is expected to be some very high temperatures in this part of the world. So the elite men charged away on their 90-kilometer stage here with the race leaders' yellow jerseys on the shoulders of Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier by just 6 seconds on the Villiers Victoria team. In the green of the Toyota mixed, the star pair of Simon Andreasen and Jenny Risvets headed out to lead the field in the Zaro jersey. Damon Blanche and Leandro Rudan leading that, and they out of the gates of Montagu High School. And Montagu have really done an enormous amount, and they've been so enthusiastic and excited about hosting the Absa Cape Epic for the first time in 19 years. 2007 was the last time the race was here, a stage from Barrydale to Montagu, and that stage incidentally won by the great Bart Brenchens, and with him was Rudy van Hoots, and they are no longer. Now, we had an early drama in the stage here, and a very early reminder of how dangerous this terrain is. Kieran Solis, the Costa Rica national champion, riding with Luis Meyer, the Colombian, for 7 Pedregal. Well, 7C Pedregal, they had this issue, and this is what we would see. Riding on the rim, he would roll further and further back in the field. And then an issue for Hans Becking and Thijs Reiter earlier today in the men's race, and a chain needed to be fixed, so time leaking away for the pair of Hans Becking and Thijs Reiter of Team Double Dutch. Blowing through the dusty trails, a magnificent sight it was. These trails created and curated over the last 18 months or so here to provide a playground second to none for these racers as they headed off in their batches from the start here at Montagu. Plenty out already, nice and early, to send them on their way, and they'll be here to welcome them home. The Montagu Trails have done an enormous job here, and a committee here that has been so enthusiastic, together with the Absa Cape Epic route director Hendrico Berger, in giving these riders something truly exceptional to experience. Under the guidance of the Montagu Trails chairperson, myself and Sale, they've also had Kamintat and Chris Birkin have driven the trail network here brilliantly. Absolutely fantastic to see. Yep. So riders suffering all the way through this. This is Andrin Billy and Lorenzo Trinchieri also being rocked back by some technical issues, finding themselves further back off the pace in that elite men's group. Amateur riders heading out and getting to grips with what the Absa Cape Epic is all about, particularly those newbies. And there are a huge portion of this field embarking on their first Absa Cape Epic journeys here. And after the prologue, that would have settled the nerves, got the legs firing, and got everyone settled into it. Then the drive out to Montagu would have given them time to contemplate what lies in store for the next 7 days, as this race truly now comes home and tests every single one of these riders, as the marathon stages are the focus for the next 7 days of racing. Elite men charging through the Klein Karoo area. Mark Pritson on the front for Honeycomb 226s as they headed on to Koers's roller coaster. Absolutely wonderful section of single track. And again, credit to the trail building crew here, who've done an immensely impressive job in carving these wonderful trails out of the rocks and bush here to give mountain bikers an absolute treat. Montagu trails over the years have dipped and faded, and now they're back, and they really are back in no uncertain terms, because look at this wonderful, wonderful maze of trails that these riders can enjoy. And the long line of the elites, those early kilometers, almost 24 kilometers up to that first water point, was fairly sedate in some senses. And then we started to see an uptick in the tempo as the Canyon team of Luca Schwartzbauer and Sam Gaze and the Willia Vittoria team of Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto got to the front. Never far from the front was Mark Pritson. Either his partner, Felix Stili of the Honeycomb 226s, was never anywhere close to Mark Pritson, predominantly further back in this field, of some concern for the South African champion. The yellow jerseys at this stage keeping themselves nicely positioned as they headed towards the first climb. And then we saw a little bit of drama early on, because that is the Canyon team dropping off that lead group and finding an issue with their mechanical, with their chain, and perhaps a drop chain for Luca Schwartzbauer. Sam Gaze as well, right in there. And these are a pair who were 5th overall going into today's stage. And they are leaking some time here. Well, if you're going to have a mechanical, have it very early on. And this is high drama that happened earlier today, because that is the leading pair of Matt Beers and Tristan Nokier, flat on the rear of Tristan Nokier's tire, and the time was leaking away. They realized it was going to take a little bit longer to fix. They tried to plug the tire, then bomb it, then plug it again. And all the while, the race was going away from the race leaders in the GVD yellow jersey. 6 seconds was all the margin that this pair had in the overall lead. And mind you, right the way to 5th place Canyon with 58 seconds back. So they were seeing the race disappear up the road and sensing their opportunity. Those teams in that lead group started to hammer it away, whilst Beers and Nokia would be tested to the extreme. Patience required here, not to get too panicked about the situation. Beers, of course, very experienced as a 3-time race winner, and Nokia has plenty of Absa Cape Epics behind him, and they will know how to approach this situation. Well, all that drama happened inside the first 30 kilometers of this 90-kilometer stage, and now we are back live with the images from the trail. And Clementizia Obeya are right on the front here. David Valero and Mark Stutzman are leading the field. Willie Vittoria there as well, and Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, and the race pretty much exploded. Benno Willett and Aran Lutmi along with me here as they are hammering along Dead Man's Pass.
Yeah, we did not expect that much drama that early on. We knew that the trails are going to be rough, that there is danger within those trails, the rough, the loose rocks out there, but that it happened that early on, we did not expect. Normally the speed is kind of like normal at that time. Yes, they ride fast, but there was so much drama already early on. Like you see, right there at the front, you have a mechanical Canyon team is about 50 seconds down. Imbuka team, Specialized Imbuka team, they're now like 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes down, and it's halfway through the stage. So, like you mentioned earlier, now you have to be patient, you have to make up the time where you can, but also the front, they know now that the faster they go, the quicker they split the front group, the more time they're going to make on the ones behind, because they need to pass, and passing on those terrains is very dangerous. Like you have the single track, but then also on the 4x4 tracks going down or up, you can see you lose the main line, the clean line, and the danger of puncturing or having a mechanical is right there. I mean, Tristan had a puncher going up the hill, not something that you would expect, and the main thing was just not being on the clean line. one of those little sharp rocks puncturing side, cutting the tire, and there you are. Find yourself from right at the front all the way to the back. And they actually had to swap the wheel. They couldn't fix it themselves. It wasn't quick enough. Luckily, the backup team was right there, swapped the wheels, and now it's pretty much their problem to get to the next deck zone and figure it out.
Yeah, they took a wheel from Jaden Turlow's bike as he and Lurthusen arrived. In fact, Marco Hubert had arrived there before, but they allowed him to ride on. You never know where you might need him further up the road, so they used their second of their support teams as support. So we've got, as we can catch our breath now in this race, it is a fascinating battle going on up front. Climatizio by David Rolero and Mark Stutzman in there. Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto, William Vittoria, who was 6 seconds behind on overall standings. And also in there are the Buff BH team of Art Alleman and his partner Martin Stosek. Just a quick look at the splits at 38 kilometers of the 90 kilometers. And you can see there that the race leaders are nowhere in that group at this stage because they did lose 3.5, 4 minutes. So a real test for Matt Beers and Tristan Nokier's racecraft and their combination. It's a new combination in terms of this race, the Absa Cape Epic, because Beers, his original partner, was Keegan Swenson and had to withdraw. So a plan was made to accommodate Tristan Nokier into the combination. They have the yellow jerseys, but well, today they might not. Long way to go still, and we've seen stranger things happen before, but it's going to be a tough ask for them to retain those today.
The good thing is, for the South African fans out there of Matt Beers and Tristan Nokier, if you want the mechanical, you want it as early as possible in the race. So hopefully they got that out the way for the week, and they still got 7 or 6.5 very long stages ahead of them. There's plenty of ground to make up that time. So don't lose your hopes on the superstars of South Africa. It's early on. Matt Beers, Tristan Nokier definitely got the experience and the calmness to get this back and keep a calm head.
Now we're with the women's race, as we illustrated earlier, the women riding a shorter distance on each of the big marathon stages, but that is in order to see them riding similar time to the leading men here. And I think Courtney and Servolt are in there. I don't see the maybe one of the orange jerseys. Difficult to make out in this group as they sweep through the deck zone here. Anyone stopping here? Yes, there is an orange jersey and another orange jersey. So Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill.
So well, because it's covered by the hydration packs. It's Alessandra, well, it's first Kate Courtney, followed by Greta Seiwald, and then we have Alessandra Keller, who's got Candice Lill on her wheel. So the leading two women's teams are up front, but they're very closely followed by another team. It's just covered by our... Yeah, that's the Buff BH Efficient Infinite team of Rosa van Doorn and Vera Loser. They're just trying to close that gap here again, not losing sight of them. And Simtech.net is 43.5 seconds behind on that timing mat.
So the women, they started an hour, at least the men started at 6:30, the women started at 10 to 8 this morning, and they'll be doing 66 kilometers. So we should be getting both the men and the women finishing within close proximity to each other in terms of time.
Yeah, the men's finishing time is predicted to be around 3 hours and 40. Incredible to think was the distance they're actually covering today, that they managed to do this in such a fast time. For the women, the time predicted is around 3 hours and 15 from what I saw, slightly shorter than the men's finishing time, but we will obviously see how that goes. It's very hard sometimes to estimate. The profile especially is not telling the whole story. If one looks at a Cape Epic profile, one only knows half of it, because as you see, this ground is extremely rough and the rolling is all but fast.
is unforgiving terrain, as we know the Absa Cape Epic is all about. But over the last probably decade, we've seen the race explore many of the established trail networks in the Western Cape, and some of those are very nicely groomed, single track, beautiful trails. But you just take a look at this road surface and you'll know that they are riding true old school, raw, rough trails and dual track, and you have to be so careful. This will be a throwback to the early days of the Absa Cape Epic, that's for sure.
It's absolutely beautiful. I always love this. It's almost like, you know, you're climbing up a wall and you just need to find the smoothest way ahead of you, the easiest way climbing up this track. You constantly need to read the terrain in front of you. So you're really trying to suss out which is the smoothest way going forward here.
Valero and Stutzman, they've arrived here in such great shape, haven't they? And making their presence felt early on in this race. Great to see, because this man, David Valero, so experienced, 37 years of age. He's been around for many years as a cross-country star, bronze medalist at the Olympic Games. But he is such a versatile rider, not afraid to mix it in these marathon stages.
Yeah, he's made the transition to marathon racing from last year to this year, joining the Klimatica Obea team for the first year now, and teaming up with Mark Stutzman from Switzerland for the first time. So that's a very new combination. Mark Stutzman was riding with Samuele Porro last year. Both of them very much climbers now. Mark Stutzman is riding with David Valero, who you can see has lots of power, very tall rider, very powerful rider, and obviously a great locomotive to hang on to, especially when they get to the open roads.
They've done a lot of racing, perhaps more racing this year than most of the teams here. Med-Epic, Andalusia, Calpe, Andalusia. So there's plenty of racing in their legs here. So they've arrived here focused on getting themselves into perfect condition for the challenges of the Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, it's a Spanish team, and Spain has opened up the racing season very early in the year as usual. Lots of exciting racing happening in Spain already from the beginning of the year. There was already the Marathon World Cup in at the Costa Blanca. Actually very similar terrain to here. Also very rocky, very technical conditions there. I've been training many years there. It was very much great preparation for the Cape Epic.
Yeah, and this man was third in that race, Valero. His partner, Stutzman, didn't finish that race for one reason or another, but Valero won Andalusia, won Med-Epic, so yeah, he's up for this, that's no question about it. Well, look over their shoulders and they'll see empty roads.
Yeah, there's only 5 teams right there at the front. Then we can't see the gap to the next group, but it must be something like a minute or so. Otherwise, you would have them inside of pictures like this.
Well, wonderful land art there, Ben, I beg your pardon. It's wonderful to see the farmers and the community here in Montagu. My word, they have done such a job here. And the town are just bubbling with enthusiasm and excitement at having the race here. We've gone through so many of the wonderful landowners, La Priere and La Domaine, Duranglaagte, the Creel family, Piet Nels La Luna has welcomed the farm there. Abri Kloof and Bobbejans built, and the private pods, and Montagu and Stemmet Kwekerij, all wonderful hosts. Lovely to have them here. And tomorrow we might get another look at them as they go through different parts of the trail network here. 300 kilometers of riding opportunity in trails here. Not all single track, of course, and single trail, but 90 kilometers of trail have been constructed over the last 18 months or so.
Incredible landscapes as well, with the mountains, the red stone. Here you can see going through these plantations. Normally a little bit sandy in between. We can't quite see the ground, how loose it is.
Yeah, these orchards, well, this is a big stone fruit growing area, and of course the dried fruit industry huge in these parts. They'll come through Cape Dry, which is the biggest employer in Montagu, towards the end of the race. But they are hammering it on the front here.
Yeah, that first big climb stretched out the field quite considerably. We still got Valera in the front. He's very confident. He seems to be so strong, pulling along the Villiers team, as the Villiers Victoria team.
Yeah, they had a day yesterday that they felt they could well have been in the yellow jerseys, compromised a little towards the end of the prologue of the 20 kilometers by Martin Storsek and Wout Alleman, who they'd caught them. They'd made up 2 minutes on them and then held up just a little on the last bit of single track. And that might well have prevented them from wearing the yellow jerseys today and winning a second consecutive stage on the Absa Cape Epic. But this is Matisse Zaro, and he is racing for Regine Willier. So again, a couple of teams in here for the Willier team. Zaro with Yuri Zanotti. And this is a closer look at that group. Wout Alleman, the Belgian champion, and his partner Martin Storsek here.
Yeah, obviously Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek, who lost a bit of time. I think it was around 2 and something minutes at yesterday's prologue. They very much motivated to gain time towards the leaders and everybody that was in front of them yesterday. They lost a bit of time in those single tracks in the prologue.
Media e-bike today being ridden by an enduro racer of the highest order, Jason Bull, in the absence of Stefan Sam today, but Jason just getting ahead of the race for the time being. So this group has separated themselves. We'll try and bring you what the gap is, but most importantly, there's that soft sand you were referring to. Oh,
there we go. That's what happens. Yeah, as soon as you just have your front wheel basically skew, it's like pulling the handbrake in this sand. And it's quite hard because if you're in a bunch and you can't see and you just need to trust that front wheel, the wheel in front of you. But these sandy sections can really split up the field quite easily. And we do have some teams that have to chase back after the sand pit. David Valero, knowing where to go, leading the pack, has it a bit easier there, and that's the benefit of being in the front when you hit a sand section like that. If you're at the back and you don't know what's coming, you can only react, and that's often reacting the wrong way, having your front wheel skew, and that's just braking to zero.
All part of racing, and how you react to those little incidents that determines how you will recover from it and succeed. And that's, you know, we can't watch this without just referring back to the race leaders. Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier lost close on 4 minutes to a puncture. So that journey for them in trying to claw back time is made all the more difficult by the intense ferocity of the pace these teams are putting in here.
Yeah, and I mean, we see David Valero pulling at the front, and you would think that this is wasting a lot of energy, but sometimes, as you can see in those sandy sections, it's actually a benefit being in the front and having a clear view of what's coming towards you, and that you don't need to get off your bike or being thrown back because you can't quite anticipate the trail.
Well, they are making sure that they can all be in the frame for a look at that yellow jersey later on today, as they are closing in on another of the spectator points and a opportunity to refuel here. It's strung out, the pace is high.
You definitely don't want to be that last rider here.
No.
You can see it's always this elastic that's stretching and coming back, and that's energy that you're wasting. You can see now getting the feeding. Obviously, it's important to make out your riders quickly. Sometimes it's so fast that they come through here. So grabbing a bottle is anything but easy. And the soigneurs, the support team, needs to be very sharp and ready with the bottles to hand them to the riders as they blast through these feed stations.
Well, that tech zone is going to be a busy place a little bit later on, because we've seen earlier on in our recap of the mechanical issues that have befallen a number of these riders. So they'll be hard work. Wonderful support out on the route. The day trippers are out there. The Absa group are supporting and cheering. They're doing little shorter rides on these very trails and exploring the Absa Cape Epic from a different perspective, but as close as you can get without being actually in the race. Look at the pace, look at the aggression here of the Climatizia Orbea team, holding nothing back.
And this is proper Cape Epic terrain here. It's rough, it's always something unexpected around the corner. You just got to ride by experience, and that's where really having ridden a lot of Cape Epics and kind of knowing that, you know, you just got to be quick in reacting and read the trail well, really helps. And having obviously ridden a lot in South Africa, David Valero is not new to this race. Mark Stutzman is not new to this race. They've got plenty of experience in them to read these trails.
Valero, yeah, he's a pedigreed rider as a cross-country race. As now we get a look at the race leaders, the erstwhile race leaders. Virtually, they are not the leaders on the route, but well, this race has still got a way to go. 2 hours and 10 minutes into what is expected to be about where we're going, 3.5, 4 hours. This is Beers and Nokia heading towards that tech zone. So they look as though they're closing in on that. We reckon about 4 minutes they lost when they had to effect the wheel change with Jaden Turlo.
Yeah, it looks really that I've made up quite some time. That was definitely not 3 minutes anymore that they crossed this feed zone after the leaders of this race, of this stage.
What they go through there, that map is a foot and mouth disinfectant, every water point, every spectator zone, and that is to ensure that the integrity of the landowners and the farms here. Foot and mouth disease is rife along South Africa through the farms of cloven hoof disease that affects sheep, goats and cattle, and the farmers and landowners have been given every opportunity through a protocol that was engineered through the Western Cape government and through the Department of Sport and Recreation in conjunction with the Absa Cape Epic. They put protocols in place, and it's the first event of this nature to really do that in South Africa, to try and ensure that the integrity of the landowners and the farms is retained.
Yeah, massive logistical puzzle that needed to be put together just ahead of this race, and also not making it easy for the teams. It adds basically in grade, and it will add about 20 minutes more on the drive into the race village for support teams, which obviously, and it will be a queue happening, but all for the protection of the cattle of these farmers, and of course everybody is supporting that.
So Benno, they're making inroads into that time loss, aren't they? But at what cost?
Yeah, that is very interesting to see. They're making good time, definitely. They're probably gonna catch up to the second bunch. I haven't seen the Kenyan team just yet. They had also mechanical a little bit earlier. They will also be in the second bunch there somewhere. We're still waiting for split times to come through. And here we're back with the elite woman. Elite woman looks like 3 teams right there at the front.
2 teams, and I think the mix, that's Simon Andreasen and Jenny Risbets are the Toyota mixed leaders.
There we go, saying hello to their friends from the cross-country scene very much. It's a little reunion of the top World Cup racing women.
This is quite a unique image, because we've got the marathon world champion and the cross-country world champion in the same image here. Jenny Risbets is the cross-country world champion in the green of the Toyota mixed, and Kate Courtney is the marathon world champion. Yeah, a little bit of patience, and Simon just saying, okay.
He's showing her his skills there, balancing, waiting for Jenny to pass to give her the better line. going up that she can choose where to ride. It is very, very difficult track here. You see there's basically only one good line to ride on. Greta is leading the pack and showing the others where the line is to ride on. It's very, very steep. I can see the body position of Alessandra Keller, as always, rocking up and down on her bike, but she's very tucked down, and that means it's steep.
Even more unique. XEC, XCO, and Marathon World Champion in this group here, because Alessandra Keller is the short track world champion.
At least somebody's got the brain together this morning.
The Absa Cape Epic is bringing the champions together here. Just amazing to have that. Really fantastic. So,
and an Italian XCC champion as well in the Greta Seiwald.
So they're the leading women. Seiwald in the blue and Kate Courtney in the white, the world champions jersey, and then the Chivita orange leaders jerseys on the shoulders of Alessandra Keller and Candice Little. A sixth stage win for Candice yesterday and a first for Keller in her first day on the Absa Cape Epic, although she is so familiar with South Africa.
And there goes Alessandra Keller. Is that an attack that we see? Is that an attack that we see? But Candice is not following. Maybe she's just not comfortable riding behind and wants actually to see the track in front of her. Let's see if Candice is going with that move. I was just about to say they don't need to make up time. They can actually just save some energy and follow the She Sense Foundation team with Kate and Greta. But it looks like Alessandra has different plans today. She likes to see the front.
Well, we know so often we see her on the World Cup circuit, the short track circuit. That's where she likes to be, and she's a fighter. She's such tenacity and never, ever gives up. Not that anyone does, but you see, oh, this is chaos for this Torpedo team. Real trouble now. And again, the terrain here is taking a toll on De Cosmo and Dorigoni. And this is Jacob Dorigoni's bike, a front wheel puncture.
Yeah, we can see the tire industry is going to make some money today. Well, it's all sponsored teams, unfortunately, but lots of tires need to be replaced off today's stage.
This terrain is no respecter of what manufacturer, what tires. It is absolutely brutal terrain. And the Absa Cape Epic coming to Montagu to deliver a harsh terrain, and they certainly are getting it today. Back with our leading women, and Keller, Seiwald, Courtney, Lil, and then the Toyota mixed leaders in green. They will not be allowed to in any way influence or get involved in the racing. Then Simon Andreasen and his partner Jenny Rizvet's partner in life and partner on the bike.
Theoretically, they're not allowed to slipstream the women. But I think Jenny's got very much, wanting to see how her World Cup competitors are informed. This is very much a first figuring out where everybody is at leading into the World Cup season that will be opening in South Korea this year.
Yeah, first time.
For the very first time, UCI World Cup in Asia, as I know. Yeah.
So you've both been around the traps for many years in this world. Benno, have you ever done a race in South Korea?
No, never been there before. Never in that part. We went to Beijing. Yes, there we went to before, but never for a World Cup race. So that's the first time we go in that direction.
I haven't been to South Korea myself at all. Farnak Partuasar, who's riding for Pump for Peace in this race, actually had the Asian Championships in South Korea not too long ago. They are pretty good organized. There's other countries in Asia that struggle a little bit more with organizing things as we are used to. She's been in India before. This year, the Asian Championships will actually be in Uzbekistan, not exactly known for a mountain biking country, but it will be interesting to visit.
Down the descent they go, a little bit of space, and Rosa may be up the road there, because I see the two leaders here. Courtney's there, who's at least Greta.
No, this must be
Greta Sievold,
Greta.
yeah, not Rosa, Greta, yeah.
Using her skills to just get ahead a little bit and give her legs a slight break whenever she can. One needs to be careful because this can very much launch the other team for attack. So if you're riding in a team, it's very important to be very sure if you do open a gap towards your competitors, then your partner can follow because you can basically open the door for your competition for an attack.
Well, the skill level of these riders is absolutely phenomenal. All these riders in the elite men's and women's and many others, but dealing with the terrain here, the dust and the speeds at which they're going is quite phenomenal. You saw the ruts and the holes in the road, and they get through those. Back with our leading men's group here, and Clementizia Orbea, Willia Vittoria. The one group that we saw, Zaro and Zanotti, have an issue a little bit earlier, but Buff BH are in here, and that's Wouter Alleman and Martin Stosek making up for a tough day yesterday. And it looks like the other team from Willia Vittoria, Zaro and Zanotti are in there. Origin, beg your pardon, yes. Willia, beg your pardon.
It's Matti Zazaro riding for Origin. On the Origin bikes, a fairly new team on the World Cup circuit, led by Maxime Marot, very much an icon in the sport, many times French champion.
And one of those, perhaps one of the very best never to win a World Cup.
Yeah.
Sadly for him, but he's a familiar face in South Africa and at the Absa Cape Epic as well. 4 teams at the front here. Where is this day going to end in terms of that priceless leader's jersey? The story is about the yellow jerseys on the shoulders of Beers and Nokia as they claw back time. All the while, you know they are making up second by aching second, legs burning, keeping themselves hydrated and well fed to make sure they have what it takes to get to the finish and maybe get involved in this, but they've got a long way to go still.
No, definitely. On the last water point when they came through, they were in 13th position, but they already made up a minute to what they lost before. So you can see the pace is high. They are trying to do the damage control at this stage without risking too much. You don't want to get yourself into the same position again. We also saw that they did ride straight through the tech zone. They did not stop to fill up on spares or change the wheel. They got a good wheel from the second team, backup team, and they just trying to make up time as the race goes. Still early, halfway through the race only. So they try to kind of like, do the damage control and get back to the front team as close as they can. Partner up with some of the other teams that were also dropped before, find some new energy and close and try to close the gaps.
Verano and Strutzman, highly pedigreed. Then the 2 Italians, Belgium, the Czech champion, and Zara and Zanotti, the Frenchman and the Italian, now Media e-bike.
Many race wins accumulated in that front bunch.
See the yellow jerseys in this bunch here. There they are, Beers, and Nokia. And those they pass will be hoping just to hang on a little bit here. Just let's go with these guys because the train's moving and the Beers Express is starting to get going. Now, look at this 48 kilometers. Clementizia Orbea, Willia Vittoria, Buff BH, and Origin Willia. Topado Kenda and Topado Kenda FSA, the 2 teams. Well, it was one of those teams that had that mechanical. Honeycomb 2 to 6 is Pritson and his partner Steely 123 down. Insect Science, Singer KTM, both teams inside that top 10, but leaking a little bit of time.
It also looks like Matt and Christian overtook Marco and Travis again. So when they had the mechanical, they went ahead, but as it looks now, they already passed them. Wonder if they had a mechanical as well themselves a little bit later on. but yeah, there's no teammates nearby that could actually help for the chase. So they up there on their own at the front, closing the gap.
They've got past that little group there now, and they keep moving forward. Now, this is the European champion.
Andreas Sewald.
Sewald is
now on the wheel. That means they just passed one of the KTM teams.
Yeah.
That means they should be in the top 10 by now. We've seen the Singer KTM racing team with Andreas Sewald in 10th earlier, so they must have just moved up into...
They're on the charge, that's for sure, aren't they? They are pushing for all their worth to get back into contention, or at least to not leak any more time. Well, estimates around 4 minutes on this with the mechanical issue they had.
We had seen Mark Pritson very much leading the pack in the early kilometers of the race. He then needed to wait a bit for his Swiss partner, Felix Daly, who's riding the 32-inch wheels in this race. So they've moved, around 7th position. Another the South African champion, in fact.
Yeah, Pritson set the pace early on for almost 20-odd kilometers, and then realized as they reached the top of the first big climb that his partner Stili was a little bit off the pace. A risky strategy at the best of times.
And we see now, isn't Valero and Mark Stutzmann maybe a little bit ahead? Or if we zoom out a bit, how's that gap looking?
Yeah, they are... Well, let's see if we can get the image. That's Willia Vittoria and Buff BH are the two teams in that group. Where are the pair of the Klimatitsa Orbea? They're the team following them up behind here. So they're in fact off the back of that little group, yeah. On our media e-bike was on their wheels, so they're just coming back to rejoin the group now.
So interesting, Willia Vittoria putting the pressure on in the technical sections.
There's a big surge now. They're trying to go, putting them under a bit of pressure.
It's hard to make out on our screen exactly who's who on the screen.
Yeah, I think that's, I think that the Willia Vittoria are, I think, in the lead group here.
They are leading.
They're leading the pack. Fast descent this down through this valley, remote part of the Western Cape here, but finding these trails and flying along at high speed. But the group is,
but one team is definitely missing that we've seen earlier together.
We've got, yeah, a look over the shoulders now. We might get...
This is Willia Vittoria talking to each other, and on the wheel is Wout Alleman, the Belgian champion.
Still 6 there, and it is Origine
Villiers.
Yeah, so
Klimatitsa Orbea is missing here. Maybe something happened to them.
Meanwhile, we'll roll back. See them coming up the mountain. I think this will be images of our erstwhile yellow jerseys, Beers and Nokia, just inching their way. In fact, they're not inching their way. They are powering their way closer and closer to this race. This is a remarkable performance by this pair, ticking off teams as they go past.
Amazing. They've been coming basically from the very back of this elite men's field after the Mechanical Oil. And here I think we see the Klimatitsa Orbea team. They definitely on the bikes, so I'm not sure if it was just the legs of Mark Stutzmann that needed a little bit of grace from the powerhouse David Valera. Oh, what happened there?
So they are at the back of this group because Jason Booley, media e-bike, is at the back of this group. So yeah, they've got a bit of time to make up down this fast descent, and the rest of the stage here risks perhaps to be taken, and that's always the edge, the line you don't want to cross all the time. Stutzman and Valero.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened, that they fell back to this on the sponge.
It's also very hard to make up the gaps in between the riders. Now the riders, there's no one out there. It's very remote, so you never know how far behind or ahead you are of the bunch as well. So a very tactical thing. On the front, you know that you have to push hard, but you also don't know how hard the guys in the back are going. So once you see or you don't see the riders in front of you or behind you anymore, then it all becomes a little bit tactical as well. And it's often easier to chase because you pick down the team one by one and then hope that the front is not going too fast. But then also the front, they're putting a big pace down.
A good race, yeah. Rabenstein and South, going hard.
This must be position between 5 and 7. Fabian Rabensteiner and Swiss champion Casey South.
Otto Kenda FSA, and it was De Cosmo and Doragoni, the Sparta FSA 2 team, that had the mechanical a little bit earlier. But Casey South, the Swiss marathon champion, and Fabian Rabensteiner going very, very hard and sensing an opportunity to find themselves on the podium perhaps today if there's trouble for Valero and Stutzman.
Yeah, we're probably 10 minutes out to the next water point where we get the next split times again. But you can see here from the helicopter, the gaps between the teams are, it's a long way. Doesn't seem like it, but that's at least a couple minutes between the front group and then 13 chasing, another gap of probably maybe a minute to, I guess that's where Matt and Tristan are right now. Yeah, they must be within the top 10 for sure, if not even already somewhere around 807.
It's just magnificent, isn't it? This terrain and the racing and the trails that they're riding here in Montagu. It's just what this Absa Cape Epic was looking to deliver on a day like this, the first day of the big marathon stages. And the drama has been extreme and intense for all these riders. So this is our lead group. So.
And they're heading now to a little bit more open sections. The steep climbs are behind them, and it's actually where you do want to be in a group to save some energy and to travel fast. So it's a bit of an unfortunate for them, for David Valero and Mark Stutzman, to have dropped from this route, because they're getting into sections where they definitely would like to have some wheels in front of them to just save their energy a bit. But fortunately, David Valero, he's got the power to bring back Mark Stutzman.
Ardefontein is the water point. Gabriel Seller, 1884. This is the water point. Jean-Pierre Jourdan. It's a family-owned wine farm. The oldest building dates to 1825. As there goes Clementizia Aubert right through it on those rocky little trails.
So that's kilometer 58 from the 90 kilometers that they covered today. And we see now here they just crossed through a water point, but actually the pro feeding is just a little bit further up the road where they're getting their bottles. Beautiful single track here.
Yeah, beautiful vegetation, the succulence of this part of the world, and the trails, just extraordinary. Hats off again to the trails team putting this all together, led by Chris Birkin, who started building trails close to Montagu when he moved there in 2022. He's a newish resident there, and he and his gentleman who works with him in his garden started to construct some trails in Poppy, and well, it hasn't just mushroomed from there.
It's not a usual bermed single track that you would then see in the Stellenbosch stages. This is very much finding a beautiful track through the magnificent nature here. Absolutely stunning if you just want to tour around here. Beautiful tracks indeed.
Yeah, raw and rough it really is. That's what mountain biking and the origins of this race in many ways were, although it was point to point, exploring a way through. So that tech zone. Let's see how we're going here. The feed zone at least.
So here we see David Valero and Mark Stutzman making their way back to the front group. Is that correct?
Yes,
I think that's it, yep. Yep, I think they're
right
back in
now,
there, yep.
Only 12 seconds down, so they're really close together. Top 5 are within 1 minute. We're waiting for the 6th and 7th team to come through. Hopefully Matt and Tristan are in there now as well.
Yeah, here we go. That's Valero.
They are.
Yep.
Yes,
and
they
Goodman have regained contact, but again, at what cost? That'll only be known in 20, 30 kilometers time as they get towards the deep end of this race. And the same could be said of Tristan and Matt, the Israel race leaders. Toyota Specialized in Buko, 144 down. My word, what a ride by the yellow jerseys. It does give you power. You will know the leader's jersey. That's what it seems to do. You've done this before as well, written yourselves from the back to the front. And look at that. Amazing.
Yeah, it was 3 minutes 16 they basically had the mechanic when we had the first time split after they had the mechanic. So they did make up some great ground here.
Within 15 kilometers. That's
Yes.
what it took them to ride half of the time back again. And we have more than 20 to go. So, no, this is looking very good. They are definitely on the chase. A bit more carefully probably now to keep on the clean line. But yeah, the damage control looks good. They have a bit more kilometers to chase up and catch the others. And it's super exciting. Look at this.
Yeah, the harvesting is continuing in the Montagu region here, and the laborers who are going out there, many of those will be seasonal, brought in just for the harvest, and preparing to go and work out in the heat of these orchards, getting a chance to see the race go right past them now.
And now we see David Valero actually behind Mark Stutzman at the very end of this leading group. And this must be our leader's jersey. Matt Beers leading Tristan Nortje through the vineyards.
Well,
if it's vineyards, no, it's
orchards, I think. Yeah, but it is. This is the most feared situation for anyone who partners Matt Beers is when the Beers Express gets into turbo mode and absolutely hammering it along across the little stream, no problem at all. Nokia just hang on and tuck in. And the European champion Seerwald is there, Jakob Hartmann is there. They're looking at an opportunity to latch on to the yellow jerseys. And Nokia just has to uncleat momentarily there, no problems at all, but creates a bit of a concertina back in that little train, and they're back on and riding through the single track.
With them as well is KTM Spada, Brenta Brakes, the two Italian brothers, Nicola Samparisi and Lorenzo Samparisi, all the way from Italy. Two very unlikely brothers, actually. One is very strong and the other one is very much a climber. You would think they would have very much the same genes, but they actually look quite different.
Yeah, between them as well, not much. So here we go. Beers and his partner Nokia are shedding. Now Beers just sitting up briefly, making sure everything's all right with his partner.
It looks like a bit of drama in the back as well with the women's team. We don't have them on TV yet, but you can always follow them on the Epic tracking site as well. So download your app and track all your favorite teams on the app as well. And there we can see that there was a bit of a split between the front teams. Looks like the She Sense Foundation team is now 40 seconds back, and I'm sure we're going to get some pictures on them later as well. But a good opportunity for everyone to kind of like follow their favorite riders on the tracking app and don't lose sight of where they currently are. But you'll be back with your lead main again. Look at the speed.
Yeah, this is that lead group. Vart Alleman and Martin Stosek had some difficulties yesterday. Stosek, the Czech champion particularly. And they are in harness here in this lead group and in the mix for a potential stage win.
Yeah, the Buff Megamid team last year. Now the Buff BH team, they've changed their bikes. New setup for them. Definitely also took some time to adapt to the new bikes that they're riding here.
What are you in conversation there? Quick chat between Alaman and Stosek.
Checking in, how the legs, how are you feeling? Are you comfortable here at the back, or do you want to ride in front of me?
Following the lines, beautiful, beautiful farms and orchards here. More of these very hospitable landowners having the race pass right through their terrain. It's just incredible.
Goes left and right through these farms.
Some smooth terrain. They're riding on the cement here. They'll be loving that. It's been one of the harshest days I've had for a long time, and now a little bit of a cement track.
You don't want to hit that middle section.
No.
You've got to make sure you stay on that stripe there. It looks quite loose and deep, and definitely something that's not rolling very fast between the two cement stripes.
But that'll give you an idea.
And still changing the side, so.
Looks like Klimatice made it back to this group, aren't they? They're at the front as well.
They are
back in this group. They are. Yeah.
Yeah, they're right
I
there.
think Valero is back to where he likes to be, in the very front of the leading group.
A dynamic race situation unfolding, and the subplot of, or the main plot really, of this team, because they are hunting a top 5 place here. Beers on the front, drilling on that cement trail, which tells you they're closing the gap with every pedal stroke. Beers and Nokia, drama earlier, puncture, having to swap out tires, losing almost 4 minutes, and they are back on it now and closing in on that leading group.
Yeah, they're not far away anymore. If it's a minute, then that's a lot, but it looks like they are gonna join the front group within the next 10 kilometers for sure, if it actually takes them that long. But they are putting the hammer down.
Yeah, what a train to be on for the KTM Singer team. Definitely the engine you want to have in front of you, pulling you along the way.
Yeah, your mind wants to be there sometimes, but your legs might be saying, listen, we're going into the reserve tank already, please, because Beers is renowned for the ferocity of his power in situations like this.
Yeah, David Valero leading out one of the Villiers Vitoria riders.
Guidon and Avendetto have kept their noses clean here. They haven't been on the front at any stage, really, so they've done an excellent job here. Valero has relished being on the front here, clearly feeling extremely good. And this says Stosek and Alaman just having to make sure they keep on here. They'll be aware that, I think, that not far behind they will be feeling the heat from the yellow jerseys, who are closing in at a rate of knots on the back of this lead group of 14. So race on here as we close in on the last 25 kilometers of this stage. Raba, Belgian champion, Czech champion at the tail end of this field. And it's, you've got to have your wits about you. As we keep saying, this is raw, untamed trail. This is where you feel Africa with every pedal stroke. You touch it and you smell it, and you don't want to land in it, that's for sure, because it can be harsh and unforgiving. Super fast riding now, because they might not be able to see them yet, but they will know that Beers carries the sort of ability and power to be able to drag himself and his teammates and a few others back into this group, and that's what's happening. If this shot were to widen any more, we might get an image very soon of the yellow jerseys closing in on them.
Now this is very much the terrain of Matt Beers, using his power to make his way forward onto the end of this group. Obviously, Tristan Ortier needs to hang on to that wheel, which is definitely not an easy feat. A very light rider, Tristan Ortier, very accomplished climber, And he just needs to stick on that wheel as with all his worth.
You know, you've worked with Matt over the years and his various partners at this event.
Incredible. I don't think you can have a better partner than Matt Pierce on your side when it comes to the Cape Epic. I mean, he is one of the riders that every time he partners up with, doesn't matter who it is, if Chris Belevins at the time, or Jordan Saru, and so on, like you name them. And
Howie Grotz, yeah, the last time, yeah.
Howard Grotz the last time as well. Like, he's not just a wingman, he's like such a good team leader, and he understands the race like no one else. He knows the terrain. The support team that he has around is also outstanding, and you have this powerhouse on your side.
He does have that famed and fabled power. There they come now, and that's the other group are just exiting this little section now, and the batches are starting to split up here as they are closing in now. This is quite sensational riding from Beers and Nokia as they close in on that lead group, tagging onto their wheels Andreas Seewald and Jakob Hartmann from Singer KTM Racing, benefiting from the difficulties that have fell to Beers. And look at that little trail cut across that dry riverbed, especially for the race here. Often that's left unattended, but such is the attention to detail on this this route today.
Yeah, and the Italians, the two Samparisi brothers, are definitely hanging on there with all they can to not lose the wheels in front of them. They're very much stretched out, always a little bit of falling back and forth. Here we see the gap, more or less, to the front group.
You might be just short of those houses in the top of your frame there, and Beers and Nokia and the two teams on their wheels, Samparisi brothers and Seewald and Hartmann, are latching on, and well, they're saying, well, we'll catch a ride on this train because it's going to benefit us. It'll get us to our next station, which is the lead group.
Yeah, they're probably in 5th position right now. They see another team in front of them, another motivation to kind of like go hard, and they know they're getting to the front closer and closer. And you can see they're going to get into 4th place within the next couple of seconds, it looks like it. And then you see the dust right there at the front. This is where the front pack is. This is where the leading motorbike is. The 3 teams, and then only I would say less than a minute, or maybe a minute. That is the gap between the front, the very front, and Matt Beers chasing with Tristan here.
Yeah, they're now seeing Casey South, the Swiss champion, the cross on his back, and Fabian Raubenstein from Italy in front of them. That's basically the next marker ahead of them in 5th place. If they may catch up to them, they moved up to 5th place, and we really need to say they came all the way from the back from the elite men's race. When they had the mechanical, they were all the way flushed back to the very end of the elite men's group, and they came back. Now riding in 6th position, Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia.
They must have overtaken at least 10 or 15 teams from where they were.
At least.
At least. I mean, there's no Kenyan team inside. There's so many others that are still not within this bunch. They must have passed so many riders within this difficult terrain. Like, this is an outstanding performance. And I would like to see the watts that Matt Beers is currently pushing down here. Overall watts for the last, what was it now, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, must have been like 600 plus watts at least.
Well, the Samparisis, Nicolas and Lorenzo at the back of this, and just hanging on to the back wheel of Jakob Hartmann, and then it's Andreas Seewald and the yellow jerseys of Beers and Nokia closing in. They can see Ravenstein and South just up the road there, and they will use them as a carrot to draw them closer to that lead group of 4, and we could be in for a quite sensational finish here into Montagu on the first big marathon stage of this Absa Cape Epic in 2026.
Yeah, and we see on our results sheet that the Kenyan team crossed the water point 4 at 58 kilometers as well in 16th position. Metallurgica, Venta, MTB with Nicola, Tafarel and Eskil, Evans and Lee from Norway in 15th position, Martin Frey and Simon Stiepsjan from Singer KTM Racing in 14th. Then we've got the Scott Galambandida team in 13, Jose Maria Sanchez Ruiz and Enrico Morcillo. And we've got the double Dutch team of Hans Becking, Thurs Reiter in 12th, Insect Science, Safari Essence, Wessel Bueta and Johan van Zijl in 11th. Another strong South African team trying to move into the top 10, second in the African jersey behind Matt Beers and Tristan Norquier. And the second Climatita Orbea team in the top 10 with Samuel Eporo and Rui Francisco Perez. And in 9th, we've got Bergankunft, Tim Smenge, Pete Weinberg from Germany, and then we see the group in front of us that we see on screen. All the others not on camera, but in the top 16 of this race, of this stage.
Yeah, so 1 minute 47 separating the top 8 teams, and then further back over 2.5 minutes and down to, as you mentioned, Canyon, 4 minutes down. Close up, and you see the power of that man. They are absolutely flying.
Yeah, and very impressively, Tristan very much on the wheel, very much looking comfortable here, not stretched out. He's never really left the wheel of Matt at all. And here they close down the gap to Casey South and Fabian Rabensteiner, who were riding in 5th position. So Matt Beers, Tristan Norquier just made their way onto the wheel of the 5th team. And now it's basically just one more group in front of them, the top 4 with Villiers Vittoria, Buff BH, Origin Villiers and Climatita Orbea. So we've got the leader's jersey back in 5th position. What an exciting, what an amazing ride of Matt Beers and Tristan Norquier.
Quite phenomenal performance. I mean, we shouldn't be that surprised because we know, as we've just been extolling his virtues as an Absa Cape Epic rider, and we know he has that, but this was a really, really big ask for them. They were on the edge there. Another minute and a half, and it would have been even tougher. But they've had to expend a lot of energy, a lot of watts, as you were referring to, and so that will all be interesting to see how that plays out later today and later in the week. These sort of things can happen and take a toll of what you put in today. Here he is, right on the wheel of Rabensteiner and Casey South, who, well, they'll feel the heat. They'll hear the motor running behind him of Matt Beers, and South just looks across here. Beers says, you going to do a bit of work, or shall I just come past and you can try and hang on if you want?
Yeah, I think it just takes a second to kind of like get his breath back, spin his legs a little bit easier. If that easy is still 450 watts, most likely that's the case. And now here you go.
Thanks for that.
And he's like, okay, guys, this is not the speed I want to go.
Well, if you just take a look at the body language and the riding going on here, these guys are working really hard to stay
Yeah,
with
you
them,
can
aren't they?
see Andreas Sewald, a former world champion, a European champion, very much tucked down to just hang on to the wheel of Matt Beers and Tristan Norquier here. And you can see how Casey South and Fabian Rabensteiner just go to the back.
Almost breathe a sigh of relief. Say, look, let's just hang in here as long as we can. Because the hurricane is burning through, whirling through this race, and it is in the shape of the Toyota Specialized Imbuco pair of Matt Beers and Tristan Norquier. They were grounded, they were stuck, stopped dead for about 3.5, 4 minutes. But there is now all about speed and pace as they drag themselves ever closer to the front of the race.
Yeah, without Matt and Tristan, they would have not seen the front of this race ever again in this stage. But now all of a sudden, like they have the chance to get into that front group again. And then the game is open again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the double-edged sword of having to fight back as a strong pairing like the leaders. That you are going to drag others along with you, and it's that gamble. Well, if you can last the pace, then we'll dice it out on the line and see who's going to be the winner today. This is that group. They're the hunted now, because behind them, that gap is closing all the time. Origine Willia Vittoria, as well as this pair of Buff BH, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek. And right on the front, it is going to be the pair of Serrano, Valero and Stutzman. This is some race going on here.
And we need to remember, this is not like in the Tour de France where the athletes, the riders have radios in their ears. They have no clue about the time gap between them. They can't communicate to each other via a radio. So it's very much just riding in the unknown, how big that gap is. So Matt is just keeping to power on to make sure their loss today is as little as possible if they don't make it back to the lead.
Well, he's put in such an effort, and you know, the tank was very, very full at the start of the day. It obviously depletes as the effort's made here, and the little punchy climbs that come towards the end of the stage will take a bit of a toll, and Beers and Nokia will have to be mindful of that.
You can also see how Matt Beers is not holding on the outside of the handlebars. This is just to make it slightly more aerodynamic. He's a very tall rider, so his head stakes out quite a lot, but that just makes him a little bit more narrow and catching a bit less wind.
Also shows you the speed that he goes up the climbs. Normally you see that in flat sections, but
Yes.
he actually looks for aerodynamics even on the climbs. Look at this. This is...
And now we see Andreas Seewald going to the front. He likes the climb. We're hitting the last few climbs off the stage. It's a steep little tooth in the last kilometers of this race day. Very much close to the finish now. It's 2 hours 55 that they are riding. The stage, the finishing time they expected to ride today was around 3 hours and 40. I think we're going to be quite a bit below that. And that just shows what an amazing performance these riders put in today.
Tristan Nokia goes to the front here after that massive shift on the front from Matt Beers. Nokia just setting the tempo, looking over his shoulder, just making sure all intact behind him. The others putting the effort in, and again, you can just see Jakob Hartmann's head down there, just fighting and staying with his partner, Andreas Seewald, who's out the saddle here. Nokia, though, he is wonderful. Back in his very first Absa Cape Epic, I think he rode with Adrian Boischi. I'm not sure. I think it was.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And he pulled out on the last day, and Tristan just cruised home with Matt Beers and was it Jordan Saru in that?
Was Jordan.
Yeah, I think it was. And he was with them all the way. So already we had an indication of the power of this man and the strength, and he's delivered a lot on that. But this is the biggest stage of all for Tristan Nokia. He's in the race leader's jersey with a 3-time champion, and he's playing a massive role in dragging this team closer and closer to the leaders. And perhaps now they've caught that group. Yes, it's a big climb they're going up here. Just an opportunity to manage, and then they'll put in a final surge to see if they can bridge across and fight it out for the stage win and perhaps defend that yellow jersey. Just 6 seconds was all they have on that jersey over Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto after the prologue yesterday. So there is a very strong possibility that we will see a change in the race lead today.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the intention of all of those guys together here is now to get to the front, to kind of like catch that group. But unfortunately, it looks like no one is able to help Tristan and Matt here. Seewald come to the front a little bit to kind of like keep the pace up.
A little bit of a gap there.
It shows
the
power of those two. Like there's no tactics involved right now. It's just trying to get to that front group, but no one is able to keep up with those right now.
There we saw a gap going up. The Italian brothers, the two Samparisi brothers, having to let go a bit of the wheel. Are they back on the wheel? They are. They just had a little bit of a moment. Maybe just quickly had to take a sip of water, and that opens the gap, but all back together.
It's interesting. I mean, we've got these two powerhouses on the front, and the other teams, every now and then, drift around and look and see. Then there's no way that any of them can get to the front of this at this pace.
No. They have to dig deep just to stay on the front wheels, and it just shows that the level Tristan and Matt have currently is outstanding. I mean, I did not have them down to win the prologue yesterday. I thought the cross-country teams will be the ones that gonna shine. But when you saw how quick they were yesterday on that short stage, you knew that those guys are well prepared for whatever there is coming. And today it was just a bit unfortunate with that flat of Tristan going up that climb, but they made the most out of it. Like, it's just incredible how they put the pace, the hammer down right there at the front.
Some Parisis are yo-yoing there. The elastic is stretching and coming back and stretching and coming back and becoming more frayed as the race goes on here. A little bit of respite here on the flat can drag them back onto the back wheel and be in this group, but you feel it might only be a matter of time. Nokia drilling it on the front of this chase group.
Yeah, and something has to be said about Tristan Nokia coming in here with one of the teaming up at a very short notice with the very favorite of the race, Matt Beers, taking on also that pressure of wanting to win the race. I mean, Matt Beers doesn't come here to come second. He comes here to win. And if you're his teammate, you're very much under pressure to basically deliver. And, oh, look at the sand here. It's basically on the beach. The ocean is far away, but yeah. Very much building sand castles here. Very much annoying. It breaks your rhythm. If you make a mistake in the sandy pits, it can just put you off the bike, especially when you're tired. You don't have that reaction quite anymore to do the right thing when you're following a wheel. Yeah, lots of sand out here.
It's harsh terrain. They've had it all today, that is for sure. As this is that lead group of 4 teams here. Origine Willia Victoria, as well as Buff BH, and the leaders pretty much the whole day. We're going to check a time split here. Hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you. Valero and Stutzman on the front. Klimatizia Aubert. Alaman decides he wants to go to the front here and bring Storsek with him. He's got a bit of work to do to get around the...
Yeah, and here we see a little bit. I don't quite know. This must be Yuri Zanotti, who's just struggling a bit to stay on the wheel. We see the Origin Villiers team dropping from the 3 leading teams here. Can they make their way back? And it's stretching out. Wout Anneman is very much putting the hammer down here. He's getting out of his saddle. He's looking back to Martin Stossek. Are you on your wheel? Are you coming with me? Let's go now. Let's make some time. Let's put time in the leaders. We want to get back. We want to make up the time that we lost yesterday.
Rider and Avendetto, well, they've not, put a foot wrong today. They've kept themselves very, very much in check here. They've been very meticulous. They followed lines. They haven't put their noses in the wind much at all today, and that's critical today for the team who are just 6 seconds back on overall. And know that the yellow jerseys were in distress, that's for sure, because they haven't been seen for a long, long time.
Perfectly positioned, always in second team, and always smooth, just riding their thing. They know this race is 8 days long, and you've got to preserve energy to prevail and come out on top of the 8 days.
This is tricky trail because the high vegetation here, you've got to be sharp and anticipate where that trail is going to go. You can't see the trail in front of you. Through they go. Wonderful, wonderful trails that they're enjoying today.
And Mark Stutzman definitely also a little bit stretched out here, but he's still following. Still in the top 3. He hasn't been on the podium before, so yesterday was an amazing achievement for the former Swiss champion. Riding with David Valero. Definitely a great opportunity to get his best result here in this race.
They say in Switzerland, if you're the national champion, you're sort of the world champion. Such as the depth there.
Wait, don't tell that to the Italians, though.
Yeah, it's such an incredible depth. Oopsie.
There we go. Oh,
I think he did that because who's gone past there, because that was Jason Boulay, e-bike rider, just parking up.
Yeah.
And
He probably
allowing...
got a few harsh Italian words from behind to get out the way. And here we see the leading women. It's Candice Lynn in front, leading Alessandra Keller through the trials. We have a gap of 42 seconds to the She Sense Foundation of Kate Courtney and Greta Seiwald, and just a little bit behind them, Buff BH Efficient Infinity with Rosan van Doorn from the Netherlands and Vera Losse from Namibia. Not too far off, so it's a very tight battle for second position still in this stage.
Now, the last time we saw the women was when Alessandra Keller got to the top of that climb and went off the trail and found herself to the front. And that was perhaps a little indication that I'm feeling quite good today. Candice was a couple of riders back, but she also sort of said, okay, this may be an opportunity for us to start applying a bit of pressure. And clearly that pressure has worked for the Thomas Maxim Sabi team, because they have the race lead on the trail at the moment.
This must be another team behind them. This can't be a women's team that's following them around this corner. It's just Candice Lynn and Alessandra Keller making their way towards the finish line. And very looking comfortable here. But they said to each other, hey, if we can make up time to the others, let's do it. Let's not wait. Let's not preserve energy unnecessarily or take it too easy today. If we can make up time, we never know if we will have a mechanical, and we might need to use that time that we can make up today.
Both using the Usway hydration packs, very important today. And look at Keller just drilling it on the front well.
In her usual style, rocking left to right and up and down, but such a powerhouse, the Swiss. The short track world champion, as we heard before, but this is very much not a short track. This is a very long track that she's got ahead of her, but nevertheless she's an absolute professional and definitely prepared to race 8 days. We've got an amateur team following them, which they actually not allowed to do, just benefiting from the draft of these two incredibly strong women in front of them.
Yeah, they are. More than a draft, I tell you what, they are just powering away here. Quick drink for this team further back in the field.
Turning right through this very narrow, and make sure not to catch the handlebar on a pole there. Very much farmlands here, going through all these farm roads, beautiful farms, covered plantations.
Yeah, it's been stunning, this route. Absolutely extraordinary. First time back in 19 years to Montagu, and in those years it was only the a race village start and finish point. Not they didn't do too many of the, well, there were very few trails that they were doing. And since then, the rehabilitation of the Montagu Trail Network has been quite simply superb, and this certainly can act as a catalyst to reignite it here. Well, they've done so. They've got 3 years of coming in the next 10 years, so we will explore these trails further. There's a whole lot more that they can ride that they haven't done before, and not doing today or tomorrow.
So important to know, the women are not allowed to follow that wheel. You see Alessandra making sure she's giving them a gap, changing the side of the road. It's obviously difficult. They're not very fast through the tracks, not as fast as she is through the corners, but she's making sure that she gets a gap to those amateur teams. They're not allowed to follow them because the women just race each other.
And yeah, for the first time we are in this in the Absa Cape Epic seeing the women who are riding a slightly shorter route today. Everyone else, that's the elite UCI women riding a shorter route. Everyone else is riding exactly the same route here, so the longer route. So, you know, slightly different dynamics going on here as they come through the farm here. Wonderful, wonderful hospitality. They'll hit that cement trail we saw a little bit earlier.
Yeah, for those who maybe wonder, why has Cape Epic made that change? Why do the women now not ride the same route anymore as everybody else? It's not a backstep, it's very much stepping forward, making the women's race more exciting, accommodating cross-country riders who need to be ready for the cross-country season in time. And if one compares a woman's in the earlier days when they were racing the same distance, a woman would have basically put in 50 TSS more, the elite women, in comparison to the elite men. And that over 8 days is quite an extraordinary more effort that they need to make.
TSS.
TSS is a training stress score. It very much tells how much effort you've put in one stage. Just for indication, my TSS would have been around 350 in a Cape Epic stage, and that means around about, in comparison, a 3.5 hour time trial on the road, just to give you a little bit of an idea what that means. So if a woman does 50 TSS more than a man in a stage because they are doing the same distance, it means they're actually doing a half-an hour time trial every day more than the men. And obviously that takes just so much longer to recover. And for a cross-country rider like Alessandra Keller, like Canis Lill, it means just a very long recovery from this race. And that's obviously difficult. They need to be back with their teams. After this, they need to get ready for the cross-country season. And maybe they even need to collect some valuable UCI points to be in a good starting position. So this is also why the Cape Epic has made that change.
Thanks for that explanation. Yeah, it is in keeping with international standards and norms at all the major big events on the road and mountain bike. I mean, the UCI cross-country races are also normally a lap, or maybe in extreme laps, two laps shorter. All the World Championships, the Olympics, all the major events. So it's very much in keeping with that.
And this has very much been asked by the women. So we have been pushing this for many years. It was very complicated to implement it. It means a lot of changes. It means a lot of logistical challenges to actually make that change. But it was the very UCI women that were asking for this.
Here we go. This is the lead of the race in the men's race, and there they are. Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier have hauled themselves right back into the heat of the battle here.
Incredible. Wow. Look at that, South Africa. Your two icons, your two heroes of the race are back with the lead. The leader's jersey, again, very much safer on their backs, and they have the possibility now to fight for it. There's only 6 seconds between them and the Villiers Vittoria team of Simone Avondetto and
Luca Braido.
Thank you, Luca Braido. So they still very much in a fight for this leader jersey for the next day.
Ducking in here now, they come to the last of the water points, and this is almost the prelude to what is going to be the most exhilarating, exciting, enthralling culmination of this stage as Casey South drops a bottle. No time to waste here because the train is leaving the station and you don't want to get dropped as Jakob Hartmann and Andreas Sivald drag themselves back on here. They were big beneficiaries of Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier's urgency to get back into this group. And now a little Wout Alleman glance over his shoulder to see who's in this little bus, and he realizes that the dynamic has changed. There's exactly what it looks like. 17. 8 seconds.
The last water point, and it's only 13 kilometers to the finish. So this is going to be very interesting to see. Like now they're really a team, of course. They know they want to get back into the yellow jersey. They want to win this stage. They have to come up with something. Yeah, Tristan and Matt, they need to respond if they want to keep the yellow jersey. There was definitely a lot of effort going in to make up like 3 minutes or more, 4 minutes almost. We don't know exactly, but only 10 kilometers to go, and you can see the positioning is happening. And it's all, there's 3 teams, 4 teams, 5 teams that will now also go for a stage win.
They pass through Cape Dry, which is one of the biggest private packing of dried fruit in the country. It's a massive employer in Montagu. And No doubt they'll all be watching this because this is an enthralling drama that's unfolding here. 7 teams fighting it out for a win on the stage here. And with that, you feel, well, interesting. If it stays like this and they're all together, 6 seconds might not be lost by Beers and Nokia, which will be one of the great rides in the Absa Cape Epic legacy, because this pair have done unbelievably there. That's what it looks like virtually now. They've just stopped the race. They'd still have the yellow jersey, but just by 2 seconds. Clementine
Are we going to see a sprint finish? Benno, who's your pick for a win in a sprint finish?
Oh, well, that's a tough question here because, yeah, it would definitely be Tristan and Matt if they wouldn't have had to chase up that much time now in the last 20 kilometers. Looks like Wout at the front. I mean, he's pushing hard, and they look in good shape. They found their legs, definitely.
A little bit of a gap back to Stutzman and Valero, who you feel have perhaps lost a bit of that strength they had earlier today. They're suffering now.
Marcus on the elastic is stretching as Wout Alleman really puts the power down here. Villiers Vitoria very much in control and on the wheel. They are very much, yes.
They're my team, I think, for this stage.
They have not let anything so far. They're very much under control. I think they're the ones that preserve their energy the most so far. They could be, probably could be the ones. But
the question is, are they going to put 6 seconds into the yellow jersey of today? Is that going to be the last climb here? A last steep little
few more little pitches, and Alleman and Stosek are really trying to apply the pressure. They saw Beers and Nokia catch up, a little bit of concertina, and then they've said, now they're here. They've had to work so hard for nearly an hour and a half to get here. We're going to put them under a bit of pressure, and here we go.
And we just saw Matt Beers passing the team of Origin Villiers with Marty Zassara and Yuri Zanotti to just squeeze in themselves in front of them. And there goes Wout Alleman behind him. Martin Stosek very much more comfortable on the tracks here, on the dual tracks in comparison to yesterday's single track. And
how quickly that gap's open.
Yeah, but it was the other team dropping, and Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia trying to close that gap again in a position of chase to the front. Mark Stutzman made his way back. He's safely in the top 3 again.
And it could be a team tactic again.
Yeah, it could be, actually, you're right.
No, you never know.
We've done our work.
Yes, exactly.
We've got a bit of kilometers to play with here. Let's see if we can just...
the Origin really a team like just holding the pace a little bit back, like giving them a dead wheel, let the front 2 teams make a gap. And then again, like Matt and Tristan, they have to overtake because they know that could be a game. And the longer the wait, the harder it's going to be to kind of like get back to the front again. But now they're in 3rd position, and
the confidence, the belief that this pair have in the yellow jerseys, and the control they have, and perhaps the control over the other riders in the group here. They know these guys. How did they get back to us here? They must have superpowers, and they are really weary of them.
Showing great resilience in this stage today, and such mental strength to come back after such a mishap, such an unfortunate mechanical early in the stage.
You just looked at the teams in their wake there, just holding on and hanging on there. The pair of Azaro.
Ooh, dangerous place here to cut a tire. Always going through the water. You don't quite know how these rocks are under the water. You can't see anything. Definitely don't want to
get it wrong there.
Catch a flat tire here.
Yeah, it's just a surreptitious glance down to see who's behind him. Casey South, Fabian Rabensteiner, and the pair of Matisse Zaro and Yuri Zanotti. And up the road, here we go. Now we could get a split here. And
just gonna time the corner here.
There's the lead
towards the back. Oof, almost catching an arrow there with the wheel. If the helicopter zooms out a bit, we can possibly get it. It's always tricky. Is the helicopter hearing us? Probably not.
The heat's gone out of the Alaman Stosek attack. Now Stosek's going to go to the front and put down another effort here to try and thin this. Oopsie. Valero just drifting into the line.
He must make sure that Mark Stutzman can move up. Valero definitely got a good sprint. The question is, Mark Stutzman, can he follow that?
10K still to go, so we've got a while to go. So the sprint is still coming, but here comes the chase group.
Yeah, that's less than 20 seconds, I would say.
Oh, that's very short. That's just a few seconds.
Yeah.
Yep.
And still 10 kilometers to go.
Yeah, it's around 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds at most.
And they're coming back.
They're making their way back up to the wheels. Unbelievable showcase of grit. Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia, true South Africans, showing how tough they are in this stage.
What a ride, what a race we are witnessing here on stage one, the first marathon stage of the 22nd Absa Cape Epic. And Montagu billed as a return to days of yore, days gone by in the Absa Cape Epic, and so it's proving to be, because we've seen such high drama, plenty of mechanicals all the way through the field from early on, but the most significant one occurring with the puncture to Tristan Nokia's tyre inside the first hour and a half of the race, and then Jaden Turlo, their teammate, having to sacrifice his wheel, handing it over to Nokia. They lost close on 4 minutes, and it has been a relentless, tenacious fight all the way back through the field. Perhaps 10, 12, 15 teams have had to pass and get back to this lead group, and they've caught them. A little bit of gaps open, but you feel that they get a rejoin here before the end of this stage, because we'll get an idea when our Bulzwini e-bike moves out of line here. He'll feel the heat from behind. He'll hear the train hooting, because Beers will be leading that charge.
But the focus for these three teams, it's definitely all for the stage win now. Positioning themselves, you can see Mark Stutzman trying to kind of get to the front, and we see Matt Beers once again closing that gap to the front. What an amazing showcase of strength. What a powerhouse he is. Just about to close in to the back wheel of Mark Stutzman, and there they are back together with the lead. Very much still in the game for a stage win and defending that yellow jersey on their back.
They're all in for a stage win here, aren't they? 9 kilometers to go, and everyone in this group will feel, well, you know what? We've got a chance here, not only a stage win, but get back onto the general classification top 5 or 6.
And we just take notice, the two Italians, Simone Amondetto, Luca Braido, they haven't put their nose in the wind at any time of the stage. They very smart, very much in control of everything, haven't had any issues so far, just riding very, very smoothly here. Are they the ones taking the stage win? And can they possibly put 6 seconds into Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia to take that leader's jersey off their back?
Right on, look there, so the first time we're seeing Beers now dragging himself up onto the wheel of that Willie Vittoria team, who are 6 seconds behind them on general classification. And if it were to finish like that, we'd be still with the yellow jerseys of the Toyota Specialized Buco team. But you can bet that Avendetto and Braido will want to make a change there, that's for sure.
And we see Simone Avendetto and Luca Braido a little bit split up with the Buff BH team between them. They definitely want to regroup that as they come closer to the finish line.
Rounding the edge of town, close by here.
We must be very close to the finish line now. It's gonna heat up now. Now they need to position themselves.
The golf course there,
and we see the Villiers Vittoria team back on each other's wheel, making sure they are in the right position to be perfectly led out by David Valero, who's powering up at the front, the lead-out man of this group. And we see Matt Beers coming on the right. Yes, they are. They didn't lose hope for that stage win. Look at them moving up past Wout Alleman and Martin Stasek here, now in 3rd position behind the Villiers Vittoria.
Unbelievable.
No, it's incredible, like not just making it back to the group, now even like positioning themselves for the final sprint. I mean, we still have a little bit to go, 5 kilometers, 8 kilometers, still to the finish, but it's all about like positioning themselves, not losing any more time, and there's not much climbing left anymore. So it's a lot of left and rights, and you can see like they want to make a statement. They want to intimidate everyone else within this race by doing what they do right now.
And the interesting thing is, over the years gone by, I mean, there are some of the stages, there's a reasonable familiarity with how the stage might end and where you're going to go here. This is all new territory for these riders here. There's no knowledge of how this race is going to end and what the finish is like. So they're all trying to position themselves in the right place here. Over the tar they go. Yeah.
In the very last kilometers of this stage, and you can see the very first time it's the Villiers Victoria team up front here. The very first time we see them actually leading this race in the stage.
Yeah, this is Brido and Avendetto, second last year on general classification in their first appearance at the Absa Cape Epic, and they were very close to winning the prologue yesterday, but finished in second place behind this team, 6 seconds, and that's all that stands between them and the yellow jerseys today. All the others now marshalling themselves, getting themselves into some sort of position. Rabensteiner and Casey South, can they pull off something unbelievable here? Wout Alleman and Martin Stosik have been animators for the last hour of the race here, trying to dictate the pace there. Valero and Stutzman did a huge amount of work, trying to keep Beers and Nokia away from them. That didn't work because the powerhouse Beers and Nokia, his powerful lieutenant, have dragged themselves right back into it. Look at them.
Just incredible. And look at them. They really want to go for the stage win. They want to entertain the people here at home. They want to bring the show to Montagu, the Montagu town, who is so excited to host the Absa Cape Epic this year. All these friendly people who, to many, gave their houses away so that the whole Cape Epic can sleep as close as possible to the start line.
Yes, Cape Dry. This is a wonderful sight. This is a massive employer here in Montagu. Cape Dry is a huge pack of dried fruit, and they do a great job in supporting the community by providing massive employment in Montagu. Thanks for allowing the Absa Cape Epic to pass through your terrain. You'll see the drying grounds there, the dried fruit, which is globally renowned. They export some 600,000 tons, I think, around the world, or leave this facility anyway. Those big trays of fruit, apricots, peaches, plums, raisins, tomatoes, it's all there lying in the sun. And it'll dry today because it's going to get really hot. 3 hours 26 on the clock here. We're closing in on the finish of this dramatic stage. And still no closer to knowing who is going to win the stage and who will wear the yellow jerseys tomorrow.
Yeah, now it's completely a cat and mouse game. Just the position, just such a nervous anticipation of the finish.
The conversation's going on there. Yeah, the Belgian and the Czech. What are they saying?
Yeah, I guess Martin needs to position himself a little bit in the front, making sure that he's not left behind when it comes to the sprint finish. I believe Wout's got a little bit more power in his legs to sprint, so he needs to set up Martin very, very well, so that, because it's obviously the second person over the line stopping the time.
No, I mean, we're all looking at this and thinking who's going to win the stage. It's very difficult to bet against Beers and Nokia because of the motivation they've shown in getting back into the front of the race here. Look at that fortress overlooking here, perhaps dating back to the Anglo-Boer War here, in protecting the Western Cape. The British forces would have built themselves forts around this area. But going back to Beers and Nokia, difficult to bet against them.
Yeah, they definitely put misfortune into fury and strength today. Incredible showcase, and they, you know, if you're from South Africa, you want to show your people what you're worth. If you can go for a stage win, go for it.
Who else is? I mean, yeah, everyone's in this mix. Look, the KTM team are back in as well. Here's Andres Sierwaltist refueling, needing to stock up as they head towards the finish of this race.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very nervous last 5 kilometers for sure. So it's all about like making sure you never separate it from your team partner too much, because like you mentioned, it's the second rider that counts. So you have to be together, and the front one, and again, like you have
Hartmann, yeah,
you have to be next to each other.
What about I mean, someone here, one of these teams is surely going to have a go long and have a dip from early on and think, well, you know what, we don't want to get in the mix here. Let's go for a long drive. What about Aleman and Stosek saying, come on?
Yeah, you often see also that the weaker partner goes ahead, and then it leads it down to the stronger rider to fight it out, right? So that could happen now as well.
And when you see this, Serrano and Stutzman a little bit further back here, are they playing a game here and just saying, look, we're not going to show anything at the moment. Let's just sit off the back of this group for the time being. Back onto the tar road for a little bit danger here, because we know what the Bears can do on this sort of surface. They'll hook off it quickly, no problem at all.
And what we need to remember here, you know, these riders, they haven't been able to ride these stages fully. They don't know exactly how the run into the finish is. They don't have radios in the ears where a director sportif can tell them, listen, there's a left-hand corner, right-hand corner, you got to position, got to be there first. So they really need to go by their instinct. They need to be so aware of who's on the wheel, where's my teammate, and positioning is absolutely crucial. And we've got a very, very good positioning of Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia here. They're leading the single track towards the finish line. We've got Luca Braido in second behind Matt Beers, and behind Tristan Nokia, Wout Alleman, followed by Simone Avandetto.
Yeah, this is fascinating here, because there's splits in the teams there a little bit there, particularly for the Willia Vittoria team, with 2 riders between them, and Beers so sharp, so aware, attuned to what's required, gets himself into the front when it matters most, into the single track first, and they hold all the aces now for the time being.
And we can also see David Valero send Mark Stutzman up to the front. He is the one that possibly has a little bit more sprint in his legs. You can see now closing back in. I didn't think that Martin Stosek was positioned very well, being behind Wout Alleman. And I think Martin Stosek is the one of the two that might be a little bit the weaker one in a sprint, but he's now moving up. He's now moving up, trying to find the wheel of Wout Alleman. And here he goes, Wout Alleman. Wout Alleman is going on the attack. Can he take his teammate with Martin Stosek is trying to pass there?
He's the man in the red jersey, beg your pardon, with the red stripe, yeah.
One of the last inclines that we see. It's very much a fast finish, going downhill after the last track here, and they've got themselves back. That's very good positioning here. The Willia Vittoria team in perfect position now.
This trail does snake up to the top of a climb and then a fast descent and a right-hander down. So they've got themselves well positioned, Willia Vittoria here. Again, we keep saying it. They've done very little wrong today. They have hardly been at the front, except now when it matters most. Into the single track section here. Then it's Alleman and Stosek, and then Beers and Nokia. This is where their efforts of earlier today in pulling themselves back into the race will come to bear. Will they still have the reserves after emptying the tank, not quite emptying the tank, but going so deep to get themselves back into the front of this race? These little climbs, these little trails here under pressure are going to count.
Yeah, and they're very much in the red now. When we saw before, they were playing cat and mouse. It was tactical, it was positioning. But here, in those last climbs, everybody's on their limit. And you can see now Tristan hanging a little bit over the bar. There is a bit of a gap to Matt. He has been working very, very hard to get back to the front here, but he's back on his wheel. He may just not let anyone go in front of him and disturb the fight for the podium for this stage. And here they're going down. I think that was it. That was the last climb. Maybe one last little tip, and then they're heading down towards the finish line. Nothing difficult, but still very rocky, sharp rocks. You've got to watch out. Anything can happen in these last few kilometers.
Where is it going to go, Benno?
This is very interesting because that would be the best chance to get the leader jersey back for the Villiers team. If they could make a gap here and hope that the team behind them is slowing Matt and Christian down, that could have been. But now you can see the team tactics as well. Maybe this is a bit of a tactic where one of the riders goes ahead, and then the second one is the one that has more energy left in his legs. It could be a tactic, could be that this does not look like he's tired. It looks more a little bit like a tactic now, trying to kind of like open up a gap in the downhill and bring this bit of gap all the way to the finish.
Yeah, we have to remember these two riders are some of the world's best cross-country riders. They're extremely skilled, and they will blast down this last trail to the finish line and see how the gap opens to Wout Alleman, and that's where they possibly get away with the day win. The only question is it going to be more than 6 seconds, and will that move them into the leader's jersey?
Yep. Only Alan Hathley beat Simon Benedetto last year at the World Championship. So that's the pedigree of that team up front there, Brido and Avendetta, cross-country superstars. Look at this trail on the bike of Jason Bull, the Media e-bike today, snaking through. He'll be loving this as an enduro racer. Heading out to the Enduro World Series later this year, but an opportunity to be our media eyes on the trail behind Serrano and Stutzman, who've done so much work all day today and find themselves now at the back of this little bunch as they make their way towards the finish of stage one. Dramatic scenes, the mountains of the Langeberg presiding over an extraordinary day of racing here at the Absa Cape Epic, and the riders even getting away from Jason here on that fast descent, showing the intensity and the urgency.
It's very difficult to keep up on an e-bike, really. It's not that Jason is not skilled enough, it's just that these guys are pedaling so hard that an e-bike is actually not fast enough to keep up with them. And that's just how incredible to see how fast they go.
Alleman goes again, trying to get into the single track, and he's the two riders to move there from Wout Alleman. Sensed it was coming and put himself out there to get in front of between Brido and Avendetto with Storsek, and that immediately sees Beers come back, and Nordkia just winch their way back, trying to get onto the wheel of Storsek.
And that obviously allows Wout Alleman to pull the tactics and maybe just, make sure that Martin Storsek can be there in the position to be for the stage win. And we only see one Orbea, Klimatita Orbea team rider. And that must be Mark Schutzmann, so David Valero, who pushed very hard in the beginning of the stage, a little bit further behind. Will he make his way back? It's not a long way to go. We have only 2 kilometers to go. If you're riding the stage, it feels an eternity, but it is very, very close to the finish line. So people, don't blink with your eyes. We're almost there.
Yeah, you can see Montagu blinking in the distance, and they will be aware that's where it is. They are heading towards the finish of stage one. A quite sublime day of mountain bike racing here, as the main protagonists now just try and mask their emotions. A little glance over his shoulder. I think Avendetto and Brido split by Wout Alleman. Then it's Martin Storsek. And Beers and Norkier, well, they're just rolling for the moment, perhaps saving for that sprint finish.
And actually interesting, yesterday we saw Martin Stossek basically holding up the Villiers Vittoria team, and now he's very much on their wheel. A very different track that we're seeing here, and maybe yesterday he just needed a little bit of practice on the South African terrain. He's very much on the wheel of the Villiers Vittoria team today.
Just dramatic, isn't it? It's wonderful to watch this drama. This is just the first, second chapter, but first of the marathon stages. And
There's the second
Origin
Villiers team.
Back. That's Matisse Zara and Yari Zanotti.
And they definitely got some very fast legs as well, so don't count them on the stage win. But it is Wout Alleman very motivated, getting his teammate in a very good position here. They're so motivated.
Oh, look at the intensity from the front here. You can sense this urgency now. William Victoria, Wout Alleman's gone to the front here. Martin Storsek has done well. He's joined him on his wheel now. Look at the grit and determination. They're all in here for the win of the stage win. Into the streets of Montagu now. Wout Alleman.
Last
couple of corners. Into the finish they go. Wout Alleman, and he's got the pair of William Vittori there. Alleman is the second rider across the line that counts here. He's going to determine the win here. Alleman looks over his shoulder. He punches the air. They've taken the win. Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek. And it is the yellow jerseys will stay on the shoulders of Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier because they managed to stay with the William Vittori. That was their key aim. But the stage win has gone to Buff BH. Wout Alleman, his 5th stage win here. A 2nd stage win for Martin Storsek. What a ride by that pair. Clever over the last couple of kilometers.
And how incredible to see the two South Africans taking 3rd on the stage after they had such a massive mechanical early on the stage. Claiming back over 3 minutes, close to 4 minutes, making their way, keeping their calm, and here they are on the podium of the stage.
Outstanding performance from Matt and Tristan today. Like a bit of bad luck or a lot of bad luck, and they're making all this time back. It's just incredible. But also with the winning team, yesterday such a struggle in the prologue, like losing more than 2 minutes in such a short stage, and being where they were today, incredible also from them, and well deserved to win that stage today.
Well, that's how tight it was. 10 seconds separating that top 5 as they came in. Very technical finish in a way. Winding in and out. Suddenly it's upon you there. 9 seconds, 9.7 between the top 5. And then the Tapata Kende FSA team in 6th place, Rabensteiner and Casey South, 11 seconds down. After 90 kilometers, the most extraordinary mountain bike racing around Montagu. Quite phenomenal.
What a stage.
Sure. I'll tell you what, it is just day 1 of this incredible race around the Western Cape, and already it's delivering the most incredible dynamic racing. Matt Beers.
And we can just see how hot that last kilometers were with the 7th team, Singer KTM Racing, having a minute at the finish line. So these teams were really blasting to the finish line here.
Gunning it. Absolutely amazing. We've all got to walk across those things. And
the Samparisi brothers.
Roll in. Had a big day. Good day for them.
Yeah, but just incredible how fast these last kilometers were, how much the fight was for the stage win, leaving the teams that were such a long time still in this group. Actually, 2 minutes for the Samparisi brothers at the finish line.
Again, it speaks to the intensity and the speed and the power of that lead group. How much they wanted it. Wout Alleman, what an effort by him. He, to be put it kindly, I don't think he was too enamored with Martin Storsek at the end of yesterday's stage, but they motivated themselves, they got themselves together today, and they brought it home to win the stage today. Brilliant riding by Alleman and his partner Martin Storsek. Sminga and Weinberg coming in just behind Samueli Poro and Luis Martinez. Poro very seldom finishes outside the top 10 of the race. Hans Becking throws glove out to the fans as he and Thijs Reuter, the double Dutch team, high-five each other. Tough day for them. They had a mechanical early on.
Well recovered after the mechanical. I mean, finishing now in 10th position, 11th position of today. Again, like they also probably tried to stay with Matt Beers and Tristan as long as they could, just couldn't hold the tempo, but did not lose too much time.
Right, we can hear from the heart of the battle because Matt Beers is chatting down at the finish line.
We welcome the Canyon team and the Scott Eliminator team now.
Matt and Tristan, an incredible day, 3rd across the line. You still hold on to the GC, but today you guys were at war.
Yeah, I mean, It was going really well. I think we both felt super good throughout the whole day, and yeah, and then Tristan just got a pretty nasty sidewall cut. Luckily, we had Lewis and Jaden like not too far back, and yeah, we were trying to fix it, but it wasn't happening. And yeah, grateful for those guys to give their wheel, and yeah, they saved our race.
Tristan, take us through that 3:45 was the time deficit after that first stop. Take us through that and take us through how you guys measured your effort to get back up.
Yeah, I think we lost quite a lot of time. Like Matt said, we couldn't fix the wheel, and then yeah, like 4 plugs later, we just decided we're gonna wait for Luet and Jaden. So grateful for that, and then yeah, we literally just was on the chase the whole day, and then yeah, this last 10Ks was so hard. But yeah, me and Matt we have Ludovic in our thoughts. He had a
big crash, and
he had a big crash, and he's lying in hospital in ICU, can't ride his bike. Watching the Epic on YouTube, and yeah, this last 10Ks was just super hard. But yeah, we didn't give up because of that, and if we can do it, he can also do it. So
Matt, you caught, and then we saw Vogt and Martin push again, and then you caught again. Take us through that. What was going through your head? I mean, the big effort up front, and then again, and then again.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. As soon as we got into the back, I knew they would go throw some haymakers, and yeah, I mean, that's racing, huh? We had to be prepared for it, and I knew I could diesel back, and then at the end, we just had to be hard to win. We didn't really want to get tangled in that nonsense, and yeah, we just tried to not lose a second if worst, yeah.
Proud of the effort and proud of the teamwork today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was brilliant. We didn't panic, kept it calm, and it was a big deficit, so it's hard to bring that back. Yeah, feel a little bit tired later.
Tristan, you hold on to the GC. That's 2 yellow jerseys in 2 days. You must be stoked.
yeah, exactly. When we heard the first time split, when we started chasing back, I thought, okay, we're just gonna have to manage it and take it day by day. To Epic is 8 days, but yeah, I don't know how we crawled back that time, because it was a lot at a time. But yeah, like Matt said, we just kept calm and believed in our effort. So yeah, but Matt was a diesel today. He just literally pulled me along all the way.
Guys, an absolute pleasure to watch. We'll see you tomorrow.
Superstars, they really are. That was one of the finest performances we've seen for many, many years in terms of resilience, determination, and focus to get back into the race here and find themselves still in the yellow jerseys after losing nearly 4 minutes at one stage on the stage to come back and hold on to those jerseys by the narrowest of margins. Just a word there, Tristan Norkier making a reference to Ludovic Ace, a 17-year-old schoolboy from Paarl, was badly injured in a crash in the Bannock Valley just 2 weeks ago. He's part of the Imbuco setup, a young man with real talent. He's lying in hospital and watching the race, but recovering. So all the very best to Ludovic. And, well, those guys did it for you today. So you'll be back, we know that. So good luck to you. Here at the finish at Montagu, riders rolling in here after a torrid marathon day, the first day in Montagu. Yeah, Benno, we were expecting Montagu to deliver a special day, and I think we got it so far today.
Like, we knew that it's going to be rough and tough, like we said earlier, but that the drama is going to be that early in the stage, and then like taking us all the way through it. So many mechanicals, but then also, again, finding the power and the speed that Matt and Tristan did throughout the stage. We mentioned it as well. Overtaking more than 10 teams, so whatever it was, by the end, incredible what they did today.
Right, let's go down to the finish and hear from Willie Vittoria.
Elite men, you're going to do that and more for the elite women. Remember, the elite women riding a slightly shorter course.
Simona Luca, a good day today. Again, second, but consistently you've brought down the GC a bit to just on 5 seconds now. A big day today. You saw Matt Beers and Tristan get into trouble with that puncture. They lost 3 minutes 45 to come back to you guys and then still be in contention. A big day.
I didn't know this, but I think they are a good shape.
yeah, maybe today we have saved some energy, so no.
Simone, how are you feeling on your day? You saw a lot of attacks go. You went with the attacks vote, and Martin very strong today.
Yeah, well, they were really strong. Yeah, we just tried to stay in the front today, and yeah, we are happy with the stage.
A nice result for Yuri and Matthijs today inside the top 5. They had to work really hard. It seems like this team of 4 is working well for you.
Yeah, it's nice to have also them in top 5. So yeah, a good day for our team.
Luca, time to rest now and focus on tomorrow.
Yes, we go in the swing and have a good lunch, and then we are focused for today.
We see you tomorrow.
See you.
Oh, interesting there. I mean, that's what we've been talking about. They've meant a few words, but they're in their second language. So the interesting thing is they had no idea of how much time. They knew they weren't there, but they didn't know what's going on. So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, you don't get any information. You don't carry radios. You basically just go by feel. There's also nobody having a board in the road.
Let's go down to the finish. Interviews coming thick and fast.
Martin and Wout having a little chat here, a celebration today. We know yesterday was tough, but today you proved that you are going to be a force in 2026.
Yeah, even yesterday we had a good leg, especially Wout, me also, but honestly I had quite a bad health issues yesterday in the prologue. I didn't want to say, but I suffered a lot with my belly and directly from the prologue. Luckily not in the race, but after the race I went straight to the toilet, and all the afternoon was not very good, and I went to the bed like doubting if I even will be able to race today or not. But in these circumstances, I'm super happy, especially because of Wout, because I see yesterday that we had also like to go for a podium, especially him, and I messed it up yesterday like hell. So finally, when I see that we were still in front today and I was counting minute by minute, and when I see that we are like 1K to the finish, I knew that I couldn't let this go, because I know how angry and how frustrated he is when he loses one sprint. So I said, wow, this one I cannot let go, and I pushed like hell, and finally we did it.
Well, it's exciting for you. A win on the stage at the Absa Cape Epic is always a big one to put on your palmares, but you two were power today.
Yeah, we felt good and we managed really well. We tried to stay calm the whole race because it was so long and so hard, and there was a lot of punctures also. So I said to Martin, like, keep calm, and we need to keep the bike in one piece. And we tried a few times in the end, but the climbs were quite short in the end, so it was not easy to make a gap. And then we just went full gas for the sprint. And yeah, I was not sure if Martin was there, but then a few hundred meters before the finish line, he shouted to me like, go, 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 and then we went just full gas and super happy to win it.
Were you aware that Matt and Tristan had that sidewall cut? 3 minutes 45, they lost and had to chase back. They had some good company, but that's a big deficit to come back from.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw when they went on the side, but yeah, of course, it's strong what they did. But I had the feeling that we were not always racing full gas, so I already thought that they would have a chance to come back. But of course, yeah, if it was almost 4 minutes, was a big effort from them, and yeah, we know that they are strong, so it's not a surprise.
We saw a big effort from you as they came back and as they breached the gap to you. We had 6 teams back together. Not long after that, around the corner, we saw you put the watts down, and you guys really put some damage into the rest of the riders there.
Yeah, because I knew after the last feed zone it would be the last climb. It was not even a long climb, so it was our last opportunity. And yeah, we tried just full gas, but wasn't just not long enough. But yeah, still it's like 6 days to go, and the hardest stages still are coming. So. Yeah, it's looking a lot better already than yesterday, so I'm super happy.
A little celebration tonight in the camp, and then focus on tomorrow.
Yeah, a little celebration.
Just a little.
Congratulations, guys! Amazing racing. Well done, Buff PH.
Lovely. Martin Stosek giving us a little insight into his difficulties yesterday. we'll leave it at that. And then Bart Alleman, I think Stosek was perhaps more than anything just terrified about Alleman's reaction if he didn't pitch up today. But now let's go to our women's race. And this is a little bit earlier today. So this is not the live as it's happening now. This is a recap of how the race has unfolded today. As we saw a little bit earlier, the Toyota mixed leaders there, Simon Andreasen and his partner Jenny Risvets. But this was a little move that Alessandra Keller made up the very steep last few pitches of the big climb early on in their stage. Greta Servalt and Kate Courtney, and then Candice Lill.
Yeah, and just behind them, Jenny Risvets, who's riding the mixed.
And then off they went, and this is where Servalt disappeared off the front of the race a little bit here, just enjoying the opportunity to express her skills and her love of the terrain.
Yeah, the Italian short track champion. And here we see now Candice Lill in the front, behind her Alessandra Keller, just throwing off her hydration pack at the feet zone. And there comes the next one.
Quickly done, very, very well done. That will be a little bit rehearsed. You need to get that right. Can if done wrong, can end rather embarrassingly. But here they were, the Keller-Lill combination.
Yeah, such a strong combination. Candice, who has come second in this race, more than anybody else, seeking that win.
And this is the chase group: Kate Courtney, Greta Servalt, and Vera Losse and Rosa van Doorn of the Buff Efficient Infinity team. And they were on the chase.
Don't let yourself confused by the other teams in front. That's not women teams. The women are catching some amateur teams here.
This pair opened up a gap on the chasers, Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. Keller in her first Absa Cape Epic, the short track world champion, and Candice Lill, well, 5 times in the last 5 years she's been runner-up, and how dearly she would love to write that record and find herself at the top step of the podium.
Here they're passing. It's difficult to pass, but well done to these gentlemen, letting the women pass them.
Yeah, this last 10K
immediately.
Just a quick look at the women's route today. They started at Abrikoos Kloof, 24 kilometers into the full stage today. And, well, if you think about it, if you look at it, they've had the toughest of it all to do, because they missed out that fairly...
They skipped the easy part.
Yeah, they skipped the easy part, and let's go straight to the tough bit. And this is the culmination of the stage. This is live now with our race leaders. And they've clearly done an excellent job in defending those Orange Leaders jerseys.
Yeah, beautiful. But the gap to the second team, who is now the Buff BH Efficient Infinity team at the water point 5 at 53 kilometers, was down to 34 seconds. We have seen that bigger before. And it was earlier... in the second place, it was the She Sense Foundation team. We see it here now at the last split. Buff BH Efficient Infinity with Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losse 35 seconds behind. That's not a lot. Maybe we even see them closing in. The She Sense Foundation team with Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt, 126. And then we've got some bigger gaps with the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, and if you just this is the first day we're seeing the new dynamic of the women's race, the slightly shorter stage. And apart from anything, we're seeing a closer, more dynamic race, just 30-odd seconds between the top 2 teams, and the opportunity you alluded to, they could come back into it. So that's also where this race is going to be fascinating, because they know that they can really go a bit deeper here. They've got a bit more time to recover. So it does add to the dynamic. They're onto the golf course section now. As you were with us for the men's race, you'll know they are very close to the finish, on the outskirts of Montagu.
Yeah, and here they don't need to kill themselves anymore. They want to be in control. They want to make sure they do get their food. They're not in a fight for positioning with anybody else, so they can just concentrate on themselves. Can is leading Alessandra Keller around these last corners of the race.
Just wonderful to have a rider of not just the caliber of Alessandra Keller, but the energy. She brings such a lovely, vibrant energy, as does Candice. And to have her part of the race this time, we've seen her here in South Africa before, Alessandra, training and preparing for many, many years. Whoopsie.
There goes one on the left,
by the blue gum.
on the other side of the trees. I hope they find each other again.
Over the
They
teapot
do.
goes Candice.
Okay.
And back they go.
Alessandra Keller, just an absolute professional. She is organized to the T, absolutely prepared for this race. Her manager, Ralph Neff, has done the Cape Epic many times before, knows South Africa really well. She's been in South Africa for many, many years, preparing her season. So she does know the heat, she does know the terrain, she does know Candice very well from racing her in the Cross Country World Cup. And that's the team. Is that the second team?
Yeah, this looks like...
That would be, again, a change if that were so, because here we see the world champion, marathon world champion, in front, Kate Courtney, and on her wheel, Greta Seewald from the Ford Decathlon team that she's racing the usual season with.
They're also on the golf course, so that means that the gaps are not too big. They must have made up some time.
Oh, here we see.
They're still in third position.
Yep.
They're leaving the golf course, so they are in second. This is Rosa van Duren and Vera Losa, and third place Seewald and Courtney as they cross the road.
Very close race indeed. So, yeah, there's small gaps between these three teams.
Which is what we were hoping we'd see, and it is happening. Rosa van Duren, just a quick word over his shoulder. These two hugely experienced. Rosa van Duren, the cross-country marathon World Cup winner from last year. Vera Losa has won that title as well before, and they have so much experience. Well, Vera perhaps a little bit more, but Rosa, as a young racer in marathon racing, has certainly made a very, very quick impact on the sport.
100%, yeah. European champion already. And like you just said, overall World Cup Series winner last year. An absolute amazingly skilled rider. Also just such a great energy. She was racing with Janina Wüst last year for the Buff team. Janina has retired in the meantime, so she's here with a new partner. No other than former Cape Epic winner, Vera Losa, and it's great to see her up in the mix for Podium.
Vera Losa won it in 2023 alongside Kim LaCourte, who has moved on to make great strides on the Women's World Tour.
Yellow jersey wearer at last year's Tour de France Femmes. And Liège-Bastogne-Liège winner. Look at this, it's a very close gap. It seems
where the other helicopter is where the second team is. Beg your pardon, sorry, I'm just updating. So that's how close it is.
It is very close. If it is actually a women's team, we just need to not forget that there's some men in between possibly.
Yeah, they go through the Cape Dry grandstands. Lovely to build a little bins and trucks to use as a little grandstand there. They'll have a big day out there watching the riders come through the drying grounds here. Losa and Van Duren now.
It's 6 kilometers to go, and here we see one more update from 58 kilometers. That's the 35.6 seconds gap. Beautiful teamwork between Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller as they take their turns. Very smooth, drafting on the wheel. Alessandra Keller in her usual style. No gloves whatsoever. She's never worn gloves. Not something that she likes. The Termus rider. And new on the Termus bike is Candice Lill. She's changed bikes. Same bike as Alessandra Keller now, a Swiss brand. And that must have been quite a change coming from the Cannondale with the lefty. Seeing two legs on the fork in front of you must be quite a change.
And is still privateering as Kate Courtney and Greta Seewald. And we have Jessie Nixon, I think, behind them on the Bulls Media e-bike. And then a men's team behind Jessie, just keeping out of the fray. She sends 128 down at 58 kilometers. Remember, it's a 66 kilometer stage for the women today. So a shorter stage, but no less tough. In fact, they do cumulatively over the entire week more meters per kilometer of climbing in this race. So yeah, they are being pushed to the limits as well. No question about that. Keller and Candice, a privateer and she's continued with that on the World Cup circuit. That, I mean, you'll know having the team support makes a massive difference to everything. But she and her husband Darren have decided to continue on that path of the privateer.
Yeah, you know, it's something to say about in a team. You know, you need to fit in. You have different characters in a team. You may have different sorts of pressure in a professional team, in the factory teams. You know, it's all about performance. It's very high performance driven, of course. And if you are with your husband, the trusted person, it just may mean that pressure may be taken off you. You're in your comfort zone, at least, off the racetrack, and that just sometimes means so much more than having all the stuff that a factory team can offer.
Yeah, definitely. It all depends. Like within a big team, you have to compromise, and you're part of a big structure where the way she has it set up, it's nice and nimble. And Darren is doing such a good job. Like he's doing pretty much a little bit of everything, making sure that Candice gets what she needs. He's also her manager, takes all the responsibilities when it comes to sponsor negotiations, all those kind of things. So it's a lot of work that you put on your shoulders, but it seems to work very well for the two of them.
And they've had great support from their sponsors. They're not massive, big cycling brands, but they are brands close to their heart. There's a lot of personal relationships in those. And so they've been incredibly loyal and continue to support them through this program. And Candice and Darren have delivered in terms of, I would think, on ROI in that sense. And here again, Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. So the switch to the Thomas bikes. So will that afford her the opportunity to have their support during the World Cup circuit?
I'm not sure what the negotiations were there. Look, I mean, in terms of parts, for sure. But in terms of mechanics, I believe still Darren will look after Candice's bike. It's not that she is part of this Thermos team. She's just riding the bike and bringing that onto an international platform. It's a very niche brand, or very small brand in Switzerland, very much loved by the farmers, because it is a farmer's son who actually started the brand Thermos. It's Thomas Pinkely from the region of Bern who started this brand and grew it. It's a beautiful bike park now there on the farm where he grew up.
Well, they're doing it proud here are Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill. Last 4 kilometers of the UCI Elite Women's Race, and Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller ahead, but not by a comfortable margin, 35 seconds. Yes, 4 kilometers. It's unlikely for them to lose that, but they don't want to slack off much here, because the duo behind them are a formidable pair in Vera Losa and Rosa van Doorn, and behind them is the world marathon champion and her partner Greta Sewald, Kate Courtney and Greta Sewald.
Yeah, the typical attitude of a marathon rider such as Vera Losser and Rosa van Doorn is just to never give up, so you don't get rid of them easily, at least don't mentally break them easily. They will be still ticking away the kilometers as usual in the very high, hard pace. And it's, yeah, it remains to be seen, you know, for Alessandra Keller. She's an absolute powerhouse, but it is her first Cape Epic. And how is that going to be for her? Something she's not used to. She hasn't done many marathons in her life. And, you know, you have to prove yourself first.
She's done the Swiss Epic, but come Wednesday, that's history, because she's into uncharted territory as they head into days 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's where it'll
Yeah, and the Swiss Epic, that's home terrain. That's terrain that she knows, you know, the mountains. That's what she's used to. She was teaming up with Yolanda Neff back then, where they were riding together for the Stöckli team. I still remember her. I was racing that race against them. And Alessandra was just saying, yeah, just hopefully surviving the downhills, following the wheels of a Yolanda Neff down the tracks. But now she's such an accomplished rider herself. She was still very, very young when she was racing the Swiss Epic alongside Yolanda Neff, who was the team leader at the time. And now she is the absolute superstar. She is the Swiss superstar at the moment. She has not been at the Tokyo Olympics, where the Swiss women cleared the podium with 1, 2, and 3. She was left at home. She was suffering some injuries leading up to those Olympics, but she has proved to be the most reliant, the most reliable Swiss in the last seasons of those Olympics. She's gone to Paris, and she's really somebody to rely on when it comes to podiums for the Swiss.
Such depth of talent and skill in Switzerland. Just incredible. But hopefully the change in format with the women's race and Alessandra and Candice's participation here, they'll go back to the World Cup circuit and spread the word. And hopefully we can get the likes of Yolanda Neff. Sina Fry's been here before. Various others of those caliber of racers to come and race the Absa Cape Epic and realize it's not the demon. Having thought about that, Kate Courtney came here in 2018, young rider, of course, won the Absa Cape Epic at the first time of asking, promptly went on to win the World Championships of the cross country. Yeah, so it can be done.
Yeah, and I mean, the likes of Annika Langfall showed it's only been done her good to actually do this race in preparation. It gives you such motivation to bank those hours that you need to prepare for the season. So definitely, I hope they spread the word.
The proximity of the World Cup season does play a part, doesn't it? I mean, the last year World Cup season started a lot earlier in Brazil with 2 rounds there. So there were quite a few riders shy to race. Ryder and Avendetto did race, finished second here. And I think it took some decent condition into Brazil. They spent an extra week in South Africa before flying, I think, direct to Brazil, or as quickly as they could to Brazil. So, yeah, there are ways to get around it. But this year, it's a May start for
it's a very late start with the World Cup. So it's only in May, beginning of May, when we go racing in South Korea. So this year also a good year to do the Cape Epic, because Olympic points only start after the Epic. Only in April is when the hunt for the Olympic points is open again. And all of this is kind of like, it's very important for the cross-country athletes to have a good standing within the world ranking, because only the top 40 are allowed to race the short track in South Korea. So it's also a little bit on how much buffer you have, and someone like Alexandra Keller, as the current cross-country short track world champion and doing so well last year at the World Cup, she is ranked probably in the top 10 of the World Cup or world ranking. That allows her also not to focus on any other events currently in Europe where you can chase down some UCI points.
She's got a bit of a comfort zone that she doesn't need to hunt those early season points.
Yeah, and that's maybe the bigger issue why we don't see more cross-country teams here. There's very much many riders trying to gain points. It's also very much a fight between teams now to rank themselves within the top 15 of the World Series, because that allows them actually having a ticket for all the World Cups throughout the season. And for that, you got to collect UCI points, right?
And it's all based on the athletes you sign. It is.
Do you carry your points through to the team? So you sign a rider points, And just to elaborate on that, your point about the teams, that's the format that's changed with the World Cup circuit now, and the UCI circuit. It's about the teams ranked, and then you've got wildcard teams below that. So it does make it a lot more difficult for these riders.
Yeah, very much. And also for the teams. And these are the ones that are paying and picking up the bills along the way. So they want to make sure that with the investment of having a cross-country team, at least your spot within the World Cup racing is secured. And there's only 15 teams. All of them are based on the points, and then there's 5 wild cards that can be given out as well to teams that show the investment, the commitment to the sport, and so on.
And then you've got the freelancers, the privateers. Kate Courtney's one.
We actually got 2
And there's another-
privateers.
yeah, Candace.
Yep.
One of the,
2 right top.
probably 2 of the few who race as privateers.
Yeah, and it's not so easy. At the World Cup, we then don't have exactly this, you know, all the support and the stand and everything if you're a privateer.
On board with Jesse Nixon hunting and chasing down on the Bulls Media e-bike behind the 3rd team. I think this is Kate Courtney and Greta Servald. We think, yes, it is, because of the colours there, the white jersey of Kate and Greta.
We see Greta once again leading the way down the tracks. She seems to be very comfortable on the technical terrain here.
Only 1 kilometer to go for the front. Probably 2 kilometers for them.
And in between them, Vera Losa and Rosa van Doorn in 2nd place. So this pair in 3rd on the trails as they speak. Beautiful, dramatic scenes of the mountains that surround this wonderful village of Montagu.
Yeah, and something needs to be said about Kate Courtney's foundation. She sent incredible. She left the Scott factory team, the Scott SRAM team, the one season to start up her own foundation, supporting women around the world.
Whoops, trouble here. It's got something caught, a little bit of wire, something caught in her. Stick, there we go.
Right, see that? Quick fix, nothing worse than a mechanical now.
She's okay. She'll be back on the wheel of Greta, you think, should be fairly shortly. Again, just an illustration of how quickly it can happen. If it was a bigger, beefier stick, bang goes the derailleur, and suddenly you're in trouble. But not to be, thankfully, for Kate Courtney and Greta Servald. And this is Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller heading down towards Montagu, the last few meters of the race, bringing to the finish here the race leaders in those race leaders' jerseys.
And you could just see when they went around the corner how they used their dropper post. That's also something, well, it's now very common on every bike. Every bike's got that, but we've seen years where nobody was riding a dropper post. It's not that long ago. And they very much help to get quick around the corners. It lowers your center of gravity so you can corner faster. You can also jump better, but that's not so much used here. That would be for the World Cups. But for here, to go around these corners nice and smooth and fast.
Absolutely. One wonders now when riding with a dropper post how on earth we've managed to go down trails without them.
Why I grew some long arms, you know.
Into Montagu we go with our elite women, and it is Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller through the gates of Montagu High School, and towards the finish they will go to secure a 2nd consecutive stage win, a 6th stage win for Candice Lill, and a 2nd for Alessandra Keller, winners of stage number 1 at the Absa Cape Epic in 2026. Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller have taken the victory once again.
Outstanding performance, how they rode away, how calm they were, and extended their lead now probably to more than close to 3 minutes most likely.
The clock is ticking as we catch a glimpse of our 2nd team on the trails, and here they are, the African continental champion Vera Losa from Namibia, and just ahead of her Rosa van Doorn, a former European champion from the Netherlands. And this pair, Buff BH Efficient Infinity, are on the last few meters just popping over those jumps and bumps on their way down.
Beautiful, such a beautiful track, this so natural, and yeah, it's nice to have the last kilometers downhill. They feel long enough, these last kilometers, just to enjoy a little bit of trail at the end. Just brings a smile to their face for sure.
Great to have some support out just on the outskirts of town here. Rosa van Doorn just flicks her head, says we're heading right here, and she'll flick it left because they will turn very shortly towards the finish. Onto the streets of Montagu, Van Doorn and Lossa, the Netherlands and Namibia combining to form this BH buff team. Van Doorn calls Lossa forward, says, come on, let's make it to the finish in fashion. And they've done so. It's around 95 seconds. They finish behind the winning team of Thomas Maxim, Sabi of Lil and Alessandra Kenner. Second place to Rosa Van Doorn and Vera Lossa. And here comes the world champion, Kate Courtney, the marathon world champion, alongside Greta Sewald of Italy. The Shisens team have taken third place. Close racing, close finishing, which is what we've been hunting for, and we've got it here today.
100%. And we saw a big smile on Vera Lossa and Rosa van Doorn's face. They were happy to be in second. It's quite a battle between these three teams. And yeah, every time you're just the front of one of the others, it's obviously a huge achievement.
Just what you'd like to do. Just get off the bike and do the interview. Yes, here from Candice and Alessandra. There they are.
From these women, here comes the
Candice, a good day today, 2.5 minutes at the end of the day. That puts you about 3.5 minutes up on the GC. Nice work at the beginning, the three teams working well together, and then where did you guys decide to put the hammer down?
Listen, guys, it was a really hard stage. The women started guns blazing, all of us, and it was like a big battle up those first few really steep climbs, and then I think at one point probably like 25 kilometers in there was a climb, and Alessandra and I just sensed that the others were struggling a bit more than we were, and we just put the hammer down and made a small gap and then kept it to the line.
Tell us about the start today, obviously for the first time ever, a different start for the women's race at the Absa Cape Epic. How did that all go?
It went super well. In the beginning it was like a bit, okay, when do we start? But I think, all of us are relaxed. We want to really try and make this work for the women. I mean, I think we showcased some amazing racing today, so good job to Cape Epic and all the women racing.
Alessandra, good out there today. You guys got a proper stage in, your first big stage together at the Absa Cape Epic. How was the communication and the riding?
It was really nice riding with Alessandra. Obviously a bit different to the prologue, like you have to see where you spend your energy and maybe save a bit where you can, but it's really nice to be able to contribute in both ways. Like I can pull on the front and sit on the wheel, and it just makes us really fast overall, I think.
Alessandra, well done out there today. How are you feeling come the end of your first big stage here at the Absa Cape Epic?
Well, I think the start was crazy. I mean, we started like a cross country. It was like 7Ks uphill, and we left it all out there. And then, it was quite tactical as well. But once on one uphill, we had a little gap, and then we just tried to do our pace, just like how the plan was. But we are happy, and it was really hard. It was hard.
Let's talk about the trail today. Quite technical in some places, especially on those uphill climbs.
Yeah, I think it was really steep actually, and technical, well, I think you just need a gap, otherwise you had to get off. But I really liked that, especially the last part that was like flowy and some technical, and you have to like corner well, so I think that suited. And we were like actually riding well, and Candice, had a big pace also in the flat parts, but I'm actually proud how both of us rode.
Behind you, Rosa Van Doorn and Vera Lossa taking second ahead of Kate and Greta. A surprise for you today on how well they were riding?
Yeah, honestly, that's a really amazing ride from them. I'm not sure how the race went behind us, if they worked together at all. But I think this is planning out to be a really interesting race. Three really strong teams here.
An incredible day. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, spot on, Candice and Alessandra. You get the sense that there is something really on for this women's race this year. Three very strong teams, all quite different in many ways, as we've alluded to. Obviously, Candice has got great marathon pedigree as well, but Alessandra is sort of new to it, and as we've talked about, she'll go into the deep end later in the week. And then you've got a marathon world champion who's also a cross-country world champion at some stage, and the marathon specialists, Van Doorn and Lossa. So the dynamics are there for a fascinating week of racing.
And we just only started. We usually say the Cape Epic really starts at stage 5. So let's see what still unfolds in this week. I can still shuffle around a lot, I believe.
Certainly will. Let's go to the finish line. Max again has got teams with it.
Kate and Greta, a big day out there today, getting it together, and nice racing between second and third today. That was really close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a super hard day for us. I think from the beginning of this event, you learn that you either fall to the level of your fears or rise to the level of your challenges. And I'm happy that we rose to the challenge today. We missed some feeds. We had some mix-ups in the feed zone, and we had no water until 53 Ks. So we had to really work together out there, like stay cool, stay calm, manage the effort, and then when we got to the water point, we like paused, drank as much as we could, and then attacked to the finish and just tried to mitigate the losses, stay in it, and work really well as a team. So super proud of us out there today.
Tell us about that start. I mean, that was an Olympic cross-country start. That climb, that first 7 Ks, you guys bolted out of the stable.
That was so steep. I was so lucky to have Kate that remembered me to drop a little bit the seat post, so you climb better in the really steep parts. So that helped me a lot. But yeah, the start was, wow.
Kate, your first time together at the Absa Cape Epic, riding a proper stage. You've got some proper hours in the legs now. How are you feeling? I see the smile. That's a good sign.
Oh, we're having a blast. I think I'm super proud of us today. We had so much fun. It was super dynamic racing, and yeah, I think we're going to have a really exciting 6 more days of racing. Anything can happen, and we're very much in it and riding well together, so we can be really proud of that.
Well done.
Yeah, a combination that clearly getting on, a nice vibe between the pair there, and Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt enjoying their Absa Cape Epic journey. As Kate said, 6 more days, a little bit of emphasis on that, just to remind herself and yourselves how long this journey is. A little nod and eyes raised there, the word from Greta Servalt about going up that climb.
Yeah, interesting. To use the dropper post to go lower a little bit, to probably move more forward on the saddle and put power on it. Actually, thanks for the tip.
There we go. Let's go to the finish. Let's hear from the second place team.
Second place today on the stage, we saw a big battle between yourselves and Kate and Greta. Tell us about that. Happy with the result? You guys look great across the finish line.
Yeah, I think we're super happy with second place. I don't think we quite believed that going into the stage, especially on the profile, it didn't really suit us. And I think we also weren't too far off the first place, which is actually also really good. Today probably closer than yesterday, and today's 3 times as long. So yeah, I think we can be super proud of us. But yeah, there's still 6 long days coming up, so let's not get overexcited.
Marissa, just 2.5 minutes behind the leaders today. That's a great result. It's a good confidence booster for you. Take us through the start, the first time ever that our elite women have started separately from the men. How did the start go?
Yeah, it was a 7K uphill. We had a plan and we keep stick to this plan. We had a little gap in the first climb, but we catch them in the flat. And if you can do it once, you can do it twice or 3rd times, and it worked really well. Yeah, I think we did a really good race, and I have no words at the moment. I am super grateful for the team and our trainers to prepare us for the Cape Epic, and yeah, let's enjoy it and also keep the focus for the upcoming days because it's still long, huh?
Well done today.
Rosa van Doorn and her partner Vera Loza second today, and again, nice energy in that team.
Yeah, definitely. They raced so well today. Yeah, with Kate saying something about not having water for 53
that's interesting.
kilometers. I mean, that's a long stretch with no water or extra water, no gels most likely as well in that case. So at least they know why they were back today. No, it wasn't mechanical. It was just a unfortunate situation with the speeding, and at least they know why they lost the time.
No, just confirmation of the top 4 in thus far in the elite women's race. Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller, 3 hours, 1 minute and 52. And Rosa van Doorn and Vera Loza, 1 minute and 35 seconds down. And as they said, they weren't that far away. Look at the gaps there, very small, 21 seconds from van Doorn and Loza to Courtney and Servalt. The top 3 teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail throughout the week. That's the stage result. Margot Moschetti and Claudia Peretti of Simtech.net, 8 minutes and 14 seconds down in 4th place. Great dramas and wonderful scenery, terrain, racing. It's had it all today here at the Absa Cape Epic's first big marathon stage. Let's go down to the finish, see who Max is talking to right now.
Eben and Onesta, a big day today, a solid day on the legs. How did it go out there, Eben?
Yes, very hard day today. Yeah? Montagu, we don't like it, Montagu. The first 50 kilometers, very crazy, very hard. More rocks, uphill, and he 38, I'm 36 front, and no good legs for me. Ernesto very strong, but when the hot stay, I'm good and we are very happy because we are first, no?
Onesta, technical out there today, the uphills and the downhills, quite technical. You had to be on point today.
Yeah, it was technical today and very steep climbs. So very difficult, hot day also, but we did it right. So I was working on the first part of the race, and Yvonne was finished really hard. The last 20 kilometers in front. So we did a big day today, I think. Yeah.
Well done, guys. Congratulations.
GRC Grandmaster leaders Ivan Zugasti and his partner, Mr. Mendoza. They're doing very well indeed, and one of those categories, there are plenty of them out there still charging in towards the finish on what is a big day today. 90 kilometers. We've seen the elites, we've seen the cream of the crop, and this is how they went in the men's race, 90 kilometers. Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, redemption after a difficult prologue yesterday. Stosek feeling a little ill yesterday, recovered well today in the face of the fear of facing Wout Alleman if he didn't recover today. And Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto just losing out on the sprint finish. Beers and Nokia, though, doing enough and showing just what a powerhouse combination they are. Going to be very close all the way. So let's go down to the finish, and Max is chatting to more stage riders.
Simon and Jenny, well done today. The first big stage together here at the Absa Cape Epic in 2026. Take us through it, Simon. How was it?
Yeah, it was, I think it's a little bit different for us. We have to remind ourselves that we are not racing World Cup. We're actually here to really use it as a good training, and I think it's easy to forget the purpose of it and just go full gas, but I think we started maybe a little bit too hard, and then in the end we managed to get a really good pace and just like enjoy the route. It was really beautiful, like lots of amazing trails and beautiful views. So, and yeah, I hope that we looked after each other.
Jenny, important to remember why we ride a bike in the first place, and certainly your first time here in Montagu. Beautiful routes, quite technical on both the ups and the downs though.
Yeah, it was quite a lot of sand actually, which was fun, like, and also some like flat, flowy trails, which was really nice trails and a really nice route, I think.
One thing that I picked up today, for the first time ever, I think ever on TV anywhere in the world, we had a Olympic champion, we had a cross-country world champion, we had a cross-country marathon world champion, and a cross-country short track world champion all together when the woman caught you. Take us through that. How was that?
No, that's right. That's pretty cool. No, it was nice. We got to ride with the women for a few minutes. They're really strong, really impressive, and no, all of them are really strong. It was really cool, and yeah, it's nice to follow them for a bit.
Well done, Team 69. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Podium go.
Simon Andreasen and Jenny Rizvets, legitimate superstars of the sport. Olympic and world champion, current world champion in the cross country and Olympic champion in 2016. Jenny, And Simon, a junior and under 23 world champion, and at the sharp end of the cross-country scene as well.
Yeah, definitely. The purpose to come here to do this race for them was the preparation for the World Cup season later on. But like Simon said, it's so hard to hold back because you get like everyone around you is racing, and then it's just in your nature as well, right? So you push maybe a little bit deeper than your trainer coach actually gave you to do. And it's just the atmosphere that you suck up around you.
Podium time for the stage. Stage number 1 of the Absa Cape Epic. An out and back loop from Montagu of 90 kilometers, and a stage that delivered massive drama and on the promise that Montagu would provide here, and it certainly did. In third place on the stage, Toyota Specialized in Buko of Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia. Days in a row in second place for Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto. Didn't put a foot wrong today. Absolutely on point all the way through the day. They'll be very pleased with the way it went for them, but not quite as pleased as the next team to step up onto the podium, because Team Buff BH did a magnificent job today after a troublesome prologue. Wout Alleman, the champion of Belgium and the champion of the Czech Republic, is Martin Stosek, and they are winners of stage 1 at the Absa Cape Epic in 2026. Congratulations, they brought great drama and enthralling racing, particularly Nokia and Beers, who recovered from a nearly 4-minute deficit to finish right up there and not concede their lead.
Very exciting stage today. Lots of drama, lots of chasing, and the finish outstanding. So many teams coming into the last 10 kilometers of the stage, fast, furious, lots of not tactics, but shoveling around. You have to stay upright, and I must say it started off with a banger here.
Yeah, hasn't it just, the marathon stages after the prologue yesterday? And we've long looked at this route when it was announced last year as something really special for the Absa Cape Epic. Different dynamics. This was a special day for Matt Beers, a 3-time winner here, and a man who's done it all before, but today was quite extraordinary the way he and his new partner Tristan Nokia fought back to put themselves keep themselves in that leader's jersey, the Chiavita zebra striped yellow jersey, in the camp of Toyota Specialized in Buko for a second day.
And it's only 4.4 seconds that they kept the leader jersey for. I mean, that is incredible. After racing, riding back more than 4 minutes, I would say. Outstanding performance. And it just shows the pure class of Matt Beers and the way he can get back, fight back. Tristan, so strong, being able to follow Matt's lead on all the different sections, putting himself into the front of the climbs over and over again. And it's just such an incredible pairing.
You know, we've talked about Tristan and Matt being a new pairing and so on, but actually every race, every Absa Cape Epic Matt's done, he's done with a different partner. They've never ridden races together before. Tristan and Matt, I'm trying to think that they may have ridden, I'm not sure. I know Matt rode with Wessel Botha a lot at one stage, but nevertheless, they know each other. Here's another look at today's dramatic stage. A 6:30 a.m. start to mitigate against the effects of expected high temperatures here in the Montagu region today. And so they set off half an hour earlier in the still fairly gloomy light of the morning over Montagu. But it was clear overhead and no problem at all as the sun began to rise over the Langeberg Mountains. They headed out onto the trails of this 90-kilometer stage, 2,150 meters of climbing. And the early drama was evident very early on. Kieran Solis, the champion of Costa Rica, shattering his rear tire and having to run it home or ride it home. He rode on the rim for many, many kilometers. He would endure a torrid day together with his partner, Luis Meyer, the Colombian champion. Trouble also for Hans Becking and Thijs Reiter. Becking, a former stage winner here, and they would break a chain and have to fix that on the trail, losing time. They recovered well, though, to finish tidily inside the top 15 on the stage. It was that sort of day today, full of drama all the way along. Andrew Beeley and Lorenzo Trinchielli also finding the trails taking a hit on their bikes and having to chase hard to make it back to the lead group. Well, this is the wonderful Toyota Tough section where the man in the champion's jersey of South Africa, Mark Pritson, was setting the pace and a little bit separated from his teammate who was a little bit further back, and that would be of some concern to the Honeycomb 226's rider. Behind him, a trail of champions following them all the way around this beautiful trail network, which was another highlight of the day today. Trouble here for the Canyon team. A ship train with Luca Schwarzbach and his partner Sam Gaze had to stop trailside. Teams are pouring past them, and that would really compromise their efforts in trying to win the stage today. It didn't waste too much time for them. They could get the chain back on in fairly short shrift, but they'd have to work hard up the ensuing climbs. Trouble, even bigger trouble though, for the yellow jerseys as Valero Serrano rode away, so Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia stopped in their tracks trail side with a big puncture to Nokia's rear wheel, and it required a little more attention than just a plug and a bomb, and it was a borrowed, or they had to take the tire of teammate Jaden Turlo and get back and chase back, and this was the story of the day. They were just around 4 minutes adrift of the chase of the lead group, which was hammering it on the front. At one stage, 7 teams, then down to 6, and then down to 4. And Alaman and Stosek were in here, as were Willia Vittoria, Origine Willia, and the team on the front here, Climatizia Orbea, who surged through the water points. No stopping for this lot. They knew, not entirely afraid of what the damage was to the race leaders in the yellow jerseys, but they knew they weren't with them, so they had to maximize their opportunities to put time into Matt Beers and his partner Tristan Nokia, who got down to work in inching their way back into this race. And we know what the engine that Matt Beers has. He's an immense powerhouse, and he just hitched up Tristan Nokia behind him and started to tick off the teams. Trouble though for the Torpada team, one of the Torpada teams having real difficulty here and having to effect punctures. This is the effect of what this harsh Klein Karoo terrain does for them. It is Doragoni who is the man who had the puncture, De Cosmo helping to fix it, Torpada Kenda FSA 2 trail side, and they would lose touch with that lead group with their leaders Fabian Ravensteiner and Casey South going ahead. Yellow jerseys surged past them, and they had hooked a whole lot of other teams along with them who saw an opportunity to make ground on that lead group, and so they did surge towards that lead group. All the while though, the teams up front, particularly David Valaro and Mark Stutzman of Climatizia Orbea, sensed an opportunity to try and put time in them. The race second place finishes last year, Willia Vittoria, Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto had a magnificent day there, did not put a foot wrong. For a moment though, Valero and Stutzman lost touch with that lead group. They had to work hard to regain contact. Perhaps that was an issue for them later on in the day. The Samparisi brothers hitched onto the back of the Beers train of Specialized in Buco, Toyota Specialized in Buco. Also there, KTM, Andres Sirvot, the European champion, together with Jacob Dorigoni, and they started to fade as well because they knew they were up against it with the yellow jerseys coming to join the fray. They were motivated to regain contact. 6 seconds was the overall lead they had over Willia Vittoria, and they needed to regain contact with that lead group to try and protect their hold on those yellow jerseys. It was counter punch and counter punch from them up front because this was an opportunity for a stage win. And not only that, a stage win for the likes of Wouter Alleman and Martin Stosek, but the Willia Vittoria team a chance to perhaps take the yellow jersey. Wasn't to be because back they all came. Beers brought along with him 3 or 4 teams to join the fray. A little bit of a gap appeared as they closed in towards the finish, but Beers didn't let it happen for too long. He engaged turbo mode and dragged that group back onto the wheel of the lead group. Matissa Zara and Yuri Zanotti in here as well as Fabian Rabensteiner and Casey South. On the drag towards the finish line, a lot of single track, a little bit of a climb here, and the games are starting to be played as Wout Alleman ducked into the single track just between the two Willia Vittoria riders, Avendetto and Braido, with Stosek on his wheel. A mirror of issues that appeared in the prologue yesterday as these two teams fought for position. As they came to the finish in Montagu, all these teams battling for the stage win. Wout Alleman went hard, and he went so deep, and the response was positive from Martin Stosek. Wout Alleman knew that Stosek had got the better of Avendetto, and it was a stage win to Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek of Buff BH. A fifth stage win for Alleman and a second for Stosek. The yellow jersey stayed firmly on the shoulders of Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia, who finished in third place. Back to the women's race, and the shorter stage meant that they went straight into the most brutal climb of the stage. And Alessandra Keller sensed an opportunity here to just put a little bit of pressure on Greta Seerwald in the blue of Decathlon Ford, and Kate Courtney, the world champion, behind her. And it was Seerwald, at least Keller, and the race leader's partner, Candice Lill, who sensed an opportunity to take hold of this race. Further up the road at this stage, though, Greta Seerwald thoroughly enjoying these trails. But it was to be a day for the race leaders. And this is how professional these races are. Keller and Lill just disposing of their hydration packs, picking up new ones and continuing on as they went through the pro feed zone there. No problems at all. The orange leaders' jerseys firmly on the shoulders of this pair after their win in the prologue, and they were to make it count today. Behind them, the fight for second place was between the marathon specialists in Vera Lossa and Rosa van Doorn, and the cross-country stars, now marathon as well, in Kate Courtney, the world marathon champion, and Greta Seerwald. Together for a little while they were, but that would start unfolding. But there was no stopping Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill. A team that scratched together over the last couple of months, and they know each other very well from their exploits on the cross-country scene. Keller is the short-track world champion, and Candice Lill 5 times in succession a second-place finisher at the Absa Cape Epic. There are high hopes that she can end that hoodoo at this year's event, and she's found at this stage anyway a partner who looks capable of doing just that here at the Absa Cape Epic in her first effort here. Courtney and Seerwald passing riders in the men's race. Remember that the men's race doing 90 kilometers today, and all the rest of the field doing 90 kilometers today. The elite women doing 66 kilometers today. Vera Lossa and Rosa van Doorn now showing that they are up for the fight here. This pair, the Buff BH Efficient Infinity pair, as they found themselves in second place. But in first place, it was another dominant performance by Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. 2 stage wins in a row, second in Absa Cape Epic Racing for Keller, and another, a 6th for Candice Lill. And smiles all round for Rosa van Doorn and the champion of Africa, Vera Lossa, as they took second place ahead of the champion of the world, Kate Courtney, and the former Italian champion, Greta Seerwald. Top 3, very, very close racing, just less than 2 minutes between the top 3. The women's race dynamics are really alive and happening here. Confirmation of the top riders in the men's race, just less than 4.5 seconds between the top 2 here in the GC. It is fascinating. And then 20 seconds back to Valero, now in third place together with Stutzman, Azaro and Zanotti in fourth, and just less than 30 seconds between the top 4. Ravenstein and Casey South, good day for them. And Alleman and Stosek are back in the frame now after their stage win today and a disappointing prologue yesterday. Seerwald and Hartmann, Porro and Martinez, Schwartzbauer and Gaze had their difficulties today, but managed that to finish inside the top 10, 5 minutes off the lead. Tim Sminger and Peter Weinberg, 5:32. And wearing the African Absa jerseys as leaders in the as second place in the African jerseys, Wessel Botha and Johan van Sail, because of course Beers and his partner Nokia are the leaders there, but they don't wear the jerseys. The yellow jerseys take precedence. Leading the race after stage one, Candice Hill and Alessandra Keller, 2 minutes and 53 seconds over Kate Courtney and Greta Seerwald, who are less than a minute ahead of Rosa van Doorn and Vera Lossa. That race is going to be fascinating. A little bit of a bigger buffer back to Margot Moschetti and Claudio Peretti from Simtech.net. Haley Preen and Haley Smith in 5th place, making their way up the standings. Katarzyna Sosna-Pinele and Georgia Marchette are in 6th place in the women's elite category right now. That race is going to be all the way through to Stellenbosch. You feel the fight for the top 3 on the podium. Montagu, well, there was so much promise and so much has been delivered, and we've got one more day here, Benno Willett. It has been one of those great days, hasn't it?
No, it has been outstanding. We knew that it's going to be a challenging stage, that's for sure, and we're going to spend another day here within this area as well. We have another long stage coming up, Montagu tomorrow. It's not as technical, I would say, as it was today. We have like 4 chain rings on the menu for tomorrow, where today was 4.5. But it is a long day out again. It's 102 kilometers and 2,250 meters of climbing for the elite men and everyone behind them as well.
Yeah, the big climb is Oberg Pass, Joubert Kloof as well. They go into pretty much climbing all the way from around 200 meters above sea level to 1,000 meters above sea level inside the first 30 kilometers. That's what it's going to be about tomorrow. The Toyota Tough section at Slag Kloof is a descent there, and then they'll head all the way to the AGL Single, the Karoo Trail, and the BB descent. It's going to be a brutally hard day. I think they got an idea today what this part of the world delivers in terms of technical and rough terrain.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some teams changing tires, maybe some inserts, and also the chainring size. We heard some of the amateurs, they rode 38 chainring today. I mean, that cannot be easy to get up those climbs, and you're going to burn your legs. You may going to get off your bike and push. No one on the front will make those mistakes. They know exactly what they need, and I do think that there will be some changing equipment for tomorrow, just to be safe.
I know you're fascinated by all that, and the tech zones and the pro camps are not far away from us here. I know Benno will wander through there and have a look. You'll also wander across to your wife, Charisse, and Isla. Have we seen how they're going?
Yeah,
they're in. Where are they?
They finished in 11th place today, so they did very well.
Very nice.
Once again, tough section out there. I mean, the technical stuff that they ride through is not easy. It's not an easy target. It's loose climbs, steep climbs, and then also the speed on the downhills. We saw the sandy sections, rocky sections, and they did so well.
Were either of them able to come out here prior to the event to ride here?
Unfortunately not. The last time we came here was with the family for a holiday. We did bring our bikes, ended up walking more than riding. but yeah, it's a stunning place. We're definitely going to come back.
Well, I think before we say our goodbyes from Montagu today, just a reflection on just what a terrific success this stage has been here at the Absa Cape Epic for the town of Montagu, and we've got another day here, of course, still to come. But remember, 2007 was the last time Montagu hosted a stage here, and that was to welcome in the stage 5 and say goodbye to stage 6. A very different race it was those days. But Montagu Trails, congratulations. What a job you've done here under myself and Sale Kamintate, Chris Birkin, as well as Mitzi Knipe involved here as well. Paddy van Dijk, you've been amazing. So congratulations to you. We look forward to another stage tomorrow. The trail network is sublime. 300 kilometers we've got to pick from today for the stages, and we're only scratching the surface, we get the feeling here. So well done. I think the riders thoroughly enjoyed it, I'm sure, and we look forward to seeing more tomorrow and any years to come here at Montagu. Really, really wonderful. They've made a massive effort. Great to see. Riders flowing across the line here. They'll be mighty relieved. The race starting a little bit earlier today due to the heat factor that will prevail a little bit later on here. We cannot vouch entirely for that. We sit in a very nice air-conditioned unit at the moment, but we cannot tell you what it is entirely like out there, but it certainly is predicted to be very, very hot indeed. Yeah, at Montagu today for the stage.
Yeah, not too much of a difference in the morning. Yes, you have to get up a little bit earlier, but it makes a huge difference later in the day. The temperature was high throughout the night as well. It doesn't cool down that much, and it makes a huge difference for all the amateurs. Like the pro riders, they get their stage like this done in like 3.5 hours. But I think the cut-off time for the amateurs is later today at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock this afternoon. So that means they're out there for like quite a few hours, baking in the sun, trying to get from water point to water point before the cut-off here at the finish.
Yeah, and tomorrow's the first of 3 stages that breach the 100-kilometer mark, 102 kilometers tomorrow, 2,350 meters of climbing for the bulk of the field. The women's stage tomorrow for this Absa Cape Epic Stage 2 will be 80 kilometers, and they will go and start from the remote start and then do the remaining 80 kilometers exactly as the men did. And I think on reflection today, just looking back at the time differences in the firstly the difference between the men's finish and the women's finish, and the time difference between the top 3 women's teams. I think we're in for some exciting racing.
No, this is very exciting. This is now the very first stage that we can compare to what it was previous years. I think the gaps were much shorter, the race at the front more feisty, and it is a very good change. It's a very good change. You can see it within the results, within the gaps. This change of making the women's race, elite women's race, slightly shorter and the race time closer to the elite men as well, giving them the same amount of recovery time, the same stress on the body during a stage, makes a lot of sense. And I think it's also good for the entire week that the shorter stages are coming up now.
Women preparing for the podium presentation here at Montagu, and they'll be up there very, very shortly to be acknowledged as the day's stars today. Vera Loza and Rosa van Doorn will move up first, and then our stage winners and Kate Courtney and Greta Sewald. Here we go, podium presentation for stage 2 of the Absa Cape Epic. The women riding 66 kilometers today, getting the order right there. Vera just moving taller Rosa to the outside there, and they were in second place. In third place,
the She Sends Foundation, Kate Courtney and Greta Sewald.
Greta Sewald and Kate Courtney, She Sends Foundation in third place today. Wonderful to have the world champions stripes here, the marathon world champion.
And marketing. And
in second place, the continental champion of Africa and the former European champion and the current World Cup marathon champion, Rosa van Doorn. Great ride by the BH Efficient Infinity Insure team.
Day 2, stage 1. First across the finish line here in Montagu at the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. The team of Thomas, Maxon, Sabi, Candice Lil, and Alessandra Keller.
Candice Lil and Alessandra Keller, Thomas, Maxim, Sabi, a second stage win on the trot for them, and a couple more bottles of wonderful wine courtesy of the race and their performances today. Our top 3 women in stage today, stage number 1 of the Absa Cape Epic here in Montagu. So we will see them leave the podium, and then it'll be the presentation of those Chivita Orange Leaders jerseys.
Yeah, they extended their lead a little bit more today. It's 2 minutes 50 something that they got a buffer now. That's always nice to have, but it also means very little that early in the race. 6 more stages to go. We saw today how quickly you can lose quite a lot of time. And it's also, not everyone has the power, the possibility to make up 4 minutes within one stage.
Not everyone, that is for sure. We saw it in the men's race, though, the most extraordinary performance we've seen for a long, long time here. But this was extraordinary as well. Another hugely impressive ride by Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill. They are still the leaders in the women's race. Thomas Maxim, Sabi Sabi in the Chivita orange zebra stripe jerseys. They will take that jersey into stage number 2, which will be right here at Montagu tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage, Benno. It's been one of those great days, hasn't it, on the Absa Cape Epic today?
Incredible to start it off.
Thank you very much to Benno, to Ariane, to everyone out there, Max as well. We'll join you tomorrow morning. See you then.
The Epic Series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape.
These 8 days you will find out the race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.
Each race is a chapter, a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape.
These 8 days you will find out the race is going to try break you.
Cape Epic 2026. It's going to be a violent one.
This is the hardest race in the world, and